Quando a gente termina, anda na mata, e a gente está com muita sede, e geralmente esse pó tem água.
Ela não é, como muitas das vezes se diz, o pulmão do mundo. Ela é um dos ar-condicionados do mundo, que ajuda a arrefecer um pouco o aquecimento global. Ela é uma produtora de água. Ela é um motor que distribui água para todo o sul do continente. São os famosos rios voadores, hoje cientificamente comprovados. Daí a importância que a Amazônia tem para o Brasil e para o mundo.
Brasilien spielt als großes Flächenland mit vielen Einwohnern natürlich eine ganz herausgehobene Rolle bei der Erreichung der weltweiten Klimaziele, insbesondere wegen der großen Waldflächen. Und das ist auch unsere Motivation für die deutsche Bundesregierung und hier für dieses Haus, das Bundesministerium für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung, massiv zu investieren, unsere Partner zu unterstützen bei der Erreichung der Ziele, die sie sich selbst gesetzt haben.
We used to say that Amazon had two seasons, the wet season and the wetter season. That was the situation. No longer. It's already happening. It's already being degraded by deforestation, fire, and climate.
Hier an der Attusside sind wir in der Mitte von ungestörtem Regenwald. Und was für uns sehr erschreckend war, dass wir gesehen haben, dass auch hier in der regenärmeren Zeit sehr, sehr hohe Luftverschmutzungen feststellbar sind. Luftverschmutzungen, die schwerer sind als in manchen europäischen Großstädten.
Here at INPE, we developed the techniques, the procedures to detect fires and monitor deforestation. So it's a very technical job. And I would say that the difficulty today is not technical anymore. We know precisely what is being deforested, where, when, and by whom. So all the technical needs related to this problem were solved. What remains to be fixed is the political will to stop deforestation and forest fires in Brazil.
The forest dries during the dry season because of fires. Fires produce smoke and soot, so the clouds start forming with too many small droplets who do not coalesce to produce rain. So they start falling a little bit and evaporate again. So the forest spends sometimes months, 2 months without any rain. So it becomes so dry, it catches fire.
Essa crise hídrica é a maior crise hídrica da história do Brasil, dos últimos 50 anos. A barragem aqui, ela hoje está com menos de 15% do reservatório completo. E há 3 anos atrás ela estava vertendo. Se você olhar ali, aquela área que está meio verde ali, a água estava descendo como se fosse uma cachoeira. Quem mais está sendo afetado, infelizmente, é o produtor rural. Principalmente nessa bacia hidrográfica, que é a bacia do Descoberto. Eles estão tendo que parar de irrigar. E parar de irrigar significa parar de produzir alimento. Parar de produzir alimento também significa desemprego, também significa, inclusive, aumento no preço dos alimentos.
A ciência já provou que, para a manutenção do ciclo hídrico, do regime de chuvas no Brasil, é fundamental proteger as florestas e outros biomas, como, por exemplo, o cerrado. No entanto, infelizmente, uma parte dos grandes proprietários rurais brasileiros parece ainda não ter entendido isso e continuam pensando e querendo desmatar como se as florestas fossem desnecessárias. O que me espanta, o que me chama a atenção, é que parece que eles não entendem que para a própria manutenção da atividade deles, a agricultura, é fundamental ter água e para ter água é fundamental ter floresta. Esse é o dilema que a gente vive hoje em dia no Brasil.
Aqui em Brasília, a gente está com um problema grave de água, né? Esse ano mesmo a gente chegou a ter na cidade até 2 dias de racionamento, quer dizer, 2 dias sem água. né? Os produtores rurais aqui em Brasília estão impedidos de fazer captação de água depois das 9 da manhã e até as 16 horas.
Por que ainda ocorre desmatamento? Na Amazônia hoje existem e moram 25 milhões de pessoas. Como nós vamos garantir a melhoria da qualidade de vida dessas pessoas, já que elas não podem usar 80% da sua propriedade? Eu tenho a resposta: valorizar os serviços florestais.
Planting water means this, means when you look inside the plant, what do you find? This is dropping water. It's actually literally producing water. See the water coming out of there? This is a cactus. It's called pear cactus in English. If you take some of these, you do this, well, suddenly you have water on the ground. So agroforestry, I think, is one of the main ways of reconciling the two goals, the economic and environmental goals. Because you can produce and have environmental benefits at the same time.
Dieser Druck auf die Waldflächen in Brasilien hängt leider Gottes auch sehr stark mit unserem eigenen Konsum zusammen. Es findet immer noch Entwaldung statt, um Rindfleisch zu produzieren, sowohl für den heimischen Markt in Brasilien, aber auch für den Export nach Deutschland, nach Europa. Ein Großteil der Futtermittelindustrie in Europa basiert auf
Perfect. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ingrid Timbo. I'm the policy director at an organization called the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, one of the core partners of the Water Pavilion at COP26. And it is such a pleasure to welcome you all officially to week 2 of the first ever Water and Climate Pavilion at a UNFCCC COP. I hope that all of you are as energized as I was from last week. We've had dozens of sessions on everything from nature-based solutions to energy to finance and community-led adaptation. And today we're going to kick off with a very, very full day specifically focused on adaptation and resilience. This is also the theme at the COP overall today as well, so there's tons of sessions happening everywhere, and I hope you're able to join us. You know, there's a reason why this is actually our most packed day. We've already started. We've already had one session from the Australian Water Partnership and their collaborators around the Pacific Islands. And so if you didn't have a chance to see that earlier today, I really, really highly encourage you to check that out on the CWE YouTube page. And we're going to go all the way through 8 p.m. today here in Glasgow with almost 10 sessions because there's so much to talk about when we talk about water, climate change, and adaptation. So I've got our schedule up here. I'm not going to go through everything. If you're here at the pavilion today, you can take a look over by the Coffee Center. We've got a list of all of our sessions that are happening today. I really encourage you to check that out. Before we get started, I just want to give a very quick example of why this is really important from my home and my own personal experience. And so I come from an area of the Great Lakes in North America, shared by the United States and Canada. And this is the ancestral and current home of the Anishinaabe people. And they are still there. They are still protecting these waters. Over here, we've got Gitchigami in the Anishinaabe language, or Lake Superior. And this over here is us canoeing in the Boundary Waters wilderness. This is where I grew up. I grew up in these lakes, and they're being profoundly affected currently by climate change. And one example of this is the cultivation of wild rice, or manumin, which is a traditional food in the Anishinaabe culture. And currently, the Anishinaabe people are working together with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and others to protect this sacred food that has been threatened for actually hundreds of years, but more recently now by climate change. And they're working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, with their scientists, with their traditional knowledge holders to help adapt to the changing climate, to make sure that these traditional first foods are still available for generations to come in the future. And so this is all about collaboration. We're going to hear about many, many different types of collaboration. And I'm really excited to actually just sit and listen today. We heard earlier in the earlier session from Brad Muggeridge at the University of Canberra that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, and it is to listen and to share with one another. And so I'm really excited to be listening to our speakers today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first group. So we have Nick Hepworth and Water Witness International. They're going to be leading a session on the Fair Water Footprint. So Nick, take it away.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. And it's a real honour and a pleasure to welcome you to the global launch of the Glasgow Declaration for Fair Water Footprints this morning. The signing of the declaration is a momentous occasion. We really believe that it marks the beginning of the end of the abuse of water in our global supply chains, which pushes our people and our planet further into vulnerability to disease and climate change. It's the mechanism that will scale up water stewardship so that it becomes the global business norm rather than the exception. So this morning, over the next hour, you're going to hear from the founding signatories of the declaration about why they're signing, why they're showing the leadership right now, and the actions that they envisage around the declaration. We're also going to hear from people out there, from people on the streets of Glasgow and Edinburgh, and young people from across Africa about why the declaration is important for them. And then it's my pleasure to be joined by 4 of the technical experts from within the signatory organisations who are going to get into the detail and talk about how we're actually going to deliver this over the next 10 years. Then we'll hear some closing remarks from other founding signatories, and I'm delighted to say we'll have Henk Hovink, the Dutch Special Envoy, to leave you with some closing thoughts. Of course, we want to hear from you. It's a little bit of a shame that this is a small audience in the pavilion. There should be a link via YouTube for you to send in comments and questions, and we've got a mechanism which allows us to look at those and see those through the session. So I was going to introduce you to Kate Lamb, the Global Water Lead at CDP, who's been one of the architects of this declaration. Sadly, Kate's not so well this morning. Get well, Kate. So I'm going to talk us through the background to the declaration and why it's so important. To start that process, I'm going to show us a short animation, which should be shown about now. Thanks.
How fair is your water footprint? Nearly everything we buy takes a huge amount of water to produce. It takes 200 litres of water to make just 1 glass of orange juice. 8,000 litres of water to put together just 1 pair of jeans. And 12,000 litres of water goes into making your mobile phone. Put another way, the average UK household uses 2 bathtubs full of water each day through taps and toilets, and 72 bathtubs via the water embedded in the food and other goods it consumes. Often these are grown or made in places where water is in short supply or which face an increasingly chaotic climate. Where water is used irresponsibly within our water footprints, we are driving water crises. Where farms overdraw groundwater to irrigate crops, we increase the risk of drought and water conflict. Where metal mines produce toxic pollution, we push nature to the edge of extinction. And where factories overuse and pollute local water sources, we deny local communities the human right to safe water and sanitation. Research suggests that over 50% of the UK's water footprint is unsustainable, contributing to degradation and depletion of other people's water. But our water footprints don't have to be a bad thing. In fact, when water is used responsibly, our consumption creates much needed jobs, green growth and resilience to climate change, which gives you power and influence over how the world's water is used. A fair water footprint means no pollution, sustainable withdrawals, access to safe water supplies, toilets and hand washing, protecting and working with nature, and planning for droughts and floods.
So it's time for all of us to ensure that we have a fair water footprint. Businesses and companies should demonstrate responsible water use throughout their supply chains. Certification against the Global Water Stewardship Standard is a reliable sign of good practice. Banks, investors and pension funds should end support for water abusers and target investment towards responsible water stewards by strengthening due diligence and disclosure. Governments should ensure that stronger policy and laws are in place and implemented so that water is respected at home and in our globalised supply chains. Join the Fair Water Footprint Declaration and Partnership for Action at COP26 and help to transform the way the world uses water. Let us work together and lead the way to the resilient, sustainable and fair water future that we all need.
Yep. To build on the animation, to illustrate why we need this declaration so urgently, I want to introduce you to 2 people. On the left is Langsu Mumbalunga. Langsu is a farmer. He lives next to Chingola copper mine, Africa's biggest copper mine in Zambia. The copper mine makes the metal that is used in mobile phones like this one and the one that you've got in your pockets and the computers that you're probably watching this through. The copper mines sadly polluted the local groundwater with acid mine drainage and the local rivers, such that during the dry season, Lang Su can't access the water that he needs to water his crops, and neither, like thousands of his neighbors, can he access water, safe water to drink from the local environment. On the right-hand side is Jorge Checa. Jorge has managed a farm for 25 years in Ica in Peru. They grow avocados, grapes, and figs. And ever since the boom in asparagus production in Ica to feed the tables and the supermarkets of Europe and the US, Jorge's been locked into conflict with the new water prospectors in Ica. Even though he's invested significantly in deepening the boreholes that he needs to water his crops in the dry season, he's struggling to access the water that he needs. And the water has gone salty because of over-abstraction, such that it threatens his entire operation and the jobs of the 700 farmers or 700 workers that work on his farm. So like millions of people around the world, Jorge and Lang Su need us to ensure that our water footprints are fair. Our consumption dictates their well-being, their livelihoods, and their resilience to climate change. They need us to end the pollution and over-abstraction of water in our global supply chains. So building on this human case, the science for this is unequivocal. Oh. Okay. The science is unequivocal. So the IPCC report, AR6, tells us that we are now locked into an ever more frequent, intense cycle of droughts and floods. The IPBES report tells us that freshwater ecosystems are under most pressure, and we're losing freshwater species at a faster rate than any other species on the planet. And the economic case is there for better water management. The World Bank tells us that unless we get better at managing our water, some parts of the world are going to be pushed towards losing 60% of GDP growth by 2050. Just to put that in perspective, that's probably a little bit more than the impact of COVID. At the same time, the UN General Assembly tells us that we're severely off track on the water-related SDGs. Now, we believe that more than at any time, we've got an opportunity to change this story. And let me tell you why. We've been gifted the work of two brilliant scientists. Tony Allen won the World Water Prize for inventing the idea of virtual water, that water use is embedded in the goods, services that we consume. Building on that work, Arjen Hoekstra developed the idea of water footprint, which allowed us to trace the water needed to produce the goods we consume, or to supply a citizen or a town or a city or a country or a company, and it allowed us to trace that water use to sometimes distant catchments of production. And their work gives us new ways to think about water and to ask questions about the impacts and who's winning and losing through the water use that we use to supply our food, our clothes, and our other goods. And that provides us with an opportunity and an obligation to ensure that that water use is fair and sustainable. The other good news is that a lot of the mechanisms and tools that we need to ensure the sustainable use of water in our supply chains are already at hand. The hard work of organizations like the Alliance for Water Stewardship, CDP, CEO Water Mandate, GIZ, and many others, and a group of leading corporations, gives us the models that we need to scale up good water stewardship in our supply chains. We've also got lessons from 30 years of experience of making markets sustainable in other sectors. So we've been able to learn from the seafood sector, the forestry, from plastics, about how we can pull the levers of change to transform the use of resources in our supply chains. What's been lacking until now has been the global leadership to get this change in place. Now, I've been awed by the level of ambition that's been shown by the leaders of this declaration, the signatories of this declaration. The UK, the Dutch, Finland, Peru, Panama, Malawi, Madagascar, Unilever, Sainsbury's, Danone, Diageo, have joined a group of NGOs to set the ambition over the next 10 years, which will get us towards delivery of SDG 6. That leadership needs to be recognised and they need to be congratulated. Because this declaration is a significant leap forward. It commits the signatories to ensuring by 2030 that in their global supply chains, or the supply chains they have control and influence over, that there will be zero water pollution. They will take action for a fair water footprint by 2030 within the business operations and supply chains over which they have control and influence. I neglected to mention Evergreen and Actium, the investors that have joined this declaration. So what do we actually mean by a fair water footprint? Well, it means that there is zero water pollution in that supply chain. Not zero discharge, but zero negative impact. And this definition has been around in legal texts for 50 years or more, so it's not a radical ask. It's actually a legal requirement in most territories in the world. A fair water footprint sees sustainable water withdrawals, so not taking more from the environment that can be replenished through hydrological cycle, and not denying the needs of other water users downstream. It also requires the protection and restoration of nature, so using nature-based solutions, regenerative agriculture, ensuring that everybody in that supply chain has access to safe water, sanitation and hygiene, and importantly, ensuring that that supply chain plans for droughts and flood events and resilience to conflict, and that all that water use is legal. Yeah. So this isn't that radical. What's radical is the new mechanisms we're going to put in place to make sure that this becomes the reality. So in addition to the shared commitment of a fair water footprint by all signatories, there are individual commitments from each of the signatory constituencies: governments, business, financiers, and civil society and external support agencies. What's going to happen next? We've got the ministers signed on Friday. There's the global launch today. By next year, we will have firm plans from each of the signatories on how they will deliver this, and the indicators that will be set out and measured against to track progress and hold them to account for realising this over the next years. We'll meet annually to stock take progress, and we intend, with this small group of pioneers, to show how this can be done, so that by 2023 in UN Water, we're ready to take the mechanism to scale and get hundreds of signatories rather than the 28 we have today. Great. Okay. Just going back to my agenda, I'm now going to hand over to Nancy Tembo. Okay. She's coming through security. So we're going to go to Jan Wahlberg, the Chief Climate Change Negotiator for Finland. Finland have played a really important role in this. As soon as they heard about it, they said, yes, this is what we're doing anyway, and we will join you. So I want a personal thanks to Finland and your colleagues for their support in the initiative, and I'm delighted to hand over to you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Finland has 9% of the area is covered by lakes. It's a country of water, and it's I don't know, for my foreign minister, water diplomacy is one of the key figures in our action. So I think it's really appropriate that we are among the 28 pioneers. Like you said, I think let's hope that this group will expand rapidly. So I would just like to say a few words first about perhaps why Finland is signing to this agreement. I think there are two critical aspects that we need to take into account. One is the central role of water in both adaptation and mitigation efforts, and the other one is sustainability of production and consumption along international value chains. So it is in the key, water is in the key of all these ecosystems, interdependencies and responsibilities. And despite, I mentioned we have tons of lakes, 180,000 lakes. Depending on estimates, 50 to 80% of the water footprint of Finland consumption lies actually abroad. So that means that our water ecosystem, it is truly international and independent. Finland promotes the management of water resources in an integrated and sustainable manner, both nationally and internationally. Our aim is to secure sufficient availability of good quality water for the environment and all water uses, human consumption, industry, energy, food, and fiber production. Finnish Waterway, which is an international water strategy of us, supports the stewardship and partnerships. And I think this fair water footprint helps us in this partnership building and stewardship. Then a few words on the actions we intend to take in the declaration. We have set a high bar for Finnish companies with the national target for them to become leaders in water stewardship by 2030. A growing number of Finnish companies is committing to water stewardship via national and international initiatives, and this declaration provides an important framework for them. We are looking into opportunities for further deployment, water footprinting and water stewardship principles and approaches to water regional management, public procurement, development cooperation, due diligence and alike. So this current footprint could be turned into a fair and sustainable water handprint. While we consider leadership of governments and businesses central, I think we cannot forget the role of education and research, media and civil society to ensure that we are working towards targets that are aligned with public interest and that are science-based. And then let me finish by kind of a message to the other delegates to join us in this effort. Why do we think this is so important? For Finland, the declaration provides an opportunity to work as a champion. And by signing this declaration, we hope to spur fruitful debate and collective action to feed into the development of water stewardship policies and practices beyond our borders as well. But it's kind of no-brainer to be a champion without colleagues and competition. So there is no point unless we have others participating in this race as well. We thus call the delegates from other countries, companies, investors, NGOs and research organizations to join us in the race for water stewardship and fair and sustainable water footprints that is now starting. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. We're just waiting for Nancy Tembo, who's the Minister of Environment and Forestry from Malawi. We're going to go, while she arrives, we're going to go to Michael Alexander, who is the Head of Global Sustainability at Diageo. Diageo played a key role in the development of water stewardship over the past 10, 15 years. And Water Witness has done some really interesting work with them in their supply chains across Africa. So I'm delighted to welcome Michael to give us your perspectives of the importance of this declaration.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for the invitation to speak briefly. So the question, why would Diageo want to sign this declaration, and why would we want to be an early mover to sign this declaration? I think first and foremost, if we look at our own strategy, it's about helping us deliver our 2030 ambition on water stewardship. So we make no bones about it, it's about helping us deliver our strategy, a strategy that many other businesses have similar ones of, and therefore another reason for businesses to sign up. But I think the most important thing for us across this, and in addition to helping us deliver our strategy, would be around the collaboration opportunities. So we know, just like every other business, that we can't achieve our ambition without collaborating with others, without the collective action that we all talk about. And we're involved in a number of initiatives to try to drive collective action in different priority basins where we're located. We brew and distill our products in about 30 different countries around the world. About a third of our volume is brewed and distilled in highly water-stressed areas. So we have an obligation, we have a business driver, and and a real strong rationale for investing in water stewardship, but we can't do it alone. In order to address and tackle the systemic issues in our basins where we're operating, we need to work collaboratively. And this initiative helps us do that. It also holds us to account. So a declaration is not signed lightly by our business. It holds us to account to our strategy, to our commitments, to our targets, and that's hugely important. And another important part of why we signed was the inclusivity nature of it. We recognize we don't do it in isolation, we've got to do it with others, but we've also got to do it in an inclusive way. So if we look at gender or ethnic diversity, whatever we're looking at in our water basins and the issues that we're tackling, we want to do it inclusively. And this declaration, importantly, holds us to account to do it inclusively. So we do think it's important in terms of that option, that driver as well. I think one of the big drivers for us joining the declaration was around government engagement as well. So in many respects, many companies have been talking to each other, to other NGOs, to other stakeholders. We all agree that water stewardship is important, but we haven't got the scale and acceleration that we need at the moment. But by introducing a declaration which governments and businesses and civil society and NGOs and others are all at one, and the statement of intent is really powerful for us. So when we can go and speak to our governments locally where we're operating, we have a joint intent, we have a framework in which we can have a conversation. And that's hugely important for us in terms of engaging with government. And this declaration, I think, is the first in which we've signed jointly with government on progressive water stewardship. So I'd probably just end by saying that, we can see a very strong and compelling case for signing the declaration. We know it's going to help us deliver our ambition. Part of our ambition demands us to work collectively, collaboratively with others in the priority basins where we operate. We need to do it inclusively. We need to do it critically with government, and we need to do it with other businesses as well. So I think this declaration pulls it all together. It's very compelling for us. It's a very strong call to action for other businesses and other stakeholders to join the declaration and to demonstrate that we really need to address the water crisis. So thank you, and look forward to hearing the rest of this conversation.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. You talked about accountability. One of the unique things about this partnership is that we're working together, business, governments, civil society, and universities and banks. We're going to hear now from Barbara Schreiner, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Water Integrity Network, the leading accountability organisation looking at water issues globally. Barbara's joining us by a recorded message from Berlin, which should be with us shortly.
Not only to commit to this important declaration, but also to speak today. Let me begin by introducing you to someone. Portia Mkhwanazi lives in Carolina, a small town in South Africa. She's a single mother of 3, Lerato, a girl of 4, Pretty, a girl of 6, and her firstborn son, who's just turned 11. She's unemployed. She used to work as a cleaner at a local hairdresser, but COVID forced the hairdresser to close, and she lost her job. She and her children live in a one-room shack on the outskirts of the tired town. She and her 3 children live at the center of a perfect storm. She has no tap near her shack. Even if she did, the water would be unusable. The taps in Carolina dispense acid water, caused by acid mine drainage from coal mines. At one point, the water in Bushmanspruit Dam, Carolina's main water supply, had a pH of 3.7, slightly above that of lemon juice. Portia Mkhwanazi doesn't have the money to buy bottled water. She's dependent on the municipality to provide her with potable water, a challenge that they're not meeting. The coal that is polluting her water is exported to power industry and homes in far-off countries, or burned in South African power stations. Mrs. Mkhwanazi can't afford the electricity that it produces. She uses a paraffin stove and candles. The coal that is polluting her water is driving climate change. Her world is changing. It's getting hotter, there's less rain, but more frequent and powerful storms, all of which makes growing vegetables to feed her 3 children increasingly difficult. No mining company around Carolina has come forward to take responsibility for the contamination of the water. Non-compliance with environmental and water legislation has been facilitated by the failure of government regulators to take action. Banks and financial institutions have failed to conduct proper diligence on mining projects. And so, Portia Mkhwanazi and her 3 children sit at the center of a perfect storm. Portia Mkhwanazi is why this declaration matters, why it is urgent and important, and why it must be translated into immediate and lasting action. The Water Integrity Network has a vision of a world with equitable and sustained access to water, decent sanitation, and a clean environment, which is no longer threatened by corruption, by greed, by dishonesty, or willful malpractice. We've chosen to sign this declaration because we believe it is an important step in ensuring accountable, transparent and equitable water use. We believe it is an important step in improving integrity in water use practices. We believe it is an important step in holding those with power accountable in terms of their responsibilities, while protecting the rights of the powerless. We believe it is an important commitment in advancing global water justice and ensuring that Portia Mkhwanazi and her 3 children are no longer at the mercy of that perfect storm. We encourage all those with the power to make a difference, be they in the private sector, government, or civil society, to commit to the Glasgow Declaration for Fair Water Footprints to achieve water justice for Portia Mkhwanazi and all those like her around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Some powerful thoughts there from Barbara Schreiner. We're going to go now to citizens' voices. So the team have been out on the streets of Edinburgh and Glasgow this past week to share the great news of this declaration with the public and get their thoughts on it and their feedback, with some messages to delegates at COP. We've also benefited from a link to an amazing organisation called Earth Guardians, who supports young people to speak out on the issues that matter to them across Africa. So we've got a short video to show to you now.
Lakini kwa ajili ya miundombinu mibovu au matajiri wakubwa waliojenga viwanda wametuchafulia mazingira.
Kiwanja cha Polista, cha Ngozi, hapo vyote viko jirani. Ndio hawana bwawa pale la kumwagia maji, wanamwagia mtoni. Hata ukifuatilia unakuta ile maji yanapoingilia.
Kwa mizuri tu, kama sababu kuona samaki wengi, kambale wale, pelege. Lakini sasa hivi hakuna kiumbe cha aina yote kinachoweza kuishi katika maji kutokana na uchafuzi wa mazingira.
Just suck it up, can I say that? And just get on with it, because we're tired of excuses and something needs to be done like yesterday.
We're not asking leaders to do anything other than listen to what the population, and I hope that through COP26 and activists and people marching that we can get a message for leaders to listen.
Just hope to goodness to think about the next generation to come and the generation after that.
I don't want to take other children's water. I don't want to deplete the planet. We need to take action now, not tomorrow. We need a fair water footprint.
Get out in front. Be the innovator. If you want a legacy, if you want to be remembered well, if you want to look your grandchildren in the eye, you do this now.
World leaders, we need your help, and we call upon you right now as the youth to support the declaration.
As we all agree, water is life.
L'accès à l'eau de qualité est un droit humain vital pour la dignité de chaque être humain.
Call upon all relevant stakeholders to lend us a helping hand.
If this is not observed, then the future generations might end up suffering.
Support the declaration, for together we are one. Together we can make change.
Great, some powerful voices there from out on the streets. So next up we have the panel discussion. So if I can welcome Andrew Roby from the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. Andrew is a climate change advisor and water resource lead at FCDO. We're also going to be joined online by Rick Hodgeboom, who's the CEO of the Water Footprint Network, by Nadia Fransen, who's the Responsible Investment Officer at Actium, one of Holland's leading asset management companies. And we're going to be joined by Serene Malik, who is the Executive Director of the African Civil Society Network on Water, again, who've been a key driving force behind the declaration. Welcome, Rick.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Just to guide this discussion, I've got a slide that's going to help us organize our thoughts a little bit. Are you okay to put the PowerPoint up? Next one. Next one. Great, that's the one. Okay, so this is a way of thinking about the levers of change that we need to pull on to get fair water footprints. And of course, this doesn't happen in a linear fashion. There are many complex feedback loops and interactions. But we think, in fact, we're informed by what's happened in other markets, that these are the levers of change and the constituencies to work with to get us to fair water footprints by 2030. And the multiple benefits for society and nature that will be delivered and the delivery of SDG 6. So what we're saying here is that we need knowledge and evidence of what's really going on and what works for water stewardship and fair water footprints. And that influences and drives citizen demand and civil society pressure for change. And that in turn can inspire new political leadership to put new regulations in place to change policy, which in turn can influence the way that global finance works and in turn influences the reach and behavior of corporations and companies in our global supply chains. Now, we've been lucky enough to partner with an organization called the International Institute for Environment Development, who've been able to harvest evidence of how this works in other sectors. So, for example, they're sharing knowledge with us about how, for example, knowledge and evidence on the impact of plastics triggered very rapidly a public outrage and a political response, such that in 2017 there was a TV show, Blue Planet, revealed the situation with single-use plastics and the impacts it causes in our oceans. And just a year later, widespread legal change to control the use of plastics, which has then triggered change within the private sector, such that in the UK, we've seen a reduction in single-use plastics by 40% in just 2 years' time. And we're on track to eliminate single-use plastics by 2025. So they've also harvested lessons from the seafood sector, from forestry, from agriculture commodities, which gives us important lessons about the links between these different levers of change, so that we can focus our efforts over the next 10 years. It also gives important lessons about accountability, about not excluding smaller producers that we need to learn from in this journey. So I'm now going to call on, I think it's Rick first, just to get his thoughts. Obviously, the Water Footprint Network have done an enormous amount to lay the foundations for this declaration with the science and the methodology. I'd like to call on Rick just to get his thoughts on how research, knowledge and evidence can push us towards the action that we need over the next 10 years.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you. Welcome to COP.
Well, thank you. Remotely, unfortunately, but that's fine because of the technology. First of all, thanks, Nick, for having me here. And also, I would like to congratulate all the signatories for supporting this very important declaration. I'm very grateful that we also, as the Water Footprint Network, can be part of this. And I find it very, very important, relevant, and exciting. But if you ask from the perspective of the scientific community how we can make it happen, these fair water footprints, then let me just be bold. I think that we can make the fair water footprints happen because we know how to do it. And that's, of course, very short. So let me try to unpack that shortly for a bit. Water footprint assessment has a very strong academic backing. Almost 20 years ago, you already mentioned the late Professor Arjen Hoekstra kickstarted the water footprint research, as he saw how these global dimensions to water resources management were being overlooked in traditional discourses. And the core idea, and I would like to emphasize that, that is behind this, is that water demand and pollution are ultimately driven by consumption of goods and services that require water in their production. And therefore, it makes sense to study this consumption of goods and services in relation to their water use. And we have seen a very nice animation of that already. But from that core concept, over the last 2 decades, this concept has grown, it has matured scientifically, and we have developed tested methods, not only to measure footprints, but also to trace the water use and pollution, and to put these footprints in their proper context. So we can now assess whether those footprints are sustainable. Will they harm ecosystems or biodiversity? Are those footprints efficient, or is the water being wasted or polluted unnecessarily? And importantly for this declaration, is that footprint fair? What will it do to competition between different user groups? Who will win and who will lose? So in short, we know a great many things about that water footprint. We know where the hotspot areas lie. We know what sectors are contributing most to water scarcity and pollution. We know what sectors are at risk because of this water scarcity and pollution. And I think most importantly, perhaps, is that we know how to improve these footprints in their local context and in their global context. But there's a catch, because that may be a theoretical knowledge. And even though there are great inspiring cases of front-runner companies and governments that have implemented successful water stewardship practices to address their footprints in practice, I think that this implementation really needs a boost, and that this implementation lag is because we do not have all the actors together that we need. From the onset in water footprint assessment, we already knew that if we were to arrive at sustainable, efficient, and fair water footprints, that was a shared responsibility where each actor had to play a role. Of course, we can study it from the outside, from our well-known ivory towers, but in the end, we will need the primary producers, the farmers, the companies, but also the policymakers, the regulators, the financial institutions, and what I started with, the consumers eventually to join us in this. And I think that the declaration brings together many representatives of such actor groups, which I reckon is very important to facilitate that collective action that earlier speakers have also addressed. So very specifically what we can do, and with that I mean the Water Footprint Network specifically, but also the broader scientific water community, we are eager to support all actors to better understand the footprints, to measure it, to contextualize it, to reduce it, and to make it fairer. The tools and the knowledge are there, so let's do it, and let's make those water footprints fair.
Thanks, Rick. That's fantastic, and we're thrilled to get the opportunity to work with you over the next few years to get this all in place. And congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to go now to Serene Malik, who is the Executive Director of the African Civil Society Network on Water. Serene and her network represent the 400 million Africans that lack safe water and sanitation. Serene's been a really dynamic driving force behind this declaration. In fact, it's a challenge that she made, I think, to Minister Lord Goldsmith a couple of years ago that really got us rolling on this. So it's a real honour I hope she's there. She's joining from Kenya. Serene.
Here, Nick.
Oh, excellent. Wow. Great to see you. Serene, what's civil society's role in all this?
Well, first and foremost, hi everyone. Good afternoon, good morning. And again, thank you very much for putting us on the stage and really giving us this platform to engage. I'll share it with everyone. I did have a bit of an emotional moment on Friday when Anu was up there on stage, signing giving the speech, signing the declaration. So this is really a big step forward for us, and also venturing into new grounds. Now, I think just the way Rick mentioned, we already have experience in terms of how do we make this happen. As civil society, of course, we know it's politics and power, as well as enabling people to claim their rights to water and sanitation, no matter what shape or form that would take. What we've been seeing and what we as civil society have been leaning on are these partnerships, collaboration, joint statements that are actually being signed. So we're seeing a lot more of this being put on paper. And that honestly is huge progress, because it shows that there is a healthy respect for these partnerships, for collaboration, for the various roles that the different constituencies would play. But just very quickly, in terms of how would we make it happen and how would we unpack it? So a number of things. First and foremost, of course, is really looking at the implementation of some of these policies, or the development of some of these policies and laws that will allow fair water footprint, that will hold some of these sector players more accountable. Now, the idea is that these laws are already in place, but we are discovering little by little that, as new dimensions are added to the sector, there's a need for these policies to be a lot more responsive. And this is where I think civil society really comes in terms of evidence-based research, identifying, where the gaps and the loopholes, like the reports that have been issued recently, and then moving towards the action part. Now, I like quoting Nick on this, and I think this is a really important statement, where in the Water Witness report, it was found and it was discovered that 80% of the social accountability initiatives that have been undertaken by civil society yielded successful results. And that in itself speaks, I think, really speaks to the issue. An issue like this does require a certain element of oversight and social accountability. It requires the mobilization of communities at the ground. We saw from the videos where, we have people talking about, polluters discharge into their rivers and everything that comes with that. But who is bringing that voice at the big boys and girls table? It's generally civil society organizations. And I think that is really something critical to remember, where we make the invisible visible. At, of course, the policymakers level, we've seen across the continent civil society organizations mobilize, have tremendous convening power in terms of bringing the leadership to the table, tabling some of these issues, and already starting a discussion and a number of advocacy initiatives, raising awareness. So it's really a panoply of different initiatives and interventions that ultimately lead to the changes that we want to see. And finally, I think the issue of gender and geography, which is something really critical. And lately, civil society has been really been vocal on the issues of how of how climate impacts affect women and girls and affect vulnerable communities. And this also, speaks to a bit of the fair water footprints. It speaks to the issues of stewardship. All these videos that we have seen, except the one that Nick showed, shows that ultimately it's actually women that are heavily impacted by what is going on. So that's really, in summary, I'll keep it short in terms of why civil society organizations. We understand power and politics, and we have experience in enabling people to claim their rights. We have become masters of partnerships. We're seeing more and more civil society organizations expanding their memberships to include private sector, who have already ventured into water stewardship and have built a certain amount of capacity in there. The only thing we need, of course, are resources and your support. Over. Thank you.
Brilliant. Key points there. I'm going to go now to Andrew Roby, who, again, has been a real driving force behind this effort, and together with Lord Goldsmith, has really helped us get over the line with it. So, Andy, I'm going to ask you, what can governments do to pull these levers of change? What role do you foresee for both governments like the UK's, but also your counterpart governments in other parts of the world to pull the levers for system change that will deliver fair water footprints by 2030?
Thanks, Nick, and thanks a lot to your leadership in this. And we shouldn't go mutually backslapping each other too much, but I've got to say it's been an amazing last 4 months, just moving from August through to November and having 28 signatories on this. It's personally something of huge satisfaction to see this progress, but it's just the start. We keep saying the work starts tomorrow. Actually, it will start tomorrow with the planning of what action we are going to take as a group of countries, companies, and other organisations, because that partnership from the UK government point of view is absolutely crucial. We don't like doing things on our own. It's been a long time since we called ourselves an empire when we ruled the waves, and this is certainly not the place and the time for that. And I just wanted to come back to something Michael said. Diageo, when I first moved into the water sector from years on forestry, there is a lack of space for consultation. And I think Sareen made that point extremely well as well. We're not hearing the voices around the table at the right time and the right place to make change happen. From a government point of view, I see three levers that we have, three things that the UK brings to this. We've brought some leadership with Lord Goldsmith and others, and through the COP26 presidency, that's quite a powerful voice, and we can do much more in that space. And we will continue to use our water diplomacy, to go back to Jan's point, to build that constituency in our countries through our 14,000 diplomats that we have. But we've also got a certain amount of control over our markets as we regulate markets, as we can subsidise, although I don't think this is the place for subsidy at all. And we can encourage companies and other players to take water stewardship much more seriously through disclosure mechanisms, through our public procurement policies for products, all sorts of ways like that. And thirdly, we've got development assistance. And obviously you've heard some of the commitments over the last week in nature-based solutions and adaptation. And the UK has a large fund available for that. And so I'm going to be pulling together a development program to support people like Sareen and ANU, to support the space building and the evidence gathering, to build capacity in governments and in other organisations to bring about the change. Ultimately, having worked on the timber side for maybe 15 years, I see the power of consumer countries working with countries like Malawi to build partnerships together. We want this work to foster good business and investment in the supply chain. This isn't about divestment. It isn't about pulling business away from developing countries. This is absolutely not on our agenda. And if this program does that, we would be very, very worried and wanting to address that. We want to see engagement with supply chains on water security so that the case, for instance, of the asparagus in Peru can be multiplied up all over the world. I'll stop there for now. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks very much, Andy. We're going to go now to Nadja Fransen in Holland. What excites me about this initiative is that it's working with some really powerful constituencies concurrently to get towards the same end. So we've heard from civil society and the science community, from government. We're going to be working with the finance community. Now, the finance is hugely powerful. So they control the levers of our global economy. So I'm going to hand over to Nadja now to get her thoughts on how banks and investors can help us get to where we need to be by 2030 on water.
Thank you, Nick. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just first want to say that as Actiam, we are proud to be engaged in this declaration. We are working to support the transition to a more sustainable society already for some years. And unfortunately, in this transition in society, we see a lot of attention being paid to climate change, to some extent also to biodiversity, which are all very important, of course, but water is not always receiving also the attention it deserves. And therefore, we think this declaration is very important. We have already heard it more often these days. Insufficient care for water can have detrimental effects, and CDP actually already concluded that the cost of inaction for companies could be 5 times higher the cost of action. And that, of course, also from a financial actor perspective, is a risk for us, because if these companies face operational disruptions due to a lack of water or due to community conflicts on water, then this can affect their equity prices and also affect our returns on our investment portfolio. So therefore, we have in place already a target to reach water neutrality in our investment portfolios by 2030. And we are actually very happy to be supporting this target also by signing this declaration. I believe the potential for the financial sector to force change is huge. The sector already showed leadership at Climate Action 100+, in which over 600 investors that represent $60 trillion US in assets under management are united to provoke change with companies that are leading in the field of carbon emission, that have high carbon emissions. And it would be great if we can incite a similar effort in the field of water as well through this declaration and through enhanced cooperation that could be forced by this declaration. I think the 2 most valuable means that the financial sector has at its disposal to pressure companies to more sustainably manage water resources are, first, by carefully selecting companies to ensure that money flows to those companies that have sustainable water management or that provide solutions that can help in this, in solving this water crisis. And on the other hand, also stewardship can help. Stewardship with those companies that have lagging water management to pressure for improvement, for example, by talking to those companies or by issuing shareholder resolutions on their general meetings, etc. Research actually reveals also that this could have a very positive effect. I think the results range from 18 to 60% that of cases where shareholder activity has actually provoked change at companies, and then the lower percentages have actually been a longer time in the past. And it's often not always only those companies that are targeted by the shareholders, but also there are spillover effects to companies with overlapping directorships. So I think this, it's fair to say that the financial sector can have an important influence on companies' water management. We also see this in our own experience. We have been engaging on companies on water management for quite some time already. And more recently, we do see the developments that there is an increased interest from companies. They are asking us how we view sustainable water management, what type of targets they could implement, what are best practices, and they ask us to share learning. So I think this is a really interesting development, and it could even gain more momentum when we all sign this declaration and when we cooperate to achieve and promote fair water footprints. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. That's a brilliant contribution. And it is important to recognise the leaders that have come forward here. You know, we recognise how hard this is going to be. But what's been really inspiring over the past few months has been the level of ambition we've seen of people saying, yeah, we need to do this and we're ready to work together and roll up our sleeves to get it done. We know it's going to be hard, but if we've got a learning-centred approach, we can do it iteratively. We can say, right, these are the mechanisms we need to use. Let's try it. And if it's hard, if it doesn't work, let's work out why and what else we can do to get there. We really don't have any other option. Now, amongst those leaders, we ought to recognise Malawi. Right from the offset, Malawi has co-led this initiative with bold leadership from Minister Nancy Tembo and the team and civil society and scientists in Malawi. Malawi is already a leader on water stewardship. Some of the work they're doing there within their smallholder cooperatives on rice, on sugar, on tea is phenomenal. And the lessons that we all need to learn are emerging from the warm heart of Africa. Now, Nancy, the minister, is sadly stuck in security somewhere, but I'm delighted that we've got Dr. Ntapanyama, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Forestry and Natural Resources, who's kindly agreed to step in and say a few words for Malawi. You're warmly welcome. You can take off your mask and we can hear you better.
Good morning, distinguished participants. Apologies for the minister. I think she must be stuck somewhere, but she committed herself to come to this launch of the declaration on fair water footprint. As you are aware, Malawi has signed this declaration, and we have signed it not just because we feel that we have to sign it, but we know that water is very important. And it is a very critical nature resource in the country. That's why we are trying as much as possible to protect it, because our agriculture depends on water. In terms of the women, in terms of even the industry, as we go towards Malawi Agenda 2063, water is very critical. Because we can go, our vision is for industrialization. If we need to go into industrialization full throttle, we need water, but we need to use it sustainably. We have faced a number of problems before. Schools closed down early because of lack of water. We've also faced a lot of problems where agriculture production depends on water, because we don't use water in the rainy season only. We use water in agriculture production, especially in irrigation. So water is very critical for Malawi, and that's why we signed this declaration. And we're very thankful that you also recognize Malawi as one of the pioneers in terms of water programs. And we also know that climate change has affected the water sector. It is one of the sectors that has been affected completely. And we are trying as much as possible that most of the projects also include watershed management, because we know that if we manage our natural resources, we are also, in terms of forestry and land management, we are also managing our water. We are increasing our water. We've seen different things happening when we have managed our natural resources. We've seen rivers that have not been flowing starting to flow just because we have managed our water resources. And as I indicated, while we do promote massive agriculture production and also massive industry, we want to use water sustainably. That's very critical for Malawi. So there are many things that I can say. I know that we really don't have much time, but we are so thankful that we could, our minister decided that we really need to declare and also be interested, because all our economy depends on water. And we will walk the talk. As I indicated earlier on, I keep on saying it again and again. We are committed to this because water is very critical. We have seen the problems that we have faced before, and we would like to have water and maximize the use of water, but maximize it sustainably. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ntapanyama. I hope I haven't garbled your name too badly. Thanks for stepping up and helping us at late notice. Yeah, please. Great. So we've got a little bit of time now for questions from the public. Now, this cuts through this declaration. It's inclusive. We want to hear people's voices. It's participatory. So the technology hopefully has enabled us to hear, for you to ping in some messages via the YouTube link or other means of connection. So I've got a few questions here. I'm going to draw on the help of the panel to try and answer some of them. The first question here is, we don't know who it's from, but what accountability mechanisms will be applied to prevent the corporate capture of the declaration and the dilution of the more ambitious targets? Serene, are you with us? Can you help us answer this one, or have you checked out?
No, I'm here, Nick.
Do you want to have a first stab at that? I've got some more ideas myself, but how do we avoid corporate capture in this?
I think we, as civil society, we have experience of what we call local elite capture, where we have initiatives or programs that are usually absorbed into much bigger, much more powerful type of entities. Now, in terms of mitigating that, I think it's really in terms of the partnerships and the collaboration, but also that Malaysia, like the rules of engagement among. Now, I'll give you an example, Nick. For example, in Kenya, we know that the Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the only non-state entity that actually has breakfast meetings with the president or members from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And on a number of occasions, we've had civil society try and piggyback on some of these initiatives to make sure that some of our messages actually go through. So that is one way of working. On the other hand, it's also in terms of keeping the momentum going in terms of what activities we're doing, counter messaging where we need to. And I think the more important one is the convening of some of these platforms and some of these partnerships. We will not see private sector convene that much. It's usually within the space of civil society to do that. So that gives a certain advantage to civil society to lead a bit on the discussion and to set the agenda where it can. So this is some of the methods that we have used in terms of managing some of these captures. Where it gets not problematic, but it is the desired state, is when the state itself comes in and picks up or absorbs or uptakes or duplicates the effort. Now, sometimes that is usually done as an antagonistic way of working, but sometimes it's not a bad thing in terms of them taking over the issue at hand. So it's in terms of understanding the context that we're working in, understanding the power dynamics of the various players that we have. In the case of Kenya, we have a very powerful private sector alliance, seeing how do we work with them, and also in terms of understanding the interests of the different groups. Thank you, Nick. Thanks, Serene. Just to chime in there, I mean, if this is going to work, it needs to be trusted and legitimate to the public. And there's a challenge there. Let's be clear-eyed about it, because companies are often legally obliged to serve the interests of their shareholders, which don't always overlap with the needs of communities that live downstream of their farms or factories. And so from the very outset, water stewardship has put integrity and accountability at the heart of what it does. Over 10 years ago now, the CEO Water Mandates of the UN Global Compact and GIZ commissioned some work by the Water Integrity Network to develop integrity guidelines for water stewardship initiatives. So there's a lot of work out there for us to lean on, which guidelines around the transparency, inclusion, public interest outcomes that are monitored and tracked, clear indicators to make sure that this has the credibility and legitimacy and avoids the kind of capture that we could invite. Added to that is the role of the Alliance for Water Stewardship Standard, which is a third-party certified standard which verifies
good water stewardship at the site level. Now, we're proud to have been involved in that initiative, and it's now being used, or the development of the standard, and it's now being used around the world by companies including Apple, Unilever, Diageo, and many others to provide oversight and third-party certification of their water stewardship credentials. And the scaling of the standard will be, and its use will be a key element of delivering on fair water footprints. So there are mechanisms to hold all of this to account. There's another question here from the audience that I'm going to put to Andy, or we can reflect on it. What are the resourcing requirements for this initiative, and where might the funding come from to deliver all the hard work that we need to get through in the next years?
As a government official, I'm completely not able to say anything about commitments for spending, except to say that you've heard our grand figures, 11.6 billion that we're going to spend on climate finance, of which 3 billion is for nature, half has to be for adaptation. I'm expecting to get a slice of that, and there are commitments already internally about that, but I can't mention the figures. But I think it's not so much the amount, but it's how it's used. And we're certainly moving from FCDO point of view from building infrastructure into creating the conditions whereby infrastructure is built, for instance. And I think in this case, we're looking at the governance arrangements and how we can support capacity building to enable civil society to hold business and government to account, for instance, to gather the evidence and so on. So, these are not very large sums of money. We're looking at convening spaces here and gathering a bit of science. What has surprised me about the water sector, having come from the forestry sector, is how little calling out is going on. There's lots of stories of woe and so on, but nobody is holding individuals to account. And my government is open to be held to account as well for this. And we're absolutely committed to that. So please take this at its word.
Great. Thanks, Andy. I think you're right. Delivering this isn't going to take huge sums of money. There is some money already in the pot from the Swiss, and they need to be recognised for that contribution. But a lot of this is beyond aid. It's about system change. It's about asking the right questions around investment decision making, in procurement decisions, to get the change we need over the next few years. So what I want to do now is to hand over to some of the other signatories to make some closing remarks. So there's a short video, then I'll hand over to Henk. Just the closing words from me. I think this is a really significant moment. What we've got here is the governments that represent a population of 180 million people on the planet, that represent nominal GDPs of $4.1 trillion, right? They've just committed to zero pollution in their supply chains, sustainable withdrawals, full access to a wash for all workers, protection and working with nature, and planning for droughts and floods. Now that's significant. That gives us the momentum that we need over the next 10 years to deliver a fair water future. Now I can't end without mentioning the momentous events of Saturday when 100,000 people got on the streets in Glasgow demanding change, demanding a better use of natural resources and more equitable use of natural resources. This initiative is delivering on that. And the signatories need to be recognised for the leadership that they're showing. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Tim Wainwright from WaterAid, and I'm absolutely delighted that WaterAid is going to be a founding signatory of the Glasgow Declaration for Fair Water Footprints. It's about mitigation and adaptation. It's about people and planet. This declaration is going to accelerate action on water. Water, well, it's obvious, it's like oxygen. We cannot live without it. Everybody needs sustainable water, everyone in the world. But sustainable water needs collective action. We need to work across boundaries, we need to work across sectors. We need the private sector, the public sector, and the third sector to work together. Like, for instance, how WaterAid is working with its Resilient Water Accelerator, which is a cross-sectoral initiative to get more investment in sustainable water. So this commitment brings together, again, working across sectors, governments, companies, organisations all committing to improve their management of water, improving resilience, improving sustainable water use and preventing pollution. And all of this will go to help people get water, sanitation and hygiene by 2030. For WaterAid's part, what are we doing? We're going to work with the private sector, with our corporate partners, with our supporters, taking tangible action to make sure that global workforces have access to water, sanitation and hygiene. So we're delighted to be a founding signatory, and our congratulations to the organisers for the hard work that's gone into this. It's a good moment. Thank you.
As part of the civil society of Peru, at CEPES, we believe that the Glasgow Declaration for Fair Water Footprints will mark a very important event. Ours is one of those countries that is considered to have severe water scarcity problems in the coming decades. In fact, in the Andean areas of the country, where the main rivers are born, poverty is most concentrated. And from there, water continues to be taken to areas where it is very scarce. Additionally, the overexploitation of groundwater continues, as occurs in the Ica Valley, from where we export water to other countries in the fruits and vegetables produced in areas that until very recently were part of the desert. But it is not only a question of quantity. Added to the impact on water quality by extractive activities such as mining, hydrocarbon exploitation and agriculture is the lack of treatment of industrial and municipal waters. As in the entire region, in Peru we have laws aimed at water care, but these are not complied with or are limited. For them to be applied effectively, an effort from all of us is necessary. Authorities, companies, farmers, residents, and all of us who use water, so that what we frequently affirm is a practical truth: water is a vital element. The approval of this declaration is a step forward, but it also requires that it be more than good news. It needs to be widely disseminated for it to be known. It is also necessary to recognize the seriousness of the current situation, improving the quality of the information available, as well as giving a voice to those who are usually not heard. But above all, the commitment of all is necessary for this declaration to be fulfilled. At CEPES, we will continue to make efforts to recognize the importance of caring for water and the environment in general, to sensitize company and all stakeholders to the urgency of caring for water and its better management. Of course, also the authorities to fulfill their functions, monitor compliance with current regulation, and even more, promote among all actors in society the commitment to use water responsibly. We also used to say that we are citizens of the world. It is time to demonstrate it, adhering to this declaration, and thus try to amend the course we are taking in order to have a more just world in the future, in which water, nature and communities are respected and their ways of life are protected.
Unilever is proud to be a founding signatory to the Glasgow Declaration for Fair Water Footprints. As a global business reaching 2.5 billion consumers every day, we recognise the obligation and an opportunity before us to co-lead the responsible use of natural resources to protect nature and deliver on SDG 6, the human right to water and sanitation. The Glasgow Declaration represents a commitment by countries, companies, banks and civil society to transform the way that water is used in global supply chains by making the responsible stewardship of water the business norm. This is a breakthrough moment which will trigger the collective action needed to deliver the water-related Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 by ensuring that water is well managed and protected. It will make a key contribution to climate change resilience. The 5 commitments within the declaration of zero pollution, sustainable withdrawals, full access to wash, protecting nature and planning for droughts and floods are already embedded in the way Unilever does business. But the declaration will lead to new action and support for water for our suppliers and the transparent disclosure of our credentials as a leading water steward. We will also work with the partners to scale up and champion fair water footprints globally. We call on other companies and countries to join this leadership effort to transform the way that water is used in our global economy for good.
Hello COP26 in Glasgow, I hope you're all doing fine. My name is Muti Khema, team leader with Baseflow, a local organization based in Malawi that is working to improve the sustainability of groundwater resources so that rural populations can have access to safe drinking water. Now, why is my organization focused exclusively on groundwater? The reason for this is because a large majority, about 60 to 63% of my country's population, depends on groundwater for their drinking water needs as well as for general livelihoods. But for the last 2 going on 3 decades, that groundwater resource that so many depend on has been under threat. Between 25 to 30% of hand pump sources, these are water points that tap from the groundwater, are not functioning at any one time. And that number has remained constant for the last 2 decades. And there's growing evidence and even acknowledgement by the government of my country that the groundwater resource is under threat and dwindling, and action must be taken. And this is why today the Glasgow Declaration for Fair Water Footprints is really important, not just to you who are here, but to us as an organization, because we can't solve this problem on our own, and we recognize that, which is why we're looking to partnerships and collaboration together with organizations like Water Witness and others that have signed up to the Declaration for Fair Water Footprints. And this is why we are signing up to it, so that we not only do no harm as is required in the declaration, so that we not only do good as is required within the declaration, but that we can do better for a fair water future for countries like Malawi and others around the world. I hope you also sign up to this declaration as I have. Thank you very much, stay safe, and enjoy the rest of COP26 in Glasgow.
Greetings, my name is Katarina Albuquerque and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Sanitation and Water for All Global Partnership, where we, together with our over 300 partners, including 85 governments, aim and work towards the realization of the human rights to water and sanitation, elimination of inequalities in access to these rights in order to achieve full access to both water, sanitation, but also hygiene at the latest by 2030. The decisions that will be taken in Glasgow this week are pivotal for our collective future and that of future generations. We know that 90% of climate change is felt through weather-related events, and this means that communities find themselves with either too much or too little water. Both extremes jeopardize our fundamental human rights to water and sanitation. As is too often the case, those in the most perilous situations are those who are the most vulnerable and marginalized in numerous other ways, and those that contributed less to climate change. They are also the ones frequently far from the corridors of power where decisions get made. And this must change. As a matter of human rights, states are obliged to ensure that priority is devoted to ensuring that water is available precisely for realizing human rights. For realizing the human rights to water and sanitation, the human right to food, the human right to health, and also the human right to a safe and clean environment, which was recognized by the UN as a human right just last month. The overall water needed for realizing human rights is comparatively small to the ways water gets consumed and used by large-scale agriculture and industry, but it's often not prioritized. Building political will around this prioritization means coming together across sectors and using multi-stakeholder approaches. At SWA, we promote the concept of mutual accountability as a pathway for working together to realize joint objectives. The Glasgow Declaration on Fair Water Footprint is a very important complement to our mutual accountability mechanism and is an opportunity for diverse stakeholders to be concrete in the actions that they will take in order to ensure sustainable water footprints, reduce the water consumption, but also focus first on the realization of human rights. We are very proud to be a signatory to the Glasgow Declaration, and we invite you to join us. Together we can, and indeed we must, forge a new pathway towards a sustainable, green and indeed blue future. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. Thanks so much. First of all, Nick, thanks so much not only for moderating this amazing and inspiring session, but more importantly for all the work you and your team have been doing to get us this far. And I'm pretty sure will get us further. With this energy and this commitment and dedication, we're sure we're gonna hit that marker you put on 2030, and I would say 2023. Yeah? First UN Water Conference organized together with Tajikistan. We have a session after this. I'm pretty sure at that time we have a lineup of countries, businesses, investors, NGOs, and across the world signing up for this water footprint. Fair water footprint. Andy, thanks so much for the UK government's commitment, your minister launching this global call and the Glasgow Declaration on Fair Water Footprint. And some news, the Netherlands will sign too. So not major, but of critical importance in rallying this coalition across the world. We need this. And I would like to highlight two things to that. Yes, as we said with the high-level panel on water, understanding and governance are critical, but valuing water across cultural, environmental, economic, and social factors is of critical importance. And it means taking care of our natural resources, really taking care of water, knowing how to take care of that. That's almost an internal force. But the Fair Water Footprint also touches upon this, here we are, Loss and Damage Day at the COP, about loss and damage in the context of water. This is about this very complex issue of how much water is needed for the consumption of a small part of the world that takes actually the biggest chunk of the water we have. And this is true for our largest economies, our largest investors and producers. And this is, of course, true for our largest consumers. So it really means that taking into account this perspective of loss and damage into how we use and take care of water is of critical importance. And at the COP, that drives change. Because ensuring water management in its full capacity, inclusive, comprehensive and sustainable at the long term, will drive not only adaptation and resiliency and build strong communities, it also drives mitigation and will get us to a 1.5 degree world. So water is your partner, you could say. Invest in water. It trickles down across SDGs, it trickles down towards the 1.5 and our adaptation ambitions. And a fair water footprint holds us not only accountable, because that is the stick, but it is also the carrot. It helps us drive these partnerships, these better solutions that are sustainable. And I've been at this COP talking to private sector investors, governments, NGOs, individuals, activists, young and old from across the world. And they're all very dedicated and committed. But the footprint, the Fair Water Footprint, helps them also on track. It is like, in that sense, a stick of an old woman or man that gives the support, or the young child's little two wheels on the extra two wheels on a bike. You need that level of support to ensure that you go further and beyond. Last, amazing team. I really want to again reiterate those compliments. Also continue to build on the partnership you forged at this COP. And let's make sure we get to the Dushanbe conference next year in Tajikistan, and then beyond to 2023, the UN conference, and have this coalition that drives the massive organizations across the world to have the impact we need for this fair, equitable, sustainable, and resilient water world. Thanks so much. Lots of success. We're here with you, and we're here to stay. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's a hybrid event at this COP26 on water. We have guests here, but we also have speakers online. So I really welcome you here in the first ever water pavilion at a climate conference. Not to talk about water alone, but to really bring the climate world, the environmental world, the financial world into our water sphere and to go out. This is not the silo within climate, this is actually the place to connect. I'm Henk Ovink, I'm Special Envoy for International Water Affairs for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and I'll be your moderator for this session today. A session that is dedicated in bringing water from climate to the Tajikistan conference on the decade in Dushanbe in July next year, and then onwards to 2023, the second ever UN conference on water, the first since 1977. This session is co-organized together with the government of Tajikistan, the government of the Netherlands, UNDESA, UN Water, and the World Bank. This is the place where we try to showcase water as a catalyst for sustainable development, a catalyst for climate action. And at the climate conference, it is of critical importance to show that opportunity water brings for mitigation, keeping us to 1.5 degrees, but also for adaptation, strengthening resiliency of our planet, our communities, our countries across the world. This is also a session where the Netherlands and Tajikistan host, but we want to showcase examples from across the world, from many amazing partners, young and a little less young, to showcase how water can be such a driver for climate and development. The conference and the midterm review of the Water Action Decade are our aims to achieve an international agreed upon water target, SDG 6, we all know, but water is in almost every other SDG. It is there for food security, it is there for equality, for women's rights and opportunities. It is there, of course, for climate and urbanization and infrastructure, and for fair governance. We just had a session on the fair water footprint, understanding how much water every economic activity actually uses, and that accountability, that part of governance is also critical important for water. This session, we'd like to gather ideas and possible answers concerning the central questions: how can the UN 2023 Water Conference strengthen links between water and climate? And second, how can the roads from Glasgow to Dushanbe to New York in 2023 help incorporate water targets in national climate targets? First, we start with a short welcome of our two hosts, the Netherlands and Tajikistan, and then, to help us spark this discussion, two short pitches of successful scalable case studies that showcase water solutions in climate action, followed by an expert panel and discussion reflecting on the pitches and the links between climate and water. And finally, my good friend, partner, but also the lead on Tajikistan for the 2023 conference and the Dushanbe Decade Conference, Sultan Rahimzoda, will wrap up the session and will send us home towards action, I hope. Now first, let's move on to a word of welcome from the organizers. First, our very own Minister Tom de Bruijn, Minister for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, of a word of welcome. Minister, the floor is yours.
Yeah, you can take it. Yeah. Does it work? Yeah. It works. Good. Henk, thank you very much, and thank you for all the work you're doing, because you're one of these pioneers that we need to bring the good things forward. Excellencies, distinguished guests, on behalf of UNDESA, the UN Water and the World Bank, I would like to welcome you to this water pavilion. The result of a collective effort by over 30 organizations, governments and companies. First of all, I would like to thank the First Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources of the Republic of Tajikistan, Mr. Jamshed Chumzoda. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. for co-organizing this important event ahead of the UN 2023 water conference, the first in 50 years actually. We are both looking forward to all your contributions on the road to this conference and your contributions to the Water Action Decade in general. Water must be at the core of our climate action. We need to convince climate decision makers of this by delivering cutting-edge, science-based advice and showing that many powerful water-related solutions are already available to us. For example, investing in wetlands, it is a highly efficient way to capture carbon. Investing in water management can reduce water consumption in agriculture and manufacturing. Improved water management will help us adapt to climate change, and to vulnerable communities will make it more resilient. These are easy wins, but only if we make water central to climate action. At the same time, of course, we need other smart solutions and decisions to solve the climate crisis, which is in fact also a water crisis. That's why we are keen to hear your ideas about that. To hear how you think you can contribute as we approach the UN Water Conference in 2023, because you're the ones with the necessary knowledge, experience and skills. Let us know, for instance, how can we work together with different sectors, like agriculture and industry, large greenhouse gas emitters. Let us know how we can close material loops in a way that minimizes carbon emissions and energy use. How can we treat wastewater so it's clean enough for reuse? Or how to give a voice to those who are affected by the most by this crisis, but who usually are unheard, so that we can truly understand, value and manage water more effectively. Take joint action and change and transform approaches. In order to achieve the climate mitigation and adaptation goals we've set ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, I'm convinced we can create a world where everyone has access to high-quality water all year around. But we can only accomplish this in the short term if we act now, if we all invest in water. So help us tackle climate change through water action and value water for what it is, the key to sustainable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks for your encouraging words. Thanks you also for the support and partnership in the conference. But and agree, this call to action, water is indeed the driver for sustainable development. Thank you very much. Like to move to the second word of welcome. Very honored to have you here, First Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources of the Republic of Tajikistan, Mr. Jamshed Shoemzoda. I'd like to give you the floor, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, and I would like also to sincerely thank His Excellency, Mr. Tom de Bruijn, Minister of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to his welcome remarks, as well as our fruitful cooperation towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. You know that we are here in the Water Pavilion, and as you mentioned, Your Excellency, a lot of cooperation was made, and you know, I think that is a look like water drop, becomes a big river. That's why after this, this all organization and governments coming together, and we make this pavilion first time in COP, and it's very important because I believe that we will start in the save every water drop, and we will have in the end of this process we'll have a big river. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure on behalf of Tajikistan to welcome you to this side event which is jointly organized with our friends from Netherlands, UNDESA, UN Water and the World Bank towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. As you might know, this conference is very important since it will be the first UN conference, as I mentioned, on water almost after almost 50 years. This is an excellent opportunity to all of us to create a watershed moment to raise the profile of water to the new level of aptitude, understanding of valuing. We are honored that Tajikistan and the Netherlands have been selected as a co-chairs on this conference. And it's our privilege jointly with UNDESA and UN Water leads the preparatory process. We have already started our collaboration works and launched the exclusive cross-sectoral and action-oriented preparatory process to make the conference successful. We are used as a platform of the Stockholm Water Week, Bonn Conference, Central Asia Conference, meeting of UN Water and Group of Friends of Water, stakeholders meeting of the 9th Water Forum to brief member states, the other stakeholders about the conference and to receive your feedbacks, your expectation, your hopes and his important word gratitude. And also we use this platform also to get some feedbacks. Dear participant, the main objective of today's event is to showcase how the water can be integrated better in the agenda and target of the different sectors, specifically climate, and gather views to the desired process towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. Indeed, water and climate are very strongly interconnected. More than 80% of climate change impacts are happening through the water. Melting of the glaciers, hydrological cycle change, floods and mud floods, droughts, other water-related challenges hurt us economically every year, and determining our efforts to achieve sustainable development. Do you some investigation assessments that droughts could be the next pandemic for humanitarian, but there will be no vaccine for it. So we have act now. And water can play an important role for adaptation, mitigation, and achieving the climate resilient agenda. The Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development also aimed to catalyze action at all levels to achieve water-related goals and targets. The second Dushanbe Water Conference in 2022, being the milestone in the preparation to the UN 2023 Water Conference, will also focus on action and partnership to address water issues, including for the purpose and achievement climate resilience. We have to use these opportunities to make the changes, to bring water on top of the development agenda, and so to show that water can be deal maker and the leverage point for green economy, climate resilience, and more sustainable and inclusive world. So, please, as I mentioned by Honorable Minister Tom de Bruijn, give us your ideas, give us your views, and your actions to make these changes. The UN conference in 2023 is hope for many of us, but it's also our responsibility to make a watershed moment. Let's join our efforts, take commitments, and put action on the ground to make this happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, First Deputy Minister Sjoerd Zoda, Minister De Bruijn, for your warm welcoming words. It's a good gift on my birthday, so it is actually a great day. What better day than to celebrate a birthday on water at the Water Pavilion at the COP here in Glasgow. Thank you so much for your commitment and the partnership we share. and the inspiration that comes with it. And on the inspiration, we go to pitches. Pitches that showcase how water can be the power we so much need. Successful scalable case studies showcase water solutions in climate action. Towards 2023, that conference, we as co-hosts strive to bring together countries, partners from public, private sector, NGOs and academia, represent concrete plans, concrete actions, agreements through voluntary commitments and partnerships. That is what we want to bring to 2023, to be able to scale and replicate across the world for this, First Deputy Minister, this watershed moment that you so rightly said. The conference and its consultative preparatory process needs to identify, gather, integrate all these different initiatives and looks for a way to learn, replicate and scale up these opportunities. We need these ideas and the partners behind these ideas to inspire and lead the way towards 2023. First, I would like to invite Marie-Cristina Colo. Marie-Cristina Colo is an eco-feminist, social entrepreneur and climate activist. The founder of Green and Cool, based in Madagascar, an innovative project making ecological soap from used edible oil, which is usually dumped down the drain. The soap is eco-friendly and has various forms. One current prototype does not require rinsing and therefore less drinking water is wasted. The project is an incredible example of innovative, cross-sectoral thinking and an ambition by an amazing water leader. Marie, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hi everyone, so I'm Marie-Cristina Colo, I'm from Madagascar. I'm sure you have heard about the situation we are facing in my country. We are currently living the first worldwide famine directly related to climate change because of the drought in the deep south of my country. But allow me to start with a number, 3. 3 because Madagascar is the third country in the world with the worst water and sanitation access. 3 because 3 out of 4 people in my country do not have access to water and sanitation. 3, that's also the rank of our capital city, Antananarivo, that actually is considered as one of the dirtiest countries in the world. Yeah, that's not a good thing to share, but yeah. You know, we have various problems. We have drought, we have cyclones, we have floods, but we also have youth, innovations, creativity, and as you said before, I'm an eco-activist, a climate activist, but also a social entrepreneur. So with all these challenges, I decided to, in the midst of the pandemic actually, I decided to launch a solution. Because waste cooked oil, so waste edible oil, is actually one of the main water polluter in urban areas. People do not consider that this is actually a form of pollution. In countries like France, only 5% of this oil is recycled. Imagine in developing countries like Madagascar, when we don't have epuration system to just clean this water. And imagine that in the capital city where I'm living, before going to COP, there was no water for 3 weeks in my area. So can you imagine living with, yeah, but I still wash, don't worry. And how do I do this? It's thanks to one of my solutions. We decide to launch a no-rinse soap. A no-rinse soap that do not need water, that need a minimum of water, and people can still have access to hygiene, because right to hygiene is very important. It's a human right to have access to hygiene. And we are talking about COVID-19. Everyone is asked to wash their hands. How can you wash your hands and protect yourself from COVID if you don't have water? So use our innovative soap. You can do that with us. You can also protect yourself from different diseases. Because, for example, in countries like Madagascar, diarrhea is the second disease that killed the young kids under 5 years old. So yes, this is only one small solution that I'm bringing in my country, but in the middle of the pandemic, I was able to create jobs for 12 vulnerable women. I said it, I'm a feminist too, so I'm focusing on women empowerment. And my conclusion will be to, I'm asking people here to also consider youth solutions, social entrepreneurship, but not only youth solution and social entrepreneurship, but also solutions brought by the communities, local communities. We have small, scalable solutions that can bring positive change. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie-Christina, for your amazing work, the inspiration. You're so right. It's women and girls that are hit hardest by a lack of wash. It is also your call to action to global leaders that in these 2 years of a pandemic, where the 2, 3, and 4 billion people that still lack access to wash, we didn't change a dime on that number. So that call to action from the ground up, but also the action itself, very much valued. Thank you so much for sharing that. And also, let's make sure that we scale these solutions for water security, not only in your country, in your city, with your communities, but across the world. More inspiration. I go to Billy Dumaliang, and Billy is with us online. Billy is advocacy officer and trustee of the award-winning conservation and sustainable tourism project, Masungi Georeserve Foundation. The Masungi Geopark project, one of the largest collaborative reforestation efforts in the country, aims to help solve the triple crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and a looming water crisis through powerful, again, youth-led movements. Billy, please tell us your story. You are there.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And I come from a team of the Masungi Georeserve, conserving a karst landscape 47 kilometers east of Metro Manila. We are also part of the watershed, which serves 20 million Filipinos and the largest or most populous region in the country. In 1996, this is what the karst formation looks like. The forest is lost because of decades of abuse and neglect from illegal logging, quarrying, and other harmful activities. It took 20 long years to be able to have what we see today, which is now a secondary forest that is home to unique and endemic species such as the purple jade vine, the highest number of species of snails in the entire Philippines, and these cute and small mammals called the North Luzon giant cloud rat. In 2015, we opened the trails at the Georeserve for limited visits in order to sustain our big operations and in order to build a community of advocates that know the place intimately and can help fight for its protection. We know that the rocks are not just habitats of biodiversity, but are actually critical parts of the waterways. The water that flows into Masungi Georeserve goes into 3 major waterways, including Manila Bay, the Agus River flowing into the Pacific Ocean, and the Laguna de Bay, which is the largest lake in the Philippines. And so when we were challenged to take upon the Masungi Geopark project by then Environment Secretary Lopez, we said yes. It was a project to restore some 2,700 hectares of the nuded watershed areas around the Masungi limestones. As you can see, this new area was another challenge with no trees except for one patch of pine trees up in the top portion of this photo. However, we knew this was an important task because the Philippines is one of the most, if not the most, impacted nation of the climate crisis and extreme water events. In 2020, we were hit by Typhoon Ulysses, which destroyed the crops, farms of our downstream communities and submerged entire houses with floodwater up to the rooftops. We know that ecosystem-based disaster risk mitigation strategies such as rewilding and reforestation can help regulate water flow and control erosion significantly. To date, we have engaged 100 rangers, recovered 2,000 hectares of land, installed 10 ranger stations, established 15 kilometers of monitoring trails, and planted and nurtured more than 60,000 native trees. And this is not without the help and support of hundreds of partners from the civil sector, the academe, the public and private sectors. However, it is not without huge challenges. In March 2020, a quarrying company fenced us out of the watershed and hammered barbed wires into our trees. In July 2020 and October 2020, during the pandemic, we experienced 2 forced invasions of the watershed by groups linked to security forces. And in March 2021, we helped expose the proliferation of swimming pool developments in an already water scarce area. And in July 2021, the worst has happened when 2 of our rangers protecting the watershed were shot in the head and the neck. Fortunately, they survived, but this reminded us of the huge risks and dangers of doing this work in a country such as the Philippines. Despite this, we remain hopeful because we know that there's no other alternative but to save the watershed in order to save our people. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving us a platform in this very important meeting, and we hope to connect with everyone even after this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Billy, and please stay with us. Thank you all sharing your work, the story, but also the amazing challenges that come with it. Again, your activism and that of your group, your network, not only helps save and secure water, it helps save and secure lives and livelihoods. So critical, important. So also be careful in your activism, but it's great that you are here to share that story and stay with us. Not only today in this Water Pavilion session, but all the way towards 2023 and beyond. We need this inspiration, but also this call to action, but we also need that to be able to scale up that level of activity across the world. What the pictures show is that water, because of its connections across almost everything, water is life, brings all stakeholders also together. It connects through all SDGs, the challenges, but with that it connects to all the people and partners, institutions involved. They come to the same table because of water, and we can forge coalitions, strengthen capacity, and with that provoke best solutions to be replicated and scaled. And this is important for our second part for the event, but also to reach a sustainable and secure water world for all. We're very proud to have an extraordinary panel. I feel honored to introduce you to this wealth of experience in water, climate, civil society, governance, and much more. First, our panelists were asked to reflect a bit on the pictures we just saw, while keeping to 2 main questions in mind. One, how can the UN 2023 Water Conference strengthen links between the water and climate agenda? And second, how can the road towards 2023 help to incorporate water targets into national climate plans and targets? After everyone finished their short opening statement, we will follow up with a few questions and then some interaction from online and the room. First, we have Jamila Seeley, who is with us online. And Jamila is an environmental professional currently working in the Biodiversity and Conservation section of the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification in Barbados. And she's vice chairman of the steering committee of the Global Water Partnership. She has forged her path to environmental management and education from a very young age. Throughout her journey, gained notable accomplishment, including the Queen's Young Leader Award, the Commonwealth Young Achiever, and 1 Young World Ambassador. I'm amazed that you are able to join us, Jamila. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this event. And I'm sending you some warmth from Barbados in the Caribbean, and happy birthday to you. Mine is also on Wednesday, so we're in a good month. Water and climate change are both cross-cutting issues, and I think they should be managed together. As we said before, water is important for our survival, and not only the water company in your various countries are the managers of water, but each person is a manager for water. And just reflecting on the pitches, I am so amazed that young people are doing these things. So for like Marie in Madagascar, you created something out of necessity. And I would have never thought to do something like that. But especially when things are scarce is when we become our most creative. So I'm really happy to see that something like that is being done. And also, Billy, I am so happy that you're doing something in face of violence, that you're still driven, and it's really an inspiration. I'll say both of you are inspiring me to keep going, to keep pushing, being an environmental advocate. With respect to the water conference, I believe that youth are really important to include and should be included within decision-making opportunities. So in each aspect, and you have a couple of years to include youth. So in each aspect, there should be some kind of youth involvement at some stage, maybe a youth conference. I'm not sure if there's a youth part of the water conference, but there should be. And not just having a youth conference and having them do like a statement at the main conference, but having them actually involved in each aspect. And I think that is all at this moment.
Thanks, Jamila. Thanks so much. Thanks for applauding the two pitches and the women and the power behind it, but also calling on the issue of youth. Tajikistan and the Netherlands take that not only very serious, it should be core and central, not only for the conference, but for the lead up to that conference and the work beyond, the implementation of the actions we see. Already many initiatives on youth are being forwarded to us. WMO is one of those partners who said we want to lead on bringing youth together, but there are many, many more. And we want to make sure that we are the platform for all those initiatives for youth, and at a certain point also bring that together. I'm pretty sure in Dushanbe, in the Water Decade Conference in June and July this year, we will see many youth come together to rally behind water action. Thanks so much, Jamila, for your reflections. Second, I'd like to give the word to Malik Fida Abdullah Khan. Malik is the CEO of the Center for Environmental and Geographic Information Services, GESIS. Mr. Malik Fida Khan has over 29 years of extensive experience spanning across the diversified fields of water resource planning and management, climate change, information technology, and development projects in Bangladesh. Mr. Khan also is supervising the activities of Climate Change and Disaster Management Division. Malik, the floor is yours. Oh, you're here. I thought you were online. It's so good to see you, Malik. Take a microphone and a chair, and please share with you our reflections. The hybrid is really hybrid. Eh? Yeah.
Thank you very much, for inviting me, and thank you for the two presentations, especially the sharing your experience about the two countries. As you know that Bangladesh is one of the deltaic country, and we have a lot of issues, especially the water and climate. At the moment, we are in the process of preparation of the Delta Plan, and the Delta Plan is a 100-year strategic plan that is already in the process of implementation in Bangladesh. And in parallel of that, we are also preparing the National Adaptation Plan. So what I am suggesting, these two young presentation is definitely it will carry over to the 2023 conference. But I should point out the few other things which is very important in the sense of, the climate adaptation. We are trying to, put into our national adaptation plan of the nature-based solution, and also some of the innovations like floating agriculture. I think this kind of, innovation should be put forward for learning for the other countries. So that could be one of the options that in 2023 that we can carry over this innovation. Maybe it's a local level innovation, but it's not exposed in that way. I think that kind of exposure is very, very important. This is one of my suggestion. And second is the valuing water. If you see the water and climate, what we are trying to do in our country, that we are not considering only the quantum of the water. We are also considering the water for the ecosystem, water for the river ecosystem. So you have to think that there should be a water for the river ecosystem. So that kind of examples or that kind of, real applications in our country or any other countries should be exposed to the other nations. I think these are the few ideas that so far I'm just thinking. But apart from that, in our country, the young and especially the women are not involved in that way. So I think that you should also involve, or you should invite the people who are young, who are working in the climate change and water, and similarly the women who are also working and try to expose in the water sector. I think these are the area that this is my immediate reactions and my reflection that should be reflected in the 2023 the water conference. And definitely some of the experience that we have already with the assistance from the Netherlands government that we are preparing. I have mentioned prepared already the Bangladesh Delta Plan, the 100-year strategic plan, and now we are preparing the National Adaptation Plan. So that kind of innovation, some of the part of this plan there is a huge innovations, and some of the things should be translate and transform to the other countries. Just give you one example, the floating agriculture in our country is translate and transform to the Vietnam. So they're using the technology or the climate adaptation, agriculture in our country and modified it and transferred it to the Vietnam. I think if you can able to expose this kind of small things, but which has a very effective and which can be scalable, definitely that will help us in the 2023 UN, the Water Convention. Thank you very much again, and thank you for inviting me.
And great that you are with us. Please stay. Thanks also Thanks also for sharing the necessities, a systems approach in governance with the Bangladesh Delta Plan for the long term. A systems approach also on our riverine, our aquifers, our water system. An approach that is innovative, and then those innovations that drive actions across. Thanks so much for sharing that experience. And then last, but definitely not least, online, Jennifer Sara. Jennifer Sara is the Global Director of the World Bank's Group's Water Global Practice. Jennifer has over 30 years of experience working on global water issues in the World Bank across the world, with previous assignments based in Vietnam, Brazil, and Bolivia. In her current role, she leads the Global Practice Senior Management Team, and under her leadership, the Water Global Practice supports an integrated approach to water security with a focus on sustaining water resources, delivering services, and building resiliency. Jennifer also was the driving force in the World Bank for the High-Level Panel on Water, an amazing colleague. Welcome, Jennifer. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Hank. Happy birthday. Sorry, not there to give you a birthday hug in person. And happy birthday to you, Jamila, even though it's a few days away. My son's birthday's on Thursday, so it is a great week for birthdays. Maria Cristina and Billy, thank you for your pitches. They're so inspirational. They show you the power of the youth, the power of passion, the power of energy, but also importantly, how water does link to so many other sectors. as you say, you need soap, right? And hygiene and water and sanitation. That's a basic need every single day that everybody on this planet needs. And Billy, protecting our forests and the inspiration that, yes, we can come back and recover ecosystems that have been destroyed. And so it's fantastic to see that work. And this is exactly the types of examples that we want as we prepare for the run-up to this incredible conference of the UN 2023 Water Conference. As Hank said, it's the first conference on water in 50 years. So it's a really, really important event. And I think what's going to be really important is to take all this energy and passion of the youth and what's going on around the world and solutions people are finding and link it also to the political leadership. And for those of you who are in Glasgow this week and for us who are listening patiently to see what comes out of this climate conference, we're actually really, really excited to hear some of the pronouncements on both adaptation and mitigation, which are so relevant to water and on all the sectors that use water. And one thing that really struck me this week that gets me very excited, in addition to the attention to adaptation, is the 100 heads of state who've made commitments to greenhouse gas emissions reduction, but in particular methane. And methane is really, really important to us in the water sector. We don't talk about it that much, but we emit a lot of methane in two ways. 10% of methane emissions comes from misuse of water in irrigation of rice paddies. And many of us don't know that, but we can actually do a huge win-win. And we're hearing about water scarcity around the world and how we have to use our water resources better. So in irrigation, if we could just irrigate and make sure that farmers receive the water they need, but not too much water, we can actually reduce the amount of methane being emitted and be able to share the water and use the water more efficiently. So that's one example. But the other one is most people don't realize that sanitation and human waste, both treated and untreated human waste, are also emit huge amount of methane. So again, this is another opportunity for us to really work together and think about how do you deliver services, the basic services on sanitation to those who don't have it, while also getting the benefits of climate. And I think that's exactly what this conference is about, is bringing together the different sectors. We know we need water for energy, we need water for agriculture, we need water for the cities. How do we bring all the sectors together? How do we bring the different agendas together? How do we deliver the SDG 6, all the SDGs that need water, but also the climate adaptation and mitigation targets? So let me stop there, Hank, and it's delighted to be on this panel. Back to you. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. And thanks again for really showcasing how water can be such a driving force for mitigation and adaptation. And working across these silos and sectors we've created is going to be of critical importance to really incorporate water in our mitigation and adaptation practices and deliver on these promises. We show that water is the driver for that change, the leverage, the mechanism to make that work. And making those connections is going to be of critical importance towards 2023, and of course to deliver on the Paris Agreement and the 1.5. Marie-Christina, you're here still. What would you're hearing everything, and of course the praise for what you do and the support. If you would stand on the stage in 2023, what would you like to see there? What happened in the lead up to that conference and a vision on beyond? Please take a mic.
Yes, so what I like to see, as I shared in my conclusion, is all these solutions shared and innovative solutions, not only by youth but by local grassroots communities. We have solutions, and we also have this resilience that should be valorized during this conference. So I also like to add that, regarding the situation in Madagascar today, the drought that we are facing, many people are providing food emergency support. That's a good thing, but we also need sustainable project to be launched in our country, and we want the local communities to be involved. So during this dialogue, I imagine that local community representative will be there, youth will be there, women leaders will be there, and we can have this high diversity of people all around the table. I don't only want to be listened, I want to be part of the decision making on the table, sharing my solution. Maybe it can be also scalable in other countries. So yeah, that's my main focus.
Fantastic, Marie-Christina. And I think that this really is at the heart of what we try to do, but it is not easy, and what we need. Second, Billy, what would you, listening what we heard, put on the table of 2023? And I have a question after Billy from the audience. Yeah, Billy.
Yes. Actually, from what I've heard, I want to see operationalization of these plans. From someone on the ground, I want to see exactly what is the pathway from these targets, from these policies, into how each country, how each local community actually receives these policies, because that's what I've seen in our experience. We have the laws, we have the policies, but are they being implemented on the ground? It's a huge, huge question mark. And that has been the criticism, for both high-level dialogues such as this. And that's what we want to address, I believe, in the conferences to come.
And thanks, Billy. And I think that's of critical importance, and also why it's so great to also have the UN, a partner like the World Bank, governments from across, to not only showcase those innovations, but to evaluate and validate them, to turn them into business cases and opportunities so we are able to replicate, scale, and mainstream it. Right now, the minority of our investments goes to the projects we want to see, and we have to turn that minority into a majority. And for that validation, evaluation, and implementation are of critical importance. So thanks for sharing. I have one question from the audience before I hand over the floor to my great partner, Sultan, to wrap it up. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Guillaume Herman, and I work for Marine Scotland in Aberdeen. Thanks all for the presentation. It's been really interesting.
For the camera, you have to.
Oh yes, sorry.
Yeah.
May I ask, what will be the number one innovation or solution that will, for you, provide the best outcome to provide clean water, like for you in Madagascar? If you have to, mention one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Quick. Yeah. Marie.
How can I answer
the one
that?
solution?
The one solution. There is no one solution.
Best answer.
There is no one solution. We have various solutions. And maybe one initiative that I can also share is that we currently launch a research and innovation center on climate justice and gender that also involve water innovation in Madagascar. So yes, it's really important to valorize all kinds of innovation, and yeah, that will be my answer. Do you have another answer, Billy? The number one.
We have a question from Scotland saying, what would be your number one solution you want to put on the table in 2023? It's coming from the audience here in the pavilion.
Well, I'm biased towards nature-based solutions, obviously, from rewilding, reforestation, and bringing back our ecosystem so that they can provide basic services such as water. So it's dealing with two problems at the same time: biodiversity loss, water loss, and climate change. So that's three. Sorry.
Very good, Billy. Spot on, I would say. Eh? And there are no one single solutions, but what both Billy and Marie showcased is that those solutions are so comprehensive, ticking so many boxes by focusing on systems, nature, and their capacity. And at the same time, what Marie also said, do this in an inclusive way. Bringing these coalitions of young youth, women, not only to the conference, but beyond, capacitating them and making sure that their ideas are validated and scaled and replicated for the impact we see. The time is up. I want to hand it over to my dear friend and partner towards 2023, Sultan Rahimzoda, to end this session. I really want to thank the pitchers and the panelists for joining us online and here live in this water pavilion. I really want to wish you an amazing, inspiring COP26 and beyond, and hope to see you And I want to guarantee that we see you in the road towards 2023 and beyond. Thank you very much. Sultan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hank. I would like to start with wishing very happy birthday to Hank, to Jamila and Jennifer's son. And I would like to add that tomorrow is birthday of my daughter also. So we have wonderful, basically, days here in Glasgow, also celebrating the birthday of such a wonderful people. I wish Hank and their friends health. Of course, first of all, happiness, prosperity, and of course, new energy, enthusiasm, and inspiration to fight for water, which is the source of our life. So, and I would like also to thank my dear friend and a colleague and partner, Henk Owing, for excellent moderation of our side event. I thank also Excellencies Minister Tom de Bruyn and the First Deputy Minister Jamshed Shoemzoda for their welcoming remarks and commitments of their governments, the government of Tajikistan and the governments of the Netherlands, as co-chairs of the UN 2023 conference, to make this conference major milestone event to create momentum and accelerate progress on achieving the water-related goals and targets. And my special appreciation to my dear friend and co-chair of the Dushanbe International Advisory Committee of the Dushanbe process, Global Director of the World Global Water Practices, Ms. Jennifer Sarah, for co-organizing this side event and joining us virtually despite the very inconvenient time in Washington, D.C. I think it's very early morning, but she is joining us in this event, so highly appreciate it, dear Jennifer. And I also appreciate, of course, the valuable inputs by our speakers and the panelists representing different stakeholders. Dear friends, our distinguished speakers and panelists have brought their ideas and perspectives how to link water and climate, including in the agenda of the UN 2023 Water Conference. We have had a pitch of successful and scalable case studies showcasing water solutions in climate actions. So, Marie-Christina Kolo from Madagascar and Billy Dumaliang from Philippines, they presented the excellent approach and solutions, but two findings from these presentations. The first is transformation of the risk into opportunities. We saw that how the young people basically could do this change. And despite those problems they have in their countries, they're building the capacity of the young generation. And the second finding is the involvement of the young generation in this process. And I think it's perfect because the young generation is our future, and we are very happy having such kind of the young people with us in this process. And I would like to add that jointly with the Netherlands, with other partners, we are doing a lot, bringing young in the platforms of the water for the Dushanbe conference, for the UN 2023 conference. So you are welcome. And thank you very much for leading this process in your countries. Indeed, you will be people of the change in the future, and wish you all success with this. Our participants have expressed their expectation from the conference, what they want to get out of this major event, and how the co-chairs, Tajikistan and the Netherlands, can involve different stakeholders in its preparatory process. Honorable Minister Tom de Bruyn convinced us that we can create a world where everyone has access to highly quality water. But we can only accomplish this if we act now, if we all invest in water. First Deputy Minister Jamshed Shoemzoda said that the droughts are going to be the next pandemics for the humanity, for which there will not be any vaccines. And that is something that requires from us to act now. We have to do this. We have to mobilize our efforts to address this challenge. And they are true. There are many opportunities on the ground, and the examples of Madagascar and Philippines again show that there are many opportunities there, and we have to use them accordingly and appropriately, and we have to act. And we are doing that basically. For the first time in the history of COPs, the Water Pavilion has been organized, which gives a lot of opportunities to different stakeholders to write the profile of water in the global agenda, to show that water actions are prerequisite to build climate resilient agenda. Water and climate coalition leaders and youth representatives last week, they insisted urgent integrated water and climate agenda, actively raising awareness on the central role of water in adaptation, mitigation and resiliency. And it was mentioned by our honorable panelists, by Ms. Jennifer Sara, by my friend from Bangladesh, Mr. Malik, and Jamila also about this. So I think all these cases, they're showing that we are on the true way, and Tajikistan and the Netherlands are keeping this process, this spirit of COP26 towards the Dushanbe conference in 2022 and the UN conference in 2023. And it was, as it was mentioned by Hank, beyond the 2023 until the 2030 agenda, basically. And we have been requested basically to provide the key messages from this session, and here they are basically. Water, because of its many interlinkages, can bring together all stakeholders, individual, institutional, informal, to forge coalitions, strengthen capacities and provide solutions to be replicated and scaled. The UN 2023 conference has to be the place where the water sector, and especially other sectors, will show water as a catalyst for sustainable development. The place that shows water can be the deal maker, the leverage point for a green economy, climate resilience, and more sustainable and inclusive world. The UN 2023 Water Conference will strive to identify opportunities and seek to connect and integrate the water agenda to other related themes and processes with a view to promoting a holistic and synergetic narrative and approach that puts water at the heart of the 2030 agenda. Both the preparatory process and the conference itself will seek to shine the spotlight on commitments that create impact and set a clear agenda for the second half of the water action decade and beyond until 2030, while promoting a longer-term approach and perspective going beyond 2030. As Deputy Minister Shoim Zoda mentioned, the UN conference in 2023 is hope for many of us, but it is also our responsibility to make it a watershed moment, and let's join our efforts, take commitments and put actions on the ground to make this happen. I wish all of us success in this way and hope to see you next year in Dushanbe to continue our collaboration, our commitments, our actions towards water, towards UN 2023 Water Conference and the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for joining us in this side event. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Everyone.
Oob.
He did.
Hello, and welcome to the Water Pavilion, where we are generating conversations on policy and action at every level. This has been a colossal effort of upwards of 30 partners who have come together to speak with one voice on how water action can help provide solutions to climate challenges. Through the programming, there are nearly 100 events that are providing a space for global and local water and climate voices that want to influence positive change for water and climate. And that is where our Water Changemakers event comes in. Water Changemakers Forge Frontiers for Resilience. Launched in May of 2020, the Water Changemakers sought to find and make visible teams and organizations who've shaped decisions about water that have helped to build climate resilience. Let's hear from a few of those water changemakers.
Inspired by a partnership with the UNFCCC Resilience Frontiers Initiative, the Global Water Partnership launched the 2020 Water Changemaker Awards in collaboration with over 30 organizations in the middle of a global health and economic crisis. And whilst this crisis persists in requiring unprecedented efforts of governments, businesses and citizens around the world, essential approaches to tackling climate change must continue. The awards celebrate those making smart decisions on how we use and safeguard our water resources and how we protect ourselves against climate-driven crises. These changemakers innovate new ways of working and collaborating, change mindsets from inertia to action, speak truth to power, redefine laws and policies, and inspire others to make change happen and secure our future. The Water Changemaker Awards champion these journeys and celebrate those who deliver results in the fight against climate change. The Water Changemaker Awards opened for submissions on the 6th of April 2020, and winners were announced at the Climate Adaptation Summit in January 2021. The Changemakers now continue on their journeys at COP26 in Glasgow. Over 350 individuals, teams and organizations from over 80 countries submitted their experience of having influenced local water decisions to help build global climate resilience. Over 7 weeks, 78 submissions were shortlisted by a technical jury, evaluated for their contribution to climate resilience, the magnitude and longevity of change made, the depth of learning and the breadth of collaboration. A second jury, led by Oyun Sanjasuren, then selected the 12 finalists. And with 4 winners selected by a final jury, alongside People's Choice and People's Choice Africa winners, all were announced by GWP Chair Howard Bamsey at the Climate Adaptation Summit 2021. Celebrating those that shape local water decisions around the world shows us what is needed to become a real change maker. Infectious enthusiasm, motivation to work for a cause bigger than oneself, political buy-in, adequate financial and human resources, good communication, strong, transparent coalitions and partnerships that translate inertia into action, potential for growth and scalability. The Water Changemaker Awards have brought together a global community of dynamic teams and organizations to learn from one another and inspire others to innovate and envision a sustainable future. This is a call for solidarity, hope, collaboration. Shine a light on bright ideas. Discover the Water Changemaker stories.
And welcome all to the COP26, to the Water Pavilion, and to our event on Water Changemakers. It's been a long journey since the Water Changemakers were conceived at COP25 until this moment where we're finally bringing the voices from the ground into the global policy arena and making space for water within climate change discussions. In today's event, we're going to hear more about the Water Changemakers, but we're also going to hear about what it takes to be a change maker in your own community, in particularly around leadership qualities and how to drive positive change on the ground. In preparation for this event, we also collected messages from our water change makers that they wanted to convey to decision makers at COP26. So we'll be very much looking forward to relaying those messages here today. It gives me great pleasure to be able to introduce Daria Soto-Abril, who is our Executive Secretary and CEO of the Global Water Partnership, to say a few words of welcome. Daria.
Thank you very much, Danny. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and with all of you who are joining the Changemaker event this morning. And for me, it's an inspiration, the fact that we are here together, because these projects really represent what we're trying to do in the Global Water Partnership, but also in COP. They represent a bottom-up approach where we bring in really the experiences, the expertise, the knowledge, the courage from within the different countries, communities, localities into what we're doing in COP. It's putting a real concrete face into our work. So that bottom-up approach is really what we're hearing more and more from the countries in the global north, from the donors, from the businesses that they want to see in projects that deal with climate change and adaptation and mitigation. The other one is the connection. And one of the things that we aspire to do in the Global Water Partnership, Danny, is that we take these experiences, we just don't just showcase them, but we also connect them with other change makers in other countries of the world, and also with donors, with entities like ours who are really, really trying to do something in water, climate change, climate adaptation and mitigation. And the third one is the innovation / inspiration that these stories that we're going to hear today in a bit will bring to all of us, because it will show that beyond all these numbers, when we hear about 100 billions a year and 1.5 degrees, they're really, really stories from the ground. This is really, really people whose life is being changed for the good and for the not so good by climate change, but also by what we have in the conversations today. So it's a pleasure to be here today among these inspirative and innovative change makers. And I hope this event really showcases what we're doing and what else can we do. And hopefully when we meet again in a year from now in the next COP in Egypt, that we can show that beyond the stories, we have been able to make connections that are really changing a position in these activities and programs that they are going to present to us today. So thank you so much, Danny, and back to you.
Thanks so much for those words. It's true, a lot is happening on the ground, and that's what we want to showcase today. It's not that people are waiting around for change to happen or to come down to them from the top, but they are the ones that are on the front lines of climate change impacts, and they're the ones that have to adapt. And so we want to take this opportunity to celebrate those initiatives and connect them to others to share their knowledge and experience. Right now, we're going to listen to a conversation between the UNFCCC Resilience Frontiers Initiative and GWP about fostering leadership to make positive change on the ground happen. The idea for the Water Changemakers actually grew out of a collaboration at COP25 and has developed and thrived ever since from that one seed that was planted. So we're going to now turn to a bit of a interview that we had a few days ago here at COP26. So after that brief video introduction to the Water Changemakers, we're going to delve into a conversation now about how the Water Changemaker Awards emerged from collaboration at COP25 and how vision and leadership of the Water Changemakers community can be further fostered. I am very pleased to be able to welcome Dr. Youssef Nassef, Director of the Adaptation Division of the UNFCCC and leading the Resilience Frontiers Initiative, and Mr. Daria Soto-Abril, CEO and Executive Secretary of the Global Water Partnership. Thank you both for joining me today.
Thank you, Dan.
So if I can start with Dr. Nassef, at the last COP and since then, we've heard about shifting mindsets and shaping the future. Could you give us a little background about the Resilience Frontiers and the goals that were set and the progress that you've been able to make so far?
Well, thank you very much, Danny. The Resilience Frontiers Initiative is the UN's most comprehensive effort at using foresight to visualize a state of permanent resilience in the future and of trying to see what are those first mover activities that can get the ball running in order to reach that permanent future. And GWP has been a partner with us since the beginning in trying to look at water and how all aspects relating to water, equitable use, quality, quantity, transboundary aspects, how as we move into the future we can make sure that all the world can actually use water equitably, and that we reach a sustainable state where water in particular, but associated other areas like food, health, etc., are also sustainably used and available to people. So that's basically the Resilience Frontiers initiative. Here at the Resilience Lab in COP26, we have devoted one day for each of 8 pathways to achieve the state of resilience, and water occupies one of those days.
Great. So it's very exciting to think about what water resources management is going to look like decades from now. So with GWP as a very forward-looking organization, and we're working in our strategy on water security for the future, and then at the same time, we're part of these processes that have different levels of scope, right? Regional, country, and global. So that provides a lot of insights to working at these different levels. And so what, in your opinion, are the main elements or the drivers that can bring about a whole systems change? And what's the role of leadership in that?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Diane. As you know, here at the Global Water Partnership, we're celebrating 25 years of creation, and one of the main learnings and drivers have been the regions. So the bottom-up approach, we have 13 regions, more than 16 countries, and the learnings that come from within the regions, how do we bring that up to the global processes? That's one element. The other element is the knowledge sharing. How do we connect the regions between themselves, with the countries, with organizations like the UN, with the global processes? That sharing of knowledge is the other ingredient. And the third one is about innovation. How do we bring new ideas through that process? How we connect the bottom-up with the top-down approach of the global processes and dialogues that are happening right now.
Okay, thanks. Well, now I have a question for both of you. The world is moving at a very fast pace, and we often find ourselves in a whirlpool of technology and growing demands and global crisis impacts. So what, in your opinion, are the leaders of tomorrow? What qualities should they possess and in order to stay focused and be able to navigate through all of these obstacles? And also, how do you think those qualities have changed over the past decades?
Well, two things come to mind. First, the skill of influence without authority, where leaders can use it to instill a sense of integrity in people that goes beyond maximizing the immediate self-interest of their own vicinity, of the organization they work in or the company, but to always have in mind the impact on the world at large. So a globalistic approach to interests, and that comes through a sense of integrity that expands the scope of people's thinking, and that comes from that type of leadership where you can influence people to do it even though it's not really in their job description. The second thing is awareness of the implications of frontier technologies. Because as we advance with satellite technology, with AI, with big data, with Internet of Things, satellites, we said, biotechnology, there will be a lot of new opportunities that can be used in the interest of achieving the goals of an organization like GWP or UNFCCC for water security, for sustainability, etc. And this awareness and our capacity to find new ways of using these technologies will be instrumental in achieving our goals. If not, they can go the other way because it's a tool. It can be used for good or for bad. So I think these are very important qualities as we move into the future. And perhaps in the past we did have the notion of influence without authority, but not in the sense of applying it to a new type of integrity. So I think this is the evolution we're moving towards now.
Very exciting. Would you like to add anything to
Yeah, I would have to add that if we're thinking about the leaders of the future, one quality is being adaptive. So being able to evolve with the times, to pause and see what's happening and be innovative, as was mentioned before. The other one is being empathic or caring. The leaders now, they're expected to be able to relate to the problems that they're facing, that the world is facing. So you have to have that drive of understanding and caring. The third one would be resilient. The world is tough right now. We've seen it here in the COP how we're with a sense of urgency to act. So that resilience to be able to overcome obstacles, to keep going, persevering, even in spite of adversity, that's a very strong quality expected from leaders right now. And I think the last one has to be a learning leader. It's not enough to say that this is what we're going to do, but that leader needs to be able to reflect, to learn about what's the good and also the failures that he or she might have, and then act based on those learnings.
Okay, great answers. The last question I'd ask is, what can each of our institutions do to make sure that those emerging leaders and change makers have our support to go as far as possible?
Well, I'll build a bit on what Dario said. I think as institutions that care for the world and care for a sustainable future, we must not only tolerate experimentation or mistakes. We have to encourage them, especially if they're in the service of empathy or in the service of attaining sustainability, or even if the greater good does not necessarily coincide with the individual interests of an organization. So allowing this type of experimentation, this type of innovation, and especially innovation in thought, and encouraging it and nurturing it and providing resources for it. And this is something that was not happening in the past. There was a lot of scrutiny about anything that goes outside the boundary that is set by organizations like our own. And I think this is something that needs to be nurtured further.
I would say, totally in line with that, creating spaces where we could foster this innovation, safe spaces with the innovators of the future, the youth, the leaders could come and bring new ideas and try to learn more about what they're doing. So that's one, creating the spaces. The other one is having these connections. I talked about the knowledge, sharing knowledge, and connecting leaders from across different geographies so that they can also experiment with each other, to exchange best practices, to see how their ideas adapt or complement. And the third one, I think, for us is to make also linkages between those leaders with organizations like ours, and investors and donors and governments, because there's many new ideas that are coming from within the communities, from within the towns, etc. And what they need is this connection, this leap of faith, someone who believes and invests in them. So beyond the technical assistance and beyond creating spaces, what is that connection with investors? And I think that's something that we definitely could do more from UNFCCC, but also from GWP.
Absolutely.
And if I could just add to that, I think it's also really important that we encourage women leaders to emerge and to rise to the top.
Yes.
So thank you both for your really interesting insights. This was a great conversation. And now we're going to meet the Water Changemakers Awards winners. And we are back at the Water Pavilion. Originally, we thought that we would be presenting the Water Changemakers here in person 1 year ago. But obviously, for reasons beyond our control, we had to demonstrate our own form of climate resilience. And so we instead announced the winners at the Climate Adaptation Summit last January. And we also conducted a People's Choice vote to make sure that people had the opportunity to express their own opinion on what the best practices were that could be shared. Finally, today, we're extremely happy to be able to present you the winners here today, albeit virtually rather in person. And it's my honor to present these Water Changemaker Awards winners. It's a very special moment for GWP, and also for our 30 plus partners that helped us along this journey. So we, in preparation for this event, we reached out to the Water Changemakers Award winners, and we asked them 2 questions, and we're going to be sharing the answers to those questions with you. And we hope that not just the audience that's watching here today, but also those who are making decisions will hear them and take note, because these are the voices of those who drive and make change happen on the ground. So the 2 questions that we asked our winners were, first of all, what does it take to increase climate resilience in a community based on their own experiences? And the second question was, what is one thing that you would ask climate leaders at COP26 to do? So without further ado, I'm going to present you the Water Changemaker Award winner, which we actually heard from in the last session. It's the Masungi Georeserve story, Restoring Forgotten Watersheds Through Youth-Led Movements. This organization is represented by Billy Dumaliang, an advocacy officer and trustee from the Masungi Georeserve Foundation in the Philippines. We've interacted with Billy several times since the award ceremony, and every single time we speak to her, she manages to impress us with her strong drive and her passion for the work that she's doing in the Philippines. So we're going to now see the video of Billy.
Georeserve in the Philippines. As a member of the Masungi Georeserve team, I am proud of the work that our team was able to accomplish in just a span of 20 short years. With just over 100 people working for conservation, we were able to restore around 400 hectares of denuded lands, bringing back the habitat for over 400 documented species of flora and fauna, restoring the area's natural carbon sink, and protecting the waterways that provide clean water for the surrounding communities.
Hello, my name is Billy. I am from the Masungi Georeserve Foundation in the Philippines, and we take care of more than 2,000 hectares of critical watershed and a karst ecosystem that's defending Manila from the effects of climate change. And in our experience, what it really takes to increase climate resiliency in our community is to have courage to go against the grain and to resist the inertia that has plagued our forests for a long time. In our experience, these things that are destroying the forests are actually brought about by a broken system, damaged institutions, and syndicated organized activities and crime. And it is against those activities and entities that we need to stand up, and we need to stop them from continuing the practice of destroying our forests in the name of so-called progress. So we need courage, and we need to take the first steps to talk to our decision makers and leaders so that we can together stop all of these destructive activities that are hindering our services from nature, from defending us from floods and landslides, the loss of water, and the loss of lives and livelihood. The one thing I would ask the leaders at COP26 to do is to not forget those at the front lines in their words and actions. They don't know what difference they can make when they bring the rangers, when they bring indigenous communities, when they bring women and young people at the forefront of these discussions. And don't forget what kind of support this conference, the long-term plans and the short-term plans can do to them who are actually on the ground, who are risking their lives every day. We need your help. We need your support. We need the attention of the international community to be able to continue the hard work that we are doing for the world and for our communities.
Thank you so much, Billy, for that very simple solution to increasing climate resilience in your community. Just to have courage to resist the broken system. It sounds so simple, doesn't it? But of course, it takes a lot of courage. Knowledge, commitment, persistence are just some of those ingredients that we need to make change happen. And each of us can contribute in different ways. We just have to find that courage. So I hope Billy's words inspired you to find your own. Her message to COP leaders is short and clear. Don't forget those in the front line, and involve young people, women, indigenous communities in the important discussions. And it will make a huge difference since those decisions that are being made impact them directly, and they need to be part of those conversations. We join in her call for climate leaders to realize how much their support is needed and how much their decisions can impact those who are on the front line. So thank you once again, Billy, for this strong message. Now we're going to present you the first of our second place winners. So there was a tie, so there are two second place winners. The first is Water Producer Project in the Pipiripao watershed. I apologize to George for my pronunciation. Building resilience in a water conflict area of Brazil. This comes to us from the Regulatory Agency for Water, Energy, and Basic Sanitation of the Federal District of Brasilia, and ADASA for short, in Brazil. So we're now going to hear from George Werneck, who is the director of the agency. Over to you, George.
Hi, I'm George Werneck, and I'm representing the Water Producer Project from Brazil. The Water Producer Project is very interesting because it connects 17 institutions that used to work alone in a water conflict basin, but now with the project we create a very interesting governance framework to implement best management practices and recovery of the vegetation. To improve water resilience or climate resilience in the Pipiripao Basin, we are dealing with green and gray infrastructure, with good governance, with good data and information. It's very relevant for us to work and to create an environment of trust with the people inside the basin. And for sure, the cooperation among 17 institutions make it happen and creates a synergy in our actions. Before that project that started 10 years ago, we used to work alone, each institution trying to solve the problem. We have a water conflict there of about 20 years with problems in that basin. Very difficult situations, but today we can deal with that. You need to take care of people, and people will take care of the world and of the water. And it's important to cooperate. It's important to share knowledge, to share information, data, money. Mainly for the poorest people and people that are more vulnerable, that needs finance and support and infrastructure and good governance, good laws, and all the system prepared to face the floods and droughts. I can say the worst drought and the worst flood didn't happen yet, so we need to be prepared.
Thank you so much, George, for reminding us. It was an example of integrated water resources management par excellence. So you can imagine how difficult it is to get one or two organizations together to work together. Here we're connecting 17 institutions that used to work separately within a water basin that was prone to conflict. And so to turn that around and to work together is really a huge accomplishment. It's no surprise that it took 10 years to get to this point. Improving water governance is a long-term goal, so it's not something that happens overnight. And only those who actually persevere down this pathway are going to be rewarded to see the fruits of that effort. The importance of good data and information is key, and this resonates clearly in Georgia's message to COP26 leaders. It's vital to cooperate and share knowledge, information, and data. And we can't underestimate the power of cooperation and join forces. It takes just little steps towards others or a little compromise for the greater good. So George makes another strong point. Let's not forget the poor and the vulnerable and support them in building their systems so that they're able to become climate resilient communities. So now we're going to shift towards our other second place winner, Rosana Landa, who is a coordinator for projects and strategic alliances of Fondo Mexicano para la Conservación de la Naturaleza in Mexico. I am so sorry for my pronunciation. Her message comes from the project Watersheds and Cities, social participation to improve the health of ecosystems and water provision. Please, the floor is yours, Rosana.
Rosana Landa Pereira, Watersheds and Cities, Mexico. Watersheds and Cities is a call to action to ensure a future in which Mexico towns and cities have enough water in the face of climate change and increasing population. We are changing the perception of water problem in Mexican cities and have already managed to improve public policies, create financial models to restore and protect forests, and engage local groups in defending their water sources to fulfill their right to water and healthy environment. First, a strong leadership. Then we need to have the climate information available. This is the climate risk and the potential impacts must be identified by the community. Then integrate this information into territorial planning. If possible, make the latest technologies and credible data available to these communities. I also think that it takes inclusion and equity. We have to prioritize engagement with the urban poor or the rural communities, those that are more marginalized, ensure a strong community ownership and buy-in of adaptation intervention or resilient outcomes. And I also think that we need available and affordable funding to adopt low emissions and climate resilient development programs at every scale. And lastly, we have to improve the local capacity. We have to assess their capacity and then try to improve it with this knowledge, information, and try to coordinate collaboration between different stakeholders like universities and researchers, and also a lot of other sectors, the civil society, for example. Of course, support the implementation, and in this, prioritize ecosystem-based adaptation measures. And also we need the right policies in place. To take very seriously climate change, because it's the greatest problem facing humanity today, and that they must ensure policies that highlight the importance of ensuring fresh water for all, and to do this with social justice and equity.
So thank you so much, Rosana. This is really at the heart of what we're talking today about, resilience, how to increase climate resilience within a community. And Rosana gave us the list. You need strong leadership. You need to have reliable information available and integrated into planning processes. You need to have access to the latest technologies. And you need to prioritize engagement with marginalized communities to ensure strong community ownership. And obviously there is funding issues and policy issues. So all of this comes together to build the capacity in a community to ensure sustainability and longevity for these particular initiatives. While this is not exhaustive, it's just long enough to reconfirm that change doesn't happen overnight. It's hard, messy, and every single aspect and step of that change-making process is important and can't be skipped over. And you need to also be sure to integrate all the actors that are affected by those changes. We might not have all the ingredients at the beginning of a change-maker journey, but it's vital to team up with like-minded actors and to share our knowledge and resources with them, because only together are we able to achieve more. We're now going to turn to our third place winner. It is Watershared Bank, funding the conservation of water factories in the tropical Andes, which will be presented by Maria Teresa Vargas Rios, Executive Director of Fundación Natura Bolivia. Here it is.
Hola, mi nombre es María Teresa Vargas, les hablo desde Bolivia y quiero hablarles hoy de mi proyecto Watershed Bank, financiando la conservación de las fábricas de agua en los Andes tropicales. Watershed Bank es un producto financiero que trata de integrar la conservación de las fuentes de agua con el acceso al agua. Lo que hace Watershed Bank es integrar ambos productos, es decir, el financiamiento para las obras grises con el financiamiento de las obras verdes, de tal manera que tengamos un producto integral en este caso y se pueda conservar las fuentes de agua, como también se pueda asegurar el acceso al agua de esta familia en sus viviendas.
My name is Maria Teresa Vargas and I'm speaking to you from Bolivia. And my initiative is Watershed Bank is a funding mechanism to protect the tropical Andes. What it takes to the community to better cope with climate change and how to get resilient? One is to protect each water source that they have on the ground. But second is diversify what they are producing right now. And third is creating local strong institutions so they can actually work all together how to cope with climate change. And finally, I think it's really important to bring the last technology to this community and understand also the technology that they have been developing, and we can learn a lot from them too. But having this new technology joined with the technology that they have, they will help a lot also to mitigate climate change at the local level. Scientists are speaking really loud now. We know the effect of climate change and we know how that will hit to the poor countries and the local communities. So please follow the science. Second, I will say, please use and do stuff together like joint mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Why is that? Because if we want to protect the carbon that is in the forest, also it's people living there, and we need to help these people to be adapted to climate change. And second, I will say invest in organizations who are able to show the best result and not the best law firm. I think it's many organizations at the local level in many countries who are doing an amazing job. We should look for those organizations to help us to get into the point that we really are protecting the forest, we are really protecting the climate.
Great. Thank you, Maria Teresa. This was an excellent example of a successful initiative about mitigating climate change at the local level in a systemic way. The Watershed Bank managed to create the much-needed funding opportunities for indigenous communities to carry out conservation programs, helping the rural world to adapt to and mitigate climate change. At the same time, it empowered women and helped to ensure adequate food and good health for local populations. And finally, it served to build trust between institutions and populations. We certainly hope that the voices of those who know the whole process well, from idea to implementation, will reach the climate leaders. Maria Teresa's message to them is clear. Listen to and follow science. Invest in organizations who have proved themselves with the best results. Look for those organizations who are doing an amazing job at the local level and support them so that they can extend their influence even more. Those were the first, second, and third place winners of the Water Changemaker Awards, which were selected through a complex two-stage jury process. But that's not all. Like I mentioned before, we have two more winners that emerged from People's Choice Awards in partnership with the Climate Adaptation Summit. The first People's Choice Award was conducted with the 12 finalists, And the second one is the Climate Resilience for Africa People's Choice Award. So we are first going to hear from the People's Choice Award, the General People's Choice Award. We will hear from Ashish Barua, a program manager of Helvetas Swiss Intercooperation in Bangladesh, and Zobair Hassan, director of DORP. Both Ashish and Zobair will present the initiative of Mothers Parliaments Advocate for Climate Resilient Wash Facilities. Over to you.
আমার নাম মোসাম্মদ সুপিয়া খাতুন, মা সংসদ স্পিকার, ডর পানি জীবন প্রকল্প বাগেরহাট জেলা মোরলগঞ্জ উপজেলায় কাজ করছি। আমি একজন বাংলাদেশী। জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের কারণে লবণাক্ততা বেড়ে যায়, যার কারণে দরিদ্র হতদরিদ্র পরিবার মূলত তাদের কথা ভাবে না কেউ। আমরা সেই সমস্ত পরিবার নিয়ে পানি স্যানিটেশন ব্যবস্থার কাজ করতে পেরেছি, যেমন 4টি পিএসএফ, 87টি পানির ট্যাঙ্ক এবং স্কুলে টয়লেট সংস্কার।
Mothers Parliament is currently working in the southwest coast in the country. So the resilience in that community, you know that the community actually living in the climate vulnerable area, they are struggling with the context, in the challenge. So actually they adapt themselves in the context. So they know how to adapt and how to make them resilient. So because of their experiences on the ground, they have that indigenous knowledges and experiences, whatever they need. If they get equipped with the technical advancement and the financial support, they will be more resilient in future, I guess.
Thank you very much. My name is Zobair Hassan. I working for DORP. It's a national CSO, and our initiative is Mothers Parliament. And this is a ground women platform, grassroots women platform, and they are very much strong enough to mobilize and express their needs in relation to the climate resilient issues, particularly focusing on the need of the women water and sanitation facilities, particularly water supply. And now around 20 to 15 parliament members in the grassroots level, they are mobilizing the whole community and informing the community about the need of water, particularly drinking water. And the Southwest Bangladesh are facing the salinity in their ground aquifer. That's why surface water is the main source of their water. And that's why Mothers Parliament are advocating to re-excavate and also preparing and creating the pond, which is storage of water for drinking purposes. And the local government structures that we call the Department of Public Health Engineering is responsible for rural water supply in the whole country. So, and the Mothers Parliament bring attention to these stakeholders or the service providers, namely DPHE, and influence them to re-excavate the pond so that they can have the potable water.
So from Bangladesh, one thing I will ask from the policymakers, that for the climate vulnerable community in Bangladesh, in the coastal areas, you have lots of commitment. So please be accountable to your commitment. Please do what you have committed for the climate vulnerable communities. That's all.
On the occasion of this COP26, that's put sufficient allocation for pond re-excavation, and in line with the present situation and also the commitment, and don't waste our time for allocating enough or sufficient allocation in time, because a lot of women are now getting support or getting water by this allocation and through the pond re-excavation. Thank you very much.
Great, very sobering messages that we're getting from Bangladesh, where they are literally living every day with the impacts of climate change. Another success story about the power of a community as well. And this Changemaker story documented the extreme vulnerability in the deltas of Bangladesh and what women are doing to advocate for the communities and to improve decision making. Mothers Parliament not only managed to mobilize the whole community, but had a strong enough voice to express their needs and reach decision makers who are responsible for water supply in their area. It's no wonder that this Water Changemaker story received a total of nearly 16,000 votes in the People's Choice Award. And that represents a huge validation by literally thousands of people who support these activities and want to see them continue and be replicated and succeed all over the planet. The call of Ashish Barua to all the decision makers at COP26, be accountable to your commitment to climate vulnerable communities. We hope that events like this one will bring the voices of the local heroes and change makers one step closer to those who need to deliver on their promises and commitments. And last but not least, it's my pleasure to present to you our final winner. This specific award was born from the desire to illustrate the specific challenges of climate change adaptation in sub-Saharan Africa. The Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs and GWP teamed up and developed the Climate Resilience for Africa People's Choice Award. The initiative that won is Strengthening Climate Resilience in the Kafu Sub-Basin from Zambia, presented by the project manager Indy Danala. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach Indy for a message here for COP26, but we believe that their changemaker journey will bring inspiration and maybe even possible replication in other countries. So we do have a video that we produced previously that we would like to share. Please roll.
My name is Indy Dinala, Project Manager for Strengthening Climate Resilience in the Kafue Sub-Basin, implemented under the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Government of the Republic of Zambia. The project is piloted in the southern part of the country in 3 provinces, cutting across 11 districts. The initiative aims at improving livelihood of the rural farmers by providing alternative sources of income away from the business as usual kind of monocropping agriculture. In this case, water points are provided for the farmers using solar-powered boreholes, and they are able to engage into horticulture production and be able to also rear small ruminants and village chicken, and even engage in fish farming. This initiative is the definite way to go for Africa and beyond, and lessons drawn from this initiative can be replicated in other African countries, because pilot program for climate resilience is piloted not only in Zambia but other African countries. Thank you.
Great. So I hope that you have enjoyed getting to know a little bit more about our water change makers. And I hope that they have also inspired you and their messages have resonated with you. We launched these awards to make visible the teams and organizations who shape water decisions that build climate resilience at the local level. We collected their journeys because at times like this, learning from and celebrating those who have made things happen is more important now than ever. So for more inspiration, I would encourage you to visit the Water Changemakers website and browse through the 78 different changemaker stories that we have profiled there. It's really a wealth of information and inspiration that can hopefully serve to all of you to take those examples back and implement them in your own contexts. We are going to see a little bit of a video introduction to our platform. So, and then we will wrap it up after that. If anyone has any questions afterwards, we're happy to take a few questions from the floor. So over to the pre-recorded video. you on a short journey to see the diversity of changemaker stories we have received. Listed here are the semi-finalists, 78 change journeys selected among 350 submissions, searchable by language, country, and region. You can see the wide range of stories from nature-based solutions to financial investments, from small community initiatives to large global programs, promoting different types of change. The change journeys explore the role of leadership, integrity, and participation. Many of them focus on innovation and offer great examples of new creative thinking and leadership. Before the COP, we reached out to the community of changemakers and we asked them what important messages they wanted to convey to leaders at the COP. Let me show you just a few of those and at the same time invite our audience to join the call by submitting your own messages to COP. We heard important messages around rainwater management from Gujarat, decarbonizing water from the US, water efficiency in agriculture from Chile, youth and climate education through play from the Netherlands. I'd just like to highlight a few particular messages, one coming from Burundi, a commitment that says, I must ensure and contribute to the creation of a society which protects water ecosystems, the natural environment, and which maintains harmony between ecosystems and human activities. We received a message from South Asia saying that climate financing needs to get down to the local level so that local communities and governments have funds to finance their own climate adaptation interventions. And finally, from the Netherlands, a message that says, every action counts, no matter how small. Here's the link to the platform on Padlet, and we would invite you to join us and bring your messages to the COP as well. We hope that today's session managed to showcase the bravery, commitment, and leadership of those who drive change on the ground. We also hope that you found inspiration in all those water changemaker stories, and they will serve as encouragement to those of you who still need that little boost to transform your dreams and ideas into action. Thank you for joining us. We have about 3 minutes left, so if there's anyone in the audience that would like to come up and share their water changemaker idea or experience, please feel free, and then we'll just wrap it up. Is there anyone wants to tell about an experience they have on the ground that has increased climate resilience through different activities or... Yes, please. Please.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Yes, actually, our perspective is a little bit different. I work for an animal welfare organization, and we focus on communities that depend on their animals when it comes to working in agriculture. For instance, access to water. Access to water is a big thing, and they use animals like donkeys, horses, and mules, for example. And for the community, so animal-dependent community, these animals are assets when it comes to, well, from the point of view, like economical point of view, but also social point of view, anything. So what we're doing is we are collaborating with several partners and funding projects that include provisions for the health and the welfare of these animals, because if families and communities lose these assets, then they lose almost everything. So, for example, when it comes to water, I'm sure that you know that there are women and girls especially, they spend up to 200 million hours per day collecting waters. And the simple fact of having an animal then reduce the timing to access that precious source, and that allows them to dedicate themselves to something else, so education, for example, not only to the usual family stuff. So this is our example. Really happy to collaborate with like-minded parties, and that's why we're here. That's why we're engaging. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. And like I said, if you have something to add to the Changemaker journeys or platforms, let us know and we'll help you. Anyone else have some experience that they want to share that has made change happen on the ground? Anything?
Hi, this is Mukhlis Rahman from Bangladesh. In a coastal area where salinity is a huge problem, and people can only grow monsoon rice, because during monsoon rains, the salinity goes down. So compared to other areas of Bangladesh, they get only one rice or one crop a year, but in other places people get 3 crops. So there is huge food insecurity, huge migration, and also there are lots of being located in a coastal area. They suffer from various hazards, impacts of hazards are there. So what we did, we salvaged a canal. I mean, we should say restored a canal from leaseholders through government officials' involvement, and excavated a canal so that it retains rainwater. And that actually, made the differences. Mm-hmm. Now people can grow 3 crops a year, and they diversified the crops. They get vegetables, oil seeds, pulse, rice, wheat, even sunflower. So it ensured that food security and also jobs for the poor. Mm-hmm. So we think that it's a huge thing, a small investment in small interventions, but big change. Mm-hmm. So we are now documenting this. This was funded by the Climate Justice Resilient Fund, and we are working in a coastal area. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you for sharing those experiences. It's incredible. And what we see from it is that water is not in isolation. You have to take a systems approach to be able to solve multiple problems all together at the same time. Just to wrap up, I want to thank you all for joining us here today, and also all of our viewers that joined us on YouTube. And we want to encourage you all to become water change makers. As you can see, a lot of work went into this, and I just wanted to say a special thanks to the Water Changemaker team and our partners for making this happen. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Friends, let's make no mistake. We are facing a global water crisis.
Here's the fact on water. If you have a business anywhere in the world, it's going to be directly impacted by the global water crisis.
What if the world's CEOs could reverse the water crisis simply by working together? That's what the Water Resilience Coalition aims to do, and we're going to do it by 2050.
We have to come together to realize that corporations have a powerful platform, NGOs have a powerful mission, and if you bring those things together, we can create powerful outcomes.
We really need to scale up innovative practices and technologies. We need to mobilize more and better targeted financing. And we absolutely need to generate and share more and higher quality data and information to guide policy and decision making.
You need a systemic solution to mobilize different actors in the local communities to all contribute to balancing the local watershed.
All of our processes were basically built upon the premise that water is going to be plentiful and free forever. That was true for about 100 years. It's not going to be true going forward.
We call upon companies here to join the Water Resilience Coalition and commit to helping us solve the world water and climate crises.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. Welcome to today's session, Resilient Together, Water and Climate Adaptation Collective Action in the Business Sector. My name is Jason Morrison. I serve as the president of the Pacific Institute and the head of the CO Water Mandate. The CO Water Mandate is a 15-year-old corporate water stewardship platform housed within the UN Global Compact and co-managed between the Pacific Institute and the UN Global Compact. Today's session is being organized by the Water Resilience Coalition, the collective action initiative of the CO Water Mandates. And the WRC was launched on World Water Day of last year with the recognition by leading businesses that there was an urgent need to elevate the ambition and accelerate action on water. WRC members individually and collectively committing to have a net positive water impact on water through their individual and joint actions. Water positive within the context of the WRC's work is defined as addressing the three major dimensions of water stress: water quantity, water quality, and water accessibility. The WRC has also set a 2030 ambition to have a positive water impact in 100 water stress basins and to enable climate resilient WASH for over 100 million people. WRC's membership is now 27 members strong, with new members joining here at COP, LG and Brazil, representing Korea and Brazil, Braskem, representing these two new companies and regions of the world. At this COP, we are looking to approve the CEO Circle's acknowledgement of the 2030 collective ambition and roadmap, and we hope to be able to bring more attention to that in the weeks to come. In terms of today's program, we're going to have first a keynote speech by Sanda Njiomba, the CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact, who will talk about raising the ambition in the corporate sector on water and climate. And then we will have a number of panel sessions, the first being one on focusing on scaling collective action, which will be led by Kellyanne Naylor, the Associate Director for WASH at UNICEF, and panelists Ewan Andrew, President of Global Supply Chain and Procurement and Chief Sustainability Officer at Diageo, Claire Lund, Vice President of Sustainability at GlaxoSmithKline, who is here today, and Secretary Wade Crowfoot from California Natural Resources Agency. The second panel is going to focus on collective action initiatives towards basin health and resilient access, and it will be led by Andrea Eriksson, Managing Director for Water Security at the Nature Conservancy, who is here with us in the room. Panelists being Vedika Bhandarkar, Chief Operating Officer for Water.org, Andre Fure, the Global Director for Water Sustainability at Anheuser-Busch InBev, and Emilio Tenuta, Chief Sustainability Officer at Ecolab. We will then have Sanjeev Chadha, Vice Chair of the Pacific Institute, provide closing remarks. So, without further ado, let me hand it over to Kellyanne Naylor. No, sorry, to Sandhya Adjambo.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And Jason, thank you very much. It's been odd. It's been a year and a half of seeing Jason on the screen. So exciting to see him in person and the rest of you. So to my remarks. First, thank you very much, Jason, for inviting me to speak about raising ambition and business ambition specifically. As you all must know, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has identified the most recent report from the IPCC as being a code red for humanity. And to avert this catastrophe, he's calling on all of us to join forces, because urgently we must work together to raise our ambition. And firmly at the center of this is certainly the private sector. So at this critical COP, where we know that pledges are being made and progress is being assessed under the Paris Agreement of 2015, all of this lies under the microscope, and adaptation and indeed resilience have stormed onto the stage like never before. And I'm both pleased and relieved to note that fresh water has arrived with a bang, and in this first ever water pavilion. So congratulations, Jason and colleagues, because it's also fittingly located in the Blue Zone. So water, as we know, has gained tremendous prominence, partially due to the dramatic events we've seen this year, record-setting drought and heat waves across western United States and in Sao Paulo, Brazil, severe flooding in Europe, and even in New York, where I live. And Hurricane Ida, as we know, has caused severe flooding and inundated our sewage systems. So all of this really points to increased concerns about fresh water availability, quality, and access. And we all know that truly there must be a looming crisis around the corner. But as we say, and as we firmly believe for business, that with every crisis there certainly is opportunity. And if we imagine water as a critical blue thread that connects all of our ecosystems, it'll continue to sustain all our life on Earth. So seen in this light, and in light of what we believe as a UN Global Compact, water is truly a foundation for sustainable development, and it's critical to the world's response for climate change. In order for us to build thriving, climate-resilient communities, ecosystems, and economies, we do need clean, reliable, and accessible water resources and healthy fresh water systems. Collectively, if we act now, we have the power to respond to the climate and water crisis and contribute to the sustainable development objectives that we all seek. Water's central role here at COP26 gives us an extraordinary platform for us to discuss, deliberate, and disseminate ambitious plans. Again, from our perspective at the UN Global Compact, we understand that companies must elevate both their efforts and their ambitions, setting convention-shattering goals and targets that have meaning, but that must also take real action to scale. And that's why, again, we integrated net positive water impact within our ambition accelerator on the SDGs, which requires companies to work both individually and collectively to achieve our goals. Indeed, nothing the UN does exists in a vacuum. And the climate crisis that we have seen is bigger than any individual and certainly any institution. So acting alone, acting in silos, or even bilateral engagement will not solve the challenges of today or of the future. But we know that collectively we can multiply progress. The private sector, governments, civil society, NGOs, and the UN must explore new ways to collaborate across cultures and across sectors. We must join forces for equitable, inclusive outcomes for resilient results. So to build long-term resilience and adapt to the challenges of climate change, we must build a robust program of work and work with coalitions that can translate real impact on the ground and certainly in the water. And that's why we're so excited about today's session, to explore how collaboration can multiply impact and certainly help avert the climate-related crises that we face. And of course, fresh water remains central and critical to all climate solutions. This very idea led us to launch the CEO Water Mandate and the Water Resilience Coalition. It's a CEO-led initiative, as you saw in the video, that is committed to reducing water stress by 2050 in some of the most vulnerable freshwater basins around the world. Working with some of the planet's largest companies, and we thank you for your participation, we have the potential to positively impact 1/3 of the world's freshwater use. Our approach to fresh water must also address environmental and societal aspects of climate change, placing nature at the center. We are truly encouraged by the growing concerns within the private sector that recognize this urgent need to protect our global fresh water supply. And in the Global Compact and with the Coalition, we continue to call on private sector actors to join us in this effort of uniting business for a better world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Sanda. For those that have been in the water space, working in basins that are stressed, you'll know that partnerships and collaboration around water can be very hard. Yet we also know that they are an imperative to driving impact at scale. The only way that you really will address water resilience and water security in these regions is through collaborative partnerships. So the focus of today is to talk a little bit about how we can collaborate and scale those partnerships, starting with our first session and our newest partner. I mentioned some of our newest member companies of the WRC, but really excited about the newest partnership that's formed here in COP with UNICEF. And Kellyanne Naylor, over to you to run this next session.
Jason, thank you so much, and good morning from New York. And it's a pleasure to be able to participate in this session. And I think, Jason, I was just thinking as I was listening that I've been part of events, for this whole week, and I just am so excited about this one because I feel like we're really bringing a promising and innovative solution to our greatest common challenge of having a livable planet. And I think it's really in this true spirit of partnership and collective action, of course, the theme of this discussion, that I'm delighted to start off this next segment with an announcement of this new partnership between UNICEF and the UN Global Compact CEO Water Mandate. And through this partnership, we're aiming at furthering the objectives of the CEO Water Mandate to mobilize a critical mass of business leaders to address the global water challenges through corporate water stewardship. We're also looking at how this brings and accelerates progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG 6, and can help us really build in this climate resilience in the partnerships that we have with governments, the private sector, and civil society with the partnerships in CEO Water Mandate. And just as some background, over the past year, UNICEF has been increasingly engaging with governments and private sector partners to support the water security agenda, which we launched last March in the sidelines of the President of the General Assembly's one-day meeting on water. And we launched this Water Security for All initiative with the aim to reach over 450 million children, totally 1.4 billion people living in areas with high and extremely high water vulnerability. And we want to reach them with climate resilient wash services. So I think we can see how these pieces come together to be able to really build on the partnership that we've already had with CEO Water Mandate through initiatives like the Wash for Work initiative. And I'm just so pleased to announce that we have been able to formally, reach this agreement and to mobilize the full convening powers to bring public sector government and private sector corporations together to identify this opportunities for co-investment so we can achieve results and measure them together. So this announcement, I think, links us really well to the discussion that we want to have today on scaling collective action. So just together with me in my role as the Global Director of Water, Sanitation and Hygiene at UNICEF, I'm really delighted to be accompanied by, as Jason mentioned, Ewan Andrew, who is the president of the Global Supply Chain and Procurement and Chief Sustainability Officer at Diageo, a global leader in beverage and the beverage market. We've also have Claire Lend, who is the Vice President of Sustainability at GSK, which is a science-led global healthcare company. And we have Secretary Wade Crowfoot from California, Secretary of Natural Resources. So we really wanted to have this as a discussion today. So I'm going to start first with the question to each of our panelists, but then we want to get into a real conversation on this topic. So Ewan, I'm going to reach out first to you. It's nice, I see you there on the screen. You know, presumably your company relies on water as a key resource, and that this really requires partnerships with governments and communities to ensure the long-term stability, sustainability of this resource. So, you know, besides that, Diageo is also one of the companies that's involved in the Water Resilience Coalition. So we're wondering if you can tell us about the enabling environment conditions that you think are necessary to be able to scale this partnership to achieve the ambitious goals of the Water Resilience Coalition. And, you know, we'd love to hear, you know, your personal perspectives on this from your experience. Thanks so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Kelly, and congratulations on the partnership announcement. We are a proud founder member, and look, water is very important to our organisation. It's very important to me. We're really committed to preserving the natural resources that we all depend on. We do a lot in partnership with many stakeholders across climate change, and I think that, you know, water stress, biodiversity loss, everything about a more sustainable world is linked into what we're trying to do. And you bring up the question when you talk about enabling the conditions. And I always think about a few things. I think about scale, acceleration, and we talked about coalitions. But the reality for me is when we come back down to what we do every day, I always think it's a bit like when you catch up with your friends or you meet new colleagues at events like COP26. As you depart, you tend to say a lot of, you know, really intentional things, right? And it's about, see you again soon, let's catch up, let's go to dinner. But actually what makes a difference and what we all need to do is we need to say, okay, when? Who's coming? Let's put a date in the diary. Let's get the coalition moving or the partnership moving. And these things make a big difference. So what we're trying to do is to have under we announced it last year, our 2030 Spirit of Progress ambitions, our 10-year action plan that comes with science-based targets that are certified. But ultimately, the intention of that is to put ourselves out as a leading company and a leading voice with platforms to do good in society, linked to our business goals and our business ambitions. But when you take something like water, and it's such a precious resource, we want to make sure that we're managing it really well. And we know that there are communities all over the world, and we've got operations and employees. And actually, our business is based off a lot of these communities too, in terms of being able to enjoy our products. So we target in about particularly those water-stressed worlds. And I'd say that the approach really tries to look at the multiple dependencies of water in the local community and actually try and create economic development, try and create a more inclusive environment in which people are working in. And we know that in water and in water-stressed environments, particularly women and children, and the partnership with UNICEF is great. They have to spend so much time in vulnerable situations to get the very basis of what they need for life. And therefore, we try and go in and establish partnerships that are broader than just the water access. It's about skills for life. It's about securing communities with economic growth. And I think many people will be looking to do the same intentional things. But my big message really is, as you come into those conditions, is actively take it forward. And that's what the CEO coalitions do. But it also comes down into the organizations to build different behaviors and cultures together. Kelly.
Great. And thank you so much for that. And I really took away from what you said about how you're able to be kind of thinking these business goals, integrating this into your plans, and really I took away really this idea of concretization of action, of making sure that this is actually resulting in impact on the communities and that you're working in. I think it's really exciting to hear how you're looking at building in the benefits, not only around kind of the business opportunity, but really these benefits of overall water management also for human and socioeconomic development. And I think that's really what, for me, is really exciting about seeing how, we've talked a lot about how all these pieces come together, but it's great to be actually now seeing it in practice. So congratulations for that experience, and thanks for sharing it. Claire, now we're going to come over to you. And your company, GlaxoSmithKline, is also a member of the Water Resilience Coalition. And I'm wondering if you can tell us, really kind of along the same lines, what are the enabling conditions that your company needs to be able to scale partnerships to achieve these ambitious goals of the Water Resilience Coalition?
Thanks, Kelly. I'm here. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to be you might have my side-on view, Kelly, so I'm very...
look at the real people.
Oh, we're getting used to hybrid. There we go, I can see you. So thank you very much for that. And yes, I mean, we're a global healthcare company. So, I mean, to be honest, what everybody's now really realizing is climate change, nature loss, obviously have a direct impact on water quality, water access, water security. But that is a human health impact. So that's one of our big objectives, and we look at it in terms of enabling conditions, but also what are the 3 areas that we as a healthcare company can bring as a unique perspective. The first is not unique to us and is actually where we encourage everybody to look at, which is understand where your hotspots are, not only for your own sites, but also your supply chain, your suppliers. So we've mapped a lot of that. We've then set targets, which is not just about our environmental impact, but also the resilience faces, so what's the flooding impact, what's the risk of us not getting water to those factories and those facilities, which means we cannot provide medicines. So it's really mapping that out. It's really then identifying what are the hotspots, and we've mapped out about 8 water stress basins we're focusing on. We've set targets not only for our sites for water stewardship, water reduction, but then in water stressed basins to really focus on the water positive, the water neutrality aspect. And that's when you start realizing you can't do that on your own. So that's the first piece. The second piece is we have been working for a long time on WASH programs as well. So we've looked at sort of 20 projects, again, impacting 10,000 children and their families. But again, we need the scale. So my messaging is we've done the first thing, environmental impact, starting to set targets. The second thing we've started, it's having an impact. And then the third one is we've really, frankly, this is more specific to our sector, using our scientific expertise to support scientific discoveries of prevention. So looking at malaria, rotavirus, that's really where we can come in and support on some of the resilience and the healthcare resilience of those diseases that are likely to be amplified by water stress and climate change situations as well. And I think just to your point, Kelly, on the enabling conditions, once you understand the impact and actually can share with your board the financial risks and the implications of that, they get on board pretty quickly. The second one, though, and I talked about the other 2 actions, is we can't do that on our own. We aren't big enough. Actually, we cannot do this water basin systems approach on our own. So hence, obviously, as you said, why we joined the Water Resilience Coalition, and actually working in partnership now, we've started with the basins in South Africa, because that's one of the basins where we'd already reduced a lot of our own water use. So we've gone pretty far on that journey. Now we've got to work in partnership and collaboration to look at the sort of water, basin approach. And that's, removing alien species and looking at restoration of those basins through green engineering. So using nature as part of the solution as well. But I think my key message in the enabling piece is understand your impact, focus on what you can do, but then frankly, join coalitions and partnerships pretty quickly. Hopefully that gave you the summary.
Yeah, Claire, thank you so much. Yeah, no, I really, I think it was great. And I think, we were talking, with Ewan a lot about kind of aligning. And I think we heard that also, as you're saying, about setting targets, about, about having a concrete way forward. But I think what you also really highlighted was this need to really engage across sectors. And you talked about the fact that this isn't only about water, it's also about health. And I was thinking a little bit about how in this partnership, I think we are really able to engage across these sectors much better because we're actually bringing the best of what each of us has to offer, which is different, to be able to try to tackle this problem. And I think that is really an encouraging opportunity. And hopefully, we can create kind of a positive spiral of impact through our joint action. So thank you so much for that really insightful intervention. And now we're moving to our third discussant and panel member, Secretary Wade Crawford. You're representing the government side here in this conversation, and I've been told that the Department of Natural Resources in California has some experience in these types of public-private partnerships. So let me again ask you the same question, looking at it really from a government perspective. What do you see as the enabling conditions that are needed to scale partnerships to achieve these ambitious goals of the Water Resilience Coalition? So thank you, Secretary, and over to you.
Thanks so much, Kellyanne. And it's inspiring to be here, both in this discussion and at COP26. For those of you who are joining remotely, we are in the heart of Pavilion Hall. And for good reason, water is at the heart of the climate challenge we face. Our colleague in California, Peter Glick, once told me if climate change is a shark, water is its teeth. Meaning for a lot of places of the world, certainly including California, some of the challenges and threats that are driven most intensely from climate change is expressed through water. Now, let's be honest, governments from any continent in the world could be sitting where I am and telling you that we have to build more water resilience. I'll tell you a brief story about California to give you a sense that this is happening everywhere in the global south, in the global north, across continents. I live in the capital city of Sacramento, and this year we broke a dubious record of the highest number of days in a row without any measurable rain, 221 days. We're in the middle of a pernicious drought. Interestingly, the storm that broke that streak was an atmospheric river event that dropped the highest amount of rain ever recorded in a single day. So this weather whiplash is very real in California right now in real time. And we recognize that our economy, which we're proud to call the 5th largest economy in the world, the prosperity, the equality and equity that we want to build relies on stability of our water system. So we know we have a lot to do in investing, working with our corporate partners, our communities to address, Jason's 3 challenges of water quantity, water quality, and water accessibility. One thing that I think, answering your question, Kellyanne, that we can do to ensure that we have the strong corporate partnerships we need is to be clear and transparent in government about where we're moving with our investments and with our water system. We know in California we need to both modernize our infrastructure, which was built last century and is not well positioned to address climate change this century. But we also have to update our approaches to water, including our laws and our regulations. We in California, I think, are like a lot of governments that are trying to step back and be very strategic about how we're going to build that water resilience. And we've established what's called a water resilience portfolio, recognizing what we need to do as a state to achieve that drought resilience, that flooding, that resilience against flood. And it involves many things, including diversifying our water supplies, expanding our water recycling and our stormwater capture, improving water conservation, creating shifting a system that's centralized and static and rigid, and making our water systems much more decentralized, dynamic, and flexible. So from my perspective, if we're going to continue to grow and provide prosperity in California and increasingly ensure that all Californians benefit from that prosperity, it has to be in partnership with our business sector. Simply put, our business sector is the engine that provides what we consider to be, our California dream. So I would say, our action to build water resilience is not only a climate imperative, it's also an opportunity. And we have a ton of corporate partners that are doing everything from helping us invest in that modernization, helping us understand and build the system of the future that we're going to need. We have an incredibly innovative tech sector who's bringing the power of technology, particularly distributed technology, to help support how we build that resilience. Things like forecast-informed reservoir operations, where we're operating the same reservoirs we have, but more flexibly as a result of better modeling on incoming storms. Likewise, just a couple weeks ago, we were proud to help announce a product called OpenET, or Open Evapotranspiration, which is a partnership of NASA and Google and so many others that's actually using satellite data to help farmers and water users understand the amount of water that they're using in their fields. Blows my mind that you can actually use satellite data that NASA derives for the benefit of improving water efficiency. Our ag sector, which is an important part of our economy and a really sort of the lifeblood of a part of our state, is getting more efficient and technology forward by the day. So there are so many ways, Kellyanne, that we are working with the corporate sector, but we need continued leadership. I'll just say, I have to applaud everything you all are doing and thank the companies that are stepping up on this. I think you all recognize that your business future, our future, relies on stability and resilience. So we're glad to play whatever part we can.
Thank you so much, Secretary Crawford. And I really, I think anyone who can bring together NASA, Google, farmers in the Central Valley, the ag sector, and government, that's really, really exciting opportunity. And I think that's exactly the type of solutions that we're going to need to be able to tackle the scale of this crisis. And I think, as you said, we need to see it as a common solution for economy, prosperity, and equality. I think were your words. So thank you so much for sharing those examples. And I know time is always so short, and I think you were talking about the fact that it would be great if we could all go out to dinner and continue this discussion. But since at least with our current technology, that's not possible yet. But I want to go back to each of our panel members and just really quickly, what would you say to peers who are starting the collective action or water resilience journey? And I think hopefully we have some of you who might be thinking about engaging in this, and you want some advice. So what would, maybe just going to each of our speakers, kind of one advice that you would have for others who are thinking about taking this journey with us? Over to you, Ewan.
Sure. So I guess the first thing I'd say is sign up to the WRC pledge, right? So by signing up, you've got accountability, and with accountability, we'll do great things. But I'd also say that the important thing is just connect with water stewardship. Think about your profile and think about it not just for the operational parts of your business, but as Claire spoke about, and Wade, think about the broader environment which you're part of. And therefore, that's where you'll find the coalitions. That's where you'll find that you don't just need to think about your budget because you're joining with funds or you're joining with others. And I think that when the reality hits the ground and you go down to see some of these projects in the water basins and the priority ones, it's not easy to get equipment in and out, people in and out. These things take mobilization. And I think that's where the power of a coalition is, that we can kind of do these things at scale and we can do them faster. So yeah, just get very curious and think about that stewardship of your business for the long term.
Thank you so much, Ewan, and certainly a lot of inspiring examples coming from Diageo. Thank you. Claire, coming to you from a GSK perspective.
No?
Sorry.
Hello? Oh, hello. I was going to say it's fun to go second because Ewan's taken all the great ones. So because we're here, and frankly, I would echo that. Join the Water Resilience Coalition. The access and sharing that is happening is unbelievably supportive, collaborative, and there's no question that's a bad question. So it's a really brilliant forum to also start understanding how to do this, what's your journey. But the second one I would say is actually there are tools out there. You don't need to be a NASA scientist, although that's brilliant what they're doing, to actually start to really map your footprint, your impact. There are simple tools out there, and I would really recommend people use that. And then also then really bring the finance and the board with you, because actually this is a resilience piece for the companies or the organizations as much as it is for the planet. So hopefully quick advice.
I would lean in and work with your governments wherever you do business to really understand what the challenges will be in coming decades and not just work around the edges. We need corporate leadership to address the scale and urgency of the crisis. Here in Glasgow, we have tens of thousands of people marching in the street, many of whom are terrified, like many of us are, of a future if we don't actually take the action we know we need to take. Corporate government partnerships, public-private partnerships are absolutely essential. So help us tell your story. There's so much to be quite frightened about in climate change. We need inspiring stories. We need hope. We need those actions that will galvanize others. Don't presume that government knows necessarily what you're doing in the corporate sector. Help us tell your story, and as Ewan said, to recruit more to this movement.
Thank you so much, Secretary Crawford. And I think that call to action, I think that we've heard from all of our speakers today. I know, we've heard about, the Code Red for Humanity, the global water crisis, and, coming from a UNICEF perspective, of course, we're really listening to the voices of young people who, as Secretary Crawford said, are really urging us to act faster and with greater determination because their futures are at stake. And I think we can only feel encouraged that we are bringing solutions to the table. And I think that we have an incredible opportunity that we can use with our leadership, with our expertise, with the resources and our assets to be able to be part of this global solution and showing experiences. So Jason, congratulations to CEO Water Mandate and the Water Resilience Coalition for generating this great momentum, and back over to you. Thank you to our speakers. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Kellyanne, and thank you to our panelists. I'm going to resist the urge to try to synthesize some of the key takeaways. I'm going to leave that to Sanjeev to do at the end. I will say that part of the change theory of the WRC is to really try to focus that collective action in key regions and to work with the leaders in those regions to demonstrate the possible. Because once you can show how it works in one place, it can be scaled and replicated. What global companies do well is replicate success quickly, and that's what I think we can lean on. And California is a WRC priority region, so really looking forward to the opportunity to collaborate with the leadership of the state government in California, among the other regions. So without further ado, there's an organization that has done more partnership on water than I think I'm aware of. There aren't any ones that have done more of it, which is the Nature Conservancy. And so I'm going to hand over to Andrea to talk us through some of the emerging collaboration around basin health initiatives and also resilient access. Over to you, Andrea.
Thanks, Jason. Okay, so we're going to take this down a little bit down more to the practical level. We've heard a lot about the ambition setting, pretty exciting, 100 basins with healthy watersheds and 100 million people with access and to water and sanitation. And we're already on the journey, just like there's lots of announcements here, but this is a journey that's already happening. So just to be clear, this is action-packed already. So I have some colleagues joining me today. They're good colleagues, friends that I work with that will come on screen. We're just going to have a little conversation about that. So hopefully they're able to join me online. Andre Ferre and from AB InBev, there we go. Emilia Tenuta from Ecolab, and Vedika from water.org. We've just met, but this is one of the great things about this coalition is we're starting to frame some new partnerships. So we're going to talk through kind of what's really the opportunity when we look out in the field in these basins, in these communities where we're working to address water access and sanitation needs. So can I start with you guys up there on the screen, just to tell us a little bit more, what do you think the real opportunities are now for collective action? And Emilio, I know a lot of this effort around this coalition started with Ecolab, so I'm going to give you the first word on that. What are the tangible opportunities you see right now?
Thanks, Andrea. It's great to be with all of you and my fellow panelists today on this important topic. And let me start with the awareness of that the release of the 6th IPCC assessment report on climate in August identified that the top physical risks facing companies due to climate change is water stress. And member companies of WRC know this very well and have committed to achieving the net positive water impact in water stress basins where they operate by 2050 and halfway there by 2030. So smart water management will be key to having corporations take action toward a net positive water impact that can deliver two major benefits to companies. First, it can help advance the reduction in energy and greenhouse gas emissions, so the mitigation, supporting the net zero carbon strategies. Second, it can help organizations really adapt to this changing climate through a proactive smart water management strategy that can incorporate insights to enable more resilient operations given the hypersensitivity of the local watershed. And so these water management strategies can also incorporate nature-based solutions to improve supply, quality, and access in these water-stressed basins, which can drive social and community benefits as well as environmental benefits. So there are several water stewardship examples of collaboration that come to mind. We were just talking about California a minute ago. Nothing better than the California Water Action Collaborative as a shining example of how companies can come together. The Texas Water Action Collaborative, which was launched this year, is another great example. So if we do this right, we will help mitigate and help companies adapt to physical risks related to water stress and reduce regulatory risks and also protect against reputational risks as well. So we know this works when we work together. So Andrea, those are just some of the main opportunities to operationalize collective action in basins.
Hello. Those are really great examples of where it's both public and private partnership already, to the Secretary's points about leaning in with your local governments. So, Andre, big footprint with AB InBev as the largest beer producer in the world. So where do you see real opportunities for collaborative action? And maybe there's some challenges, too, you want to share. I know you're real thoughtful on that topic.
Thanks, Andrea. Yes, as the world's local brewer, we certainly see water as the lifeblood of our products, our supply chain, and the communities where we operate. So we value water in both ways that have been touched on here at the global level and at the local level. And I think for the interest of the session, let's focus on the local, where we believe that watershed impact, positive watershed impact, has to be the focus and the starting point of all our discussion, and making sure that we get to measurable impact in terms of availability, quality, quantity of water. And we think the WRC has done well to try and bring these different dynamics and objectives into one agenda, which we think is really, really positive. And we have examples, for instance, where we work with TNC in Mexico in investing in nature-based solutions, aquifer recharge, agriculture, in a way that doesn't just focus on the water availability, but also the community, so making sure that we have inclusive growth impact locally. But to be honest, you spoke about the challenges. There's no doubt, and a few speakers have mentioned, that collaborative action is key to achieve these objectives at scale. But I've been very surprised how difficult it has been to partner constructively with companies at scale. And that's not pointing fingers at anyone. I'm sure we are as much as to blame the way we operate as others are. But there's something that makes it really difficult somehow for companies to move beyond one NGO and one or two companies who collaborate on one small project. And we really have to find ways of breaking through it. And I see the WRC as critical in this journey. We're putting a lot of stake in the WRC as a platform for helping us. Of course, there are many other important players as well, and we are very supportive of those efforts too. But we have to get beyond what sometimes seems to be like the narrow self-interest of companies of saying, we will do this project and we will tell you how much we've replenished. We have to find ways of looking beyond that in the collective interest, in terms of a group of companies, 5, 10 companies together with 2, 3, 5 NGOs, 2 or 3 local authority players, and showing watershed impact at scale. I think it's the only way we're going to deal with water in a real, tangible way in the context of climate change. Thank you.
Thanks, Andre. Vedika, I know you all are really dedicated, very single-minded and focused on the issue of water access and hygiene. It's so critical to communities around the world. And I just love the words that Jennifer gave us at the top of this with, powerful platforms is what we find in our corporate partners, but these are NGOs with powerful missions. So how is this coalition helping you all in water.org meet your goals?
Thank you. Thanks, Andrea. So, at water.org, we've been incredibly fortunate that we've had the opportunity, and we have the opportunity already to work with multiple members of the Water Resilience Coalition. And we're truly seeing collective actions where companies are supporting programs or supporting initiatives alongside one another, which has 2 big results. One is they're creating cost efficiencies because they're working alongside one another. And the second one, probably even more important, is they're able to amplify impact in priority high stress basins. So, we're actually seeing on the ground the proverbial 1 + 1 adding to much more than 2, adding to 3 and beyond. And we're seeing this in action. And that's, one reason that we feel very strongly about that WRC is such a great platform. So I thought I'll talk about a couple of specific examples where we are engaged with members of the WRC. So Mexico, as I'm sure many of you are aware, there are regions of Mexico which is experiencing the worst drought in more than 3 decades. And several members of the WRC are enabling climate resilient water and sanitation access in these locations where either they have their own operations, as has been mentioned, or they have, through the direct employees, or they have value chains which operate in these areas and are working with the communities in terms of delivering real solutions. Another example is in India, again, where we're working with WRC members, where they're leading, where they're leaning in terms of collective action, creating a model which can be leveraged by others. And I know Andre talked about, and it's been talked about before, that these partnerships are hard. They take a lot of time and effort, but now that there are partnerships which are working, it's really, I would end, our request would be for other companies to just lead in, see how this is working, and scale it even further in terms of supporting the 2030 goals. Back to you, Andre.
Great, thanks. And those are great examples. 1 + 1 is more than 2 in a lot of cases. And just because I'm part of the crew too, I wanted to share just a couple examples where it's made a difference for us. Andre mentioned we work on water funds. This is a collective action mechanism for delivering on nature-based solutions to improve water security. And we've done now 43 of them in the world in 13 countries, so that we're starting to get the rhythm down and understanding how to replicate them. But in so many of the cases, it takes a corporate actor to get things going, that early courage money, the catalyst, the leadership, the champion that gets started. And one example of that was in Cape Town, where we now have quite a lot of corporate partners. But in the beginning, it was really just one with a little bit of money, said, let's get going. And so we have a great business case for how removal of invasive species in the catchments of Cape Town is actually returning 2 months of water, equivalent to a desal plant, at 1/10 of the cost. And given those kinds of numbers and the business case that is there, once we can work through the science and the economics of that, then it becomes really easy to connect to the public sector. Back to Secretary Crowfoot's words on that. And so this year, in the middle of the pandemic, we had a $4 million investment from the city of Cape Town to those efforts. And so that's sort of how that early entry from the corporate sector can be catalytic and then ultimately connect through collective action with the public sector and others. So that's just my little sharing of experience of why it's been great and also helps us meet our goals, right, globally. I want to go just for a minute back to Andre or Emilio, one of you. Can you get more tangible, though? You have corporate commitments that you have made. How does this coalition and the projects that come through it actually tangibly connecting to those goals? And maybe, Andre, I'll go to you first on that.
Sure. So we've made a commitment to have measurable impact in water quality and quantity, a measurable improvement in all the high-risk sites where we operate and the communities where we operate. So that was a brave and bold commitment, but we very quickly realized we need scale and we need partners to get there. So for us, the WRC is critical to enable that. We think it's essential that companies focus on high-risk watersheds in the first instance, because I think if we all focus on those, we'll make a tangible impact on where it's required, but also then to have collective efforts where we can learn around methodology, ways of scaling, different, more effective ways of measurement, remote sensing, etc. And I think the WRC is well placed to help all of us with that. Emilio?
Yeah, I mean, very similar. We have a similar 2030 target. We're aiming to get to net positive water impact by 2050 and halfway there by 2030. And that involves some of these solutions that not only drive operational efficiency, but also, impact in terms of availability and quality and access in the watersheds we operate in that are high risk. And I think, Andrea, you mentioned Cape Town. I would say another shining example that AB InBev and other WRC members are working on currently is the shining example of the TNC project in Sao Paulo, the Sao Paulo Water Fund in the PCJ watershed. A great example of how the benefits of source water protection activities can go beyond water security to encompass other benefits such as mitigating climate change through carbon benefits, adapting to climate change and building resilient communities, to improving human health and well-being through WASH and job opportunities to protect against actions resulting in community benefits there. So to me, I think those are some examples of how the WRC is leaning in on some of these critical opportunities to really work together to do more, because the exponential impact of us working in these watersheds is so much greater than if we did it on our own.
Great, thank you. And Vedika, this is going to be last word to you. So tell us about how this coalition is helping you really meet your goals, but also kind of help us understand the value you see in terms of scale. What comes next? How do we get to scale? Thank you.
Sure. So, I think this point has been made earlier in the conversation. It's really about leveraging strengths, right? And I think this point has been made in terms of no one actor can do it alone. And similarly, I would say no one corporate can do it alone, right? So it's about leveraging strengths. And if we just talk about corporate partners here for a minute, there's many common strengths, right? So in terms of understanding the consumers, corporates themselves being large consumers of water, in terms of their influence, their ability to scale, the financial and human resources, the ability to work with governments across all levels, right? So at the country, at the state, at the region, very locally in where they operate. But there are also some strengths which are very specific to individual corporates. So, for example, Ecolab, the way they understand, the sector, the water in terms of usage, efficiencies, etc. Or like GSK talked about, or Andre talked about, what API brings to it. And I think that's really the harder part, right? to withstand the temptation of trying to do everything on your own, but then saying, okay, how can I leverage my corporate partner's strength? How can I leverage what the NGO knows in terms of the communities? How can I leverage what the NGOs are able to innovate? And then finally partnering in with the governments. And I think, and we think, the sustainability is when the governments really adopt as if it's their program. And that's when I think we've all achieved what we really are setting out to do here.
Wonderful. We're going to leave that there. That's a great closing statement from Vedika about where next. But first, we need to get the rest of those companies signed up. Thank you to CO Water Mandate for launching this great coalition. We appreciate it very much. And back to you, Jason.
Thank you, Andrea. And thank you to the panelists for your insights, terrific remarks, and also just pragmatically, thank you for delivering them so succinctly and on time. So we have a few minutes left. I'm going to hand to my colleague, Sanjeev Chadha, to take us home.
Thank you, Jason. And I'd like to firstly thank, aside from Jason, Kellyanne, as well as Andrea, and of course our various speakers. That was a very, very rich 1 hour of discussion. And I think it really demonstrated the great work that is being done individually by companies, the power of working together, and therefore the tremendous potential that the Water Resilience Coalition holds for all of us and for our mission. I have the tough task of trying to summarize what was talked about, but I also want to, for the benefit of our listeners, talk a bit more about some of the salient features of the WRC for those who might be interested in learning more and perhaps the organizations joining the coalition. So firstly, of course, Sanda set us on our path, reminding us about the UN Secretary General Code Red, calling this Code Red for Humanity, the imperative of adaptation and resilience, and urging companies, each and every company, to elevate their efforts, and her encouraging words regarding the Water Resilience Coalition. Kellyanne then first talked about and announced the partnership of UNICEF with the WRC. Let's give a round of applause welcoming UNICEF as a partner. And we really look forward to being able to leverage their expertise in vulnerable children and communities and bringing that to bear to the WRC's mission. I thought the panel did a great job between Claire and Iwan, talking not only about the good work being done by their companies, but also the imperative of working together. The imperative of joining a coalition like the WRC in terms of being able to multiply the impact and the speed and the scale of their actions as well. And I thought they made a great point. The fact that each of the member companies has a unique expertise. And unlocking the unique expertise is what happens with the benefit of working together. And then really multiplying the scale of that expertise. And I thought Secretary Wade did a great job reminding us of the real-time impact of climate change, the need to upgrade not just the hardware, but the software as well. And importantly, reminding us that business in many ways is truly the engine of a successful partnership. And indeed, it is a partnership in every which way. And therefore, the need for corporate leaders to drive the pace of progress against the crisis. The second panel, which Andrea led with the folks from Ecolab, AB InBev, and Water.org, I think underlined the win-win nature of water stewardship. Not just something which is critical for businesses and their long-term success, but also to have a positive social impact in the communities that they serve, without which, frankly, there is no business. And we've experienced that. I was in PepsiCo earlier. I was used to head up the business in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa, and I've seen both sides of that coin play out. I thought they underlined the importance of nature-based solutions very well. Andre made a great point about the imperative of looking beyond self-interest when we are looking at working in partnership. And I think that is indeed a key in terms of unlocking the scale and the speed in which we can make progress as coalitions. And then, of course, Vedika reminded us of 1 + 1 equal to 11, was it? Or maybe 100. But no doubt the power of synergy coming to life through these coalitions. And Andrea, your point about corporate action catalyzing a lot of the work which the TNC has been involved with was a great point. And of course, the fact that once one has the rails set, once the experience is gained and the blueprint is formed, one can really leverage that experience in terms of scaling it up, as you folks have done across 13 different countries as well. Now, having said that, I do want to share with our listeners and viewers some other salient aspects which makes me very excited about the Water Resilience Coalition, especially for those who might not be familiar with it, and why I really believe it is a powerful, purpose-built coalition with very, very high potential. You must have heard in the last 1 hour, and indeed in the last 1 week, 3 key themes, common themes being talked about often, for good reason. First, the urgent need for bold and faster action. Second, the absolutely undisputed, unambiguous need for collective action, for working together for faster progress. And the crying need to be just and equitable and catering to those most in need. Now, what makes me excited about the WRC is that these are the very 3 pillars on which the WRC has been founded. The very, very 3 pillars. And the WRC, although very new, it was founded just last year, is off to a very promising start. Not only do they have clear-cut goals set, time-bound goals set, they have a very strong core of members, and I'll show you that membership in a minute or two. With that membership rapidly expanding, as Jason pointed out, with 2 members, which he announced, 3 members, in fact, just now, with work underway already in the 11 priority basins out of the 100 basins that they are targeting across 5 countries, and impressive work being done on defining the gold standard for the ambition for global corporate water stewardship, net positive water impact. More importantly, what gives me confidence of the fast strides that the WRC can make is the way it has been structured. First, they're not trying to boil the ocean, pardon my pun. They've got very, very focused goals. They're focused on rejuvenating stressed river basins and focused on providing resilient wash to the needy. Second, the high caliber, like-minded companies who have joined hands, not only are they working really well individually, but they see the power of partnerships and they joined hands to work together on the WRC. And not just that, third, they're partnering. And sorry, can I have the slide, please, which shows the members? I want you to quickly have a look at the members that we have already. As Jason mentioned, there are 27 in all, and they are from diverse industries. You've got agriculture, you've got food and beverage, you've got textile, you've got all kinds of organizations, including software. On the other hand, diverse from a geographic standpoint. You already have Korea, Japan, the UK, Europe, and of course the US. And I know there are many other members who are joining in a very short while as well. And each of these members are committed to be leaders in water stewardship. Each of these members are significant players in water, and each of these members have a very, very clear role to play and the expertise that they're bringing to the coalition. And as I said, they're partnering with equally strong companies, our partners. And each of these partners, as you will see in the next slide, have their specific expertise in very relevant areas in line with the objectives of the coalition. And the TNC is a great example. UNICEF is a great example, the latest partner, and many, many others as well. And last but not least, the fact that the Water Resilience Coalition has the benefit of the personal involvement of many CEOs of the global companies who are the members. The personal involvement and commitment, which therefore ensures rapid action, addressing issues as soon as they arise, giving proper guidance, and of course, very closely monitoring results. So with that, I think I don't have time for more, but I would certainly say or echo Ivan's words that I'd urge companies who are listening to come join the pledge and sign the pledge of the Water Resilience Coalition. And if your organization is interested in learning more or joining the coalition, please make a note of the two names on the screen, Andre and Ilsa, and they'll be very, very happy to talk to you more about that. So thanks again to our speakers and our organizers, and time to get to work. Thank you.
who's in charge of wind on the screens over there. So let me see.
Today's session on a new global initiative to help countries more effectively act on climate change. I hear that we are competing with a number of other great sessions at COP. I know we have a number of people joining virtually as well, so I want to thank you for joining us here today. My name is Alex Moroner, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, or AGWA. We're very excited to share more information about the Climate Action and Support Transparency Training, or CAST, Adaptation Academy, which is a multi-year training program designed for national climate focal points and ministerial representatives, particularly those from developing countries. And we find ourselves at a critical juncture as countries are working to accelerate and amplify efforts to adapt to the worst impacts of climate change. All the while, a relatively small number of individuals play an outsized role in whether or not we can meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. The Adaptation Academy aims to provide these individuals with direct technical support and peer-to-peer connections so that they can learn, share knowledge, and build networks as they focus on the adaptation and reporting aspects of the Enhanced Transparency Framework under the Paris Agreement. In today's session, you'll hear more about the global consortium of partners behind the program under the leadership of the UNFCCC. Leaders from several of the partnering institutions will highlight the regional approach taken, and we'll hear more about the dire need for adaptation capacity building at the national level. Finally, we'll hear from several participants themselves who took part in the first cohort of the Adaptation Academy over the last couple of months. Now, we're reserving some time at the end of the session for some questions and answer and discussion, and we look forward to engaging with you directly during today's session, as well as going forward. For now, I'll turn it over to Mr. Jigme from the UNFCCC Secretariat to give you a better overview of the broader CAST program and its Adaptation Academy. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Great to be here and see you. I am Jigme, and I'm a manager in the Transparency Division in the UN Climate Change Secretariat. So let me give a brief overview of the what we call as Climate Action and Support Transparency Training Program. It addresses the needs of developing countries to develop their technical capacity and know-how to effectively implement the Paris Agreement and be able to report on actions taken and progress achieved in climate mitigation, adaptation, as well as support received, needed and received. The primary motivation behind the whole concept around this training program was to address the current gap in existing mode of technical capacity development. What we see, and in particular, what we are aiming to achieve through this training program is to have a long-running, dedicated program that provides a professional, semi-professional training. And you will see that to that end, you will see that we are now working with academia institutions in addition to government partners. We also want to complement the short-term in-country training workshops and seminars that have been offered by a number of partners on the ground. But our assessment here is these short-term training programs are quite often not sufficient to impart in-depth knowledge that one would require to be able to, do a thorough assessment at the national level. And then we also want to address the need for knowledge that reflects latest outcomes from the negotiation, as well as scientific community. And then finally, our hope is that through this training program, we will be able to create a vibrant community of climate change practitioners with insight and competence to implement the climate change actions nationally, but also to promote exchange of lessons learned and experiences amongst peers. Sometimes I believe that the peer exchange amongst experts from similar circumstances can be a very powerful capacity building tool. So with that conviction in 2016, we started this training program by providing or launching a training on greenhouse gas inventories. And that training program, it is usually a 4-week long, and by the end of that training program, we believe that the participants are able to go back and start applying their skills, knowledge, and contribute to the capacity, to the inventory development. And then after that, the second piece of the training program was focused on enhanced transparency framework with emphasis on policy impact assessment, particularly in area of mitigation. And then the final piece of Jigsaw came into place together with this launch of what we now call as Adaptation Academy. This Adaptation Academy brings 5 institutions together, including the Alliance for Global Water Partnership, Asian Institute of Technology, IHE Delft Institute of Water, Korean Environment Institute, Korean Adaptation Center for Climate Change, and finally, Oregon State University. This training program or Adaptation Academy will, to extent possible, aim to address the main challenges that we see being experienced by developing countries. And these challenges mostly relate around methodologies and tools, data and information, and also institutional setup and arrangement nationally, both for implementation as well as reporting. Our hope is that this training program will be able to enhance technical capacity of experts for planning, policy framework, coordination across ministries and sectors, working with private sector, looking at financing options, and also it will look at sector-specific issues such as water, agriculture, disaster risk reduction, energy, cities, so on and so forth. And then part of the emphasis will be also on, once you have this climate assessment, adaptation assessment, and implementation plan in place, and start implementing, then the other piece, part of the piece of this training program is also about how do you bring this information into the convention or Paris Agreement process. Because I think it is also important that the intergovernmental process has credible, quality information so that it feeds into the negotiation process and thereby allow parties to make informed, evidence-based decision. So originally our plan was to roll this out training program as in person. However, as we know, in the last 2 years, because of unfortunate incidents, which is beyond our control, that was not feasible. But we did not want us to stop from rolling out this training program. So as an interim measure, we had rolled out the first phase of training program as a virtual training. Our hope is that we will be able to reconvene this training program in coming years, starting from next year as in person. And our hope is that we will be able to do much more better job in enhancing the technical capacity. So in this year's training program, we have rolled out, 95 participants participated, and the plan is that we will open the application process for next year's training program sometime in the first half of the year. So stay tuned and reach out to us in the event you are interested to participate in this training program yourself, or you wish to nominate someone from your ministry, from your agency. In closing, I sincerely want to thank our partners involved in setting up this training program. As you will see in subsequent this thing, we have partners from government, representative, as well as non-governmental organization and academic institutions. This goes on to show that if there is a will, people from different actors from different background can come together and deliver on a common cause, which is much needed on the ground. In getting up to this stage, it was not an easy task. However, with the commitment and hard work from all the partners, we managed to roll this out, and we in the Secretariat were extremely happy and proud that we managed to achieve this. So let me stop here and wish you a very enjoyable remaining time here in Glasgow. I hope I wish you a very successful stay and stay safe, and thank you very much.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Jigme. So I would actually like to invite one of our partners, John Matthews from Agua, who has just arrived, to take his seat also on the podium, and then we will continue on with our presentation today. I would now like to invite Dr. Eddie Moores, who is the rector of IHE Delft Institute for Water Education. IHE Delft is also one of the key partners in establishing and launching this training program. So Dr. Moores, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I could not be in Glasgow physically. Would have been nicer, but also with the already mentioned COVID measures, sometimes traveling becomes quite a challenge nowadays. I would like to start by saying that IHE Delft is an institute that specializes in water, and that directly is also the reason why we are so interested in this adaptation academy. And that has to do with the fact that a lot of the measures that have to be taken for adaptation are linked to water causes, but also to water solutions. And at IHE Delft, we're working, say, from the more technical side towards the governance side and to the social side of issues that are related to the water part. And I think that if we want to make a step forward, then implementing the NDCs and the commitments that are in those NDCs for the different countries on the level of adaptation are quite important. If you look at the recent study that was done by Dr. Leiter, he looked at how many countries that have adopted a national adaptation plan, and he looked at 70 countries that did that. There were 60% of the countries that did not yet had a monitoring and evaluation program in place, meaning that it's quite difficult to know where we're standing and also if we're able to achieve the goals. What was just mentioned before me as well is that if you want to make a progress and if you want to sit at the negotiation table, especially with the different members together, and then you have to know what's happening there. But I think not only for the international negotiation table, I think also for the national plans that you would like to implement, it's important if your local policies are not only there, but if you're also having the effect that you are hoping that those policies will have. So we hope that with this academy and with the possibility to provide training to different regions, we can support that. ITC Delft itself is primarily focusing on the African region. So I think the earlier call for participants globally, I would like to extend that. And also, if there are people interested from the African continent for a follow-up course, then please contact us. That's also true for the other regions. But as we are ourselves at the moment dealing with Africa, I would like to give a second call out for partners from Africa to let us know if they're interested and if they also are interested to a partnership with us. I think with that, I would like to give the floor back to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moors. I would next like to invite Dr. Shin from the Korea Adaptation Center for Climate Change. Dr. Shin, you have the floor.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. It is my great pleasure to attend the COP26 Adaptation Academy side event and to have an opportunity to deliver remarks here in Glasgow, UK. Dear my adaptation colleagues, the pandemic served as a signal for stronger actions in the face of global threats caused by anthropogenic interference. Thankfully, the Paris Agreement to tackle climate change, which is the most severe global threat is in full operation starting this year, and it emphasizes the importance of international cooperation on adaptation efforts. Therefore, the Korean Adaptation Center for Climate Change of the Korea Environment Institute has come forward to share our knowledge and experiences in adaptation-related actions with those in need, particularly the developing countries by co-organizing the UNFCCC CAST Adaptation Academy. The Korean Adaptation Center for Climate Change, namely KACCC, is the main operating body for adaptation policies and activities, providing technical support and policy advice to the Korean government. Ministry of Environment established KACCC in July 2009 inside the KEI. And KACCC's main mission is to assessing climate change risks and supporting to develop NAP and subnational NAPs with using the scientific results. And we also do the important things, which is facilitating domestic and international cooperation and communications, and also in presenting and reporting these actions to the international communities. The KACCC is co-organized the Global Adaptation Week in 2019 with the UNFCCC, which held a series of events, including Global NAP Expo. More than 600 decision makers and expertise gathered and discussed innovative ways to adapt to climate change and build a climate resilient society. Indeed, the KACCC planned to hold a second adaptation week in 2020 and to also in this year 2021, but unfortunately we couldn't make it due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I sincerely hope the bigger adaptation event attracting the more people could be held next year. Based on our experiences and expertise, this year the KACCC held the very first Asian Pacific Adaptation Academy in collaborating with the UNFCCC Secretariat and the Asian Institute of Technology from 11th to 15th October for 5 days. 30 trainees in total from 15 Asia-Pacific countries participated in the online training. The courses covered the topics of climate change science, climate risk, and vulnerability assessment, national and subnational adaptation-related process from planning to evaluation to its implementation. All of the programs were for the enhancing transparency framework for under the Paris Agreement. I believe that it was such a valuable opportunity to both organizers and attendees to move forward together towards achieving the global goal of enhancing adaptive capacity and strengthening resilience and reducing vulnerability to climate change. Thank you again all for being here today, and especially to the co-host of this event, the UNFCCC Secretariat, Alliance of Global Water Adaptation, Asian Institute of Technology, and IHE Delft Institute for Water Education, and Oregon State University. Be safe all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shin. I would now like to hand it over to Dr. Eden Woon, the president of the Asian Institute of Technology, who's joining us online. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I too apologize that I have to do this in a virtual manner and I cannot be in Glasgow at COP26, but for reasons that other people have spoken because of the global pandemic. But I give you warm greetings from the Asian Institute of Technology, which is an international institute of higher learning with social impact with innovation as a core element and the motto of our strategy. As an example of putting these values into practice, we're proud to serve as a partner in the Climate Action and Support Transparency Training, CAST, Adaptation Academy. In fact, climate change is one of 5 thematic focus areas for AIT, which has figured into AIT's research and capacity building agenda since several decades ago through our schools and dedicated outreach centers. Let me give you a few examples. Since 2001, AIT has been closely involved in the Technology Needs Assessment TNA program. In 2013, AIT became a consortium partner of the Climate Technology Center and Network. In 2015, we hosted a regional forum on climate change, RFCC, on low carbon and climate resilient societies, bridging science, practice, and policy for Southeast Asia. And the key message from that forum were presented at COP21 in Paris. In 2016, we established Climate Change Asia, CCA, as an initiative to build capacities of developing countries to develop bankable climate projects. AIT offers master's and PhD programs on climate change and sustainable development. And only recently, we established the Global Water and Climate Adaptation Center at AIT for water-centric adaptation solutions to climate change. With vast experience and expertise working in the Asian Pacific region for more than 60 years, AIT is committed to assist developing countries in building the capacities for sustainable and climate resilient development. As we know, any response to climate change involves 2 approaches: mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation is largely about gas, where adaptation is water. It is rightly said that regardless of current or future emissions, adaptation is an unavoidable endeavor. Also, it is said that climate change is a global problem, but requires regional and local solutions. Hence, the need of the hour is to devise adaptation strategies and plans specific to regional issues like weather extremes, increased floods and droughts, wildfire, cyclones, etc., and their impact on all spheres of human and natural systems. This new capacity building program, the CAST Adaptation Academy, is designed to meet this need by providing training, mentorship, and a support network community of practice for national climate focal points and ministerial representatives from developing countries in the Asian Pacific region. I believe that for global communities, actors, and donors, this is a great opportunity to invest in capacity building initiatives on climate adaptation. CAST Adaptation Academy can help developing countries enhance their climate resilience to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. We at AIT are proud and honored to be part of this effort. Please stay safe, all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Woon. And I would like to thank all of our partners as well for their time today. For those of you especially coming in all the way from Bangkok at this late hour. I had the pleasure of working with all of our partners this year, and the rich expertise that you bring and your experiences, I think, has really benefited the students of this training program. And we look forward to further collaboration with you. So now I would like to move on to the next part, where we will hear some country perspectives on the need for adaptation capacity building. I would like to invite Ms. Hena Lotia from Pakistan, who is a development professional, and she has over 20 years of technical experience on this area in various aspects of capacity building in the areas of environment and climate change, water resources management, and recently she has also been working on the NDC of Pakistan. So with this, I would like to hand it over to Ms. Lotia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, UNFCCC, EGWA, and all the other co-hosts for inviting me to this session. I wanted to give a country perspective from a country like Pakistan, which is very vulnerable to climate change, 8 on the Global Risk Index. And if you look at the nationally determined contributions that have been submitted by Pakistan, there are at least 4 priority actions which have been mentioned. For example, one of them says that, by 2030, 30% of new vehicles sold will be EV, electric vehicles. By 2030, 60% of every energy produced will be from renewable energy. We'll shelve the 2 new coal power plants. There'll be no imported coal power plants installed in Pakistan. And there'll be investment in nature-based solutions. So these are, some of the priority actions which have been mentioned, and they all, point towards a saving of approximately 22 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Now, it's easy to give these actions, but how do you really implement them? That's the challenge. And that's exactly, and how do you fulfill these commitments? What is required? And that's where the challenge is. And that's, I guess, the link with the need for adaptation capacity building. If you talk about knowledge, basic knowledge about climate change, of course, the people from the Ministry of Climate Change in Pakistan might be very knowledgeable about climate change issues and the UNFCCC processes and, the financial resources which are available and how to access them. But where does the action lie? The action lies in sectoral ministries where the emissions are going to be reduced, where adaptation planning is really going to make a difference. And if you think about, these ministries and their team, which is a part of those ministries, the knowledge will be very limited about climate change. Similarly, when you talk about scientific and technical capacity, that will be very limited. If you go to agriculture, health, energy ministries, they would be doing the work as they have been doing for the past many years. But in terms of how to integrate climate change within agriculture, or how to even calculate emissions, those kinds of technical capacity buildings is lacking. How to do economic costing because of climate change, how to design projects, how to plan projects, these kinds of capacity buildings are missing. Then you talk about tools and frameworks which are available. There might be many on the website. There might be many which have been developed by many institutions. But do these ministries, the sectoral ministries, for example, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Commerce, do they know about climate change tools which are available? Probably not. Then if you talk about the planning, resources, and the political support which is needed, these are three important components which are missing. How do you cross-reference climate change in national and provincial sectoral policies and plans? Do we have the capacity to do that? Probably not. Some policies will need to be revised because of climate change or refreshed. Do we have the capacity to even view those policies and make those changes? Probably, maybe not. How do you develop climate smart schemes and projects? Can we do that? Are there any budgets which are set aside for climate change purposes? Is there any climate change budgeting which is happening or not? Probably not. So the whole planning cycle will need to embed climate change. And for that, training and capacity building is a must. There are different sectoral ministries in Pakistan. So climate change is one of the ministries, but it's working in silos. Does it have the capacity or the convening power to engage different other ministries? I'm not sure. And then if they're unable to do so, then how will embedding take place? So, we need to think about all those issues as well. Then we need to build strong institutions, which can help in terms of decision-making, which is based on evidence. For example, the Pakistan Meteorological Department, the Global Change Impact Study Center, SUPARCO, they are doing some research, but are they doing research which looks at the trends because of climate change and how things will be impacted, how sectoral ministries should take forward? Probably we need to think about that. And when you talk about implementation and during implementation of projects, there are many projects in which we can look at what are the carbon emissions which have been reduced. Can we assess them? Do we have the capacity to assess the reduction in carbon emission? Those kinds of capacities are lacking. So in conclusion, there are two things that I would like to mention. One is the capacity to envision co-benefits, not only adaptation and mitigation. Co-benefits is the real term these days. And the second one is the partnership element. If we work in silos and if the Ministry of Climate, or we leave things to the Ministry of Climate Change and think that, climate change is going to be embedded, then I'm sorry, it's not going to work. So these are some areas in which, I feel that, capacity really needs to be built. And such kind of a program can be very useful for people in different ministries, and not only Ministry of Climate Change. They have had many opportunities. I think now is the time to reach out to other ministries and departments and see how climate change can be embedded. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Hina. I think you have touched upon a really important part of talking about integration and building other ministries together. So this training program so far is looking at that. Diverse number of participants have already taken part and shown their interest on this training. So with that, we have a pre-recorded message from some of our trainees this year. And I will now hand it over to my colleague Alex to present that. Thank you.
I am a development and management officer, and I work for the Climate Change Commission, which is tasked to coordinate the climate policies of the government. So we are tasked to monitor and craft reports both for domestic and international commitments and requirements. And then, of course, we craft the national communications, the Philippine delegation positions.
It's a pleasure for me to be here on behalf of the Department of Adaptation and Resilience of the Ministry of Environment of Panama. I'm in charge of following the implementation of the NDC for adaptation, specifically for the sectors of resilient human settlements and sustainable infrastructure.
I am a part of the Sustainable Development and Regional Planning Division at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and I am the climate change focal point for the division. The PIOJ is the foremost planning agency of the Jamaican government, and we seek to initiate and coordinate the development of policies, plans, and programs for the sustainable development of Jamaica. And of course, climate change plays a big role in that because it affects all of those things.
My work is in working with the National Development Program and also to propose solutions in the program of climate resilience of population, and also to propose a budget and to make a follow-up of climate actions.
We're a part of processes such as, the crafting of Jamaica's first adaptation communication. So we're currently in the process of doing that. And the National Adaptation Plan, as you mentioned. We've been very busy to accompany the updated NDC. We've also recently launched the NDC Implementation Plan.
I also deal with tracking the local climate change of action plans of the local government. So that is what we are capacitating our partners at the local level for them to come up with action plans specifically for CCDRR. And yeah, of course, I also interface with the team who handles the broader M&E system of the Philippines.
And I participate in the updating of the nationally determined contributions, and as I said before, and I'm participating in the implementation process of the nationally determined contributions and adaptations for the resilient human settlements and sustainable infrastructure sectors. We are currently reviewing the progress of the NDCs after a year that we have sent to the convention. I also work as part of the team that built the M&E system for adaptation in Panama.
As policy coordinators, we every now and then we have to package climate change, our materials, our messaging in the most creative but most straightforward manner, so we can just get the message across. Based on my experience, communicating climate change is really a challenging task, especially to our partners at the subnational level. So it is really difficult to make them or to communicate what was the difference between the adaptation and the existing socioeconomic development challenges that we have.
We have all hands on deck. We're working with consultants, working with the different government ministries and departments and agencies to try and execute these plans as best as we can. As a small island developing state, that there are capacity issues, and we're in the process of working through that. How do we build capacity to meet all the different reporting requirements to actually execute the plans?
We have also a challenge of lack of skilled staff in exposure and vulnerability assessment, and also in, I think, project management, project design, and in fundraising.
I got interested in the academy to further elaborate on climate change issues and how to develop adaptation actions, and to receive clarification on some aspects of climate change adaptation.
I was drawn to this course because I want to further expand my knowledge in climate change adaptation and mitigation.
Since I work with the unit tasked to develop reports on climate action, I just wanted to have a well-rounded knowledge about what we should be reporting, especially for adaptation. So it's essentially, I just wanted to enrich what I already know about adaptation, and then reconcile this with domestic and international reporting requirements.
The main reason that I decide to enroll in Adaptation Academy is to help a lot of our populations who are too vulnerable, especially in sectors like water access, or foods, and also housing.
The course highlighted that holistic planning and management is very necessary for climate change adaptation. Another aspect that I think was quite helpful and practical was the opportunity to become more familiar with the reporting requirements of the UNFCCC. Yes, there are a lot of online resources, but I find when you have a practical session that really helps people to create a visual, so to speak, of how to move forward. So I thought that was very good, and I'm looking forward to an expansion of that.
Although adaptation does not have quantitative metrics to measure progress, as in the case of climate change mitigation, it is important to rely on scientific basis to continue making efforts that lead to good adaptation to climate change through universal indicators. Climate change requires the participation of all. It requires more research, and it is important to have a community for the exchange of experiences and adaptation.
I just really wanted to hear how the resource persons see the topics from their perspective. So yeah, while the guidelines, literature, or manuals exist, I am more interested in how the experts or the resource person handle the topics, because I can learn how to better communicate with climate change. So especially the importance of reporting. It really resounded to me the principles of transparency and accountability. So especially as an employee under the government, it is our responsibility to report to our constituents who should, of course, gain from what we are doing on adaptation and mitigation.
It is natural to link with others to exchange some experiences of works in our countries and how to help people or localities or other stakeholders to adapt.
I think the group work was a useful way of learning what other countries go through with their efforts in adaptation.
It allowed us to learn about progress at the regional level, in addition to the fact that many countries in the region are experiencing similar situations at the political, social, and economic levels. This is why it's good to know how they have been able to overcome certain barriers or challenges that may exist, so as not to start from the scratch, but to continue developing knowledge for the region.
Through the different case studies that were brought, that were explained during the course, that provides a base that I can refer back to see how I can relate those to the Jamaican context. What lessons can I take from that to adopt to the Jamaican context?
It will be also important to help us to work to integrate climate change adaptation in the development plan, and also to help them to capture climate finance, to implement adaptation projects.
So the Philippines is actually making strides in crafting their first BR and BUR. So while we have an in-house expert on the ETF, I really appreciated day one's discussion on adaptation in the ETF, since what we are working on now, as of now, is mostly the mitigation content of the national communications. So it's good to have advanced information on the adaptation part. So that is something that I can relay to my team in moving forward with BUR and NC. But what I loved the most in the 5-day course was actually the climate risk assessment. I believe that is in day 3, because I love where they disaggregated the elements of risk and actually used them in their M&E process. So I find Korea's M&E process eye-opening, because it just shows that there is a range of methodologies and practices a country can employ in tracking adaptation progress. Also, while we are currently developing the M&E systems, the broader M&E systems for the Philippines, climate finance, adaptation, and mitigation, this would be useful in designing the institutional arrangements, the methodologies and practices, the actual theories and practice for M&E. I think that is something that I will look back and relate to the team.
Without any doubt, the Academy is a good opportunity to exchange knowledge, technique, and technology.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this was a nice video from our participants that we have heard. So now we will move on to the Q&A section of this presentation today. So I would like to ask, maybe we will start, we have about 45 audiences online, and we have some audiences also about here. So I will start with the audience here in person. So if you have any questions to the panel members, then we will start with you, and then we will go to the online. Please also introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. This is Muniruz Zaman Khan. I'm from Bangladesh, and as well as I'm from BRAC also. BRAC is one of the largest NGO in the world. And we are also doing not too many, but many adaptation works, especially in our coastal belt, and also the most climatic hotspot. But the problem is, we always say that the youth, they are the change maker. But at the same time, for that youth, we have to provide training. And what kind of training we are give them, that knowledge is also important, the appropriate knowledge. So I don't know that how that UNFCCC, they are helping these young people, because they are the next leader. And at the same time, they are working in their particular community. If we make any climate change, that local level planning, but without building capacity, it is not possible to implement any kind of adaptation project. Thank you.
Hi. All right, we have one
more. Thank you. My name is George Masengere from the metropolitan area of Kampala, Kampala, Uganda. This is a very good program, but in addition to what the brother has indicated, it is very important to have a number of capacity building programs that embraces the people at the grassroots who face some of these challenges. Because if you're looking at building resilience, number one thing is to look at cities. How are cities? Because cities are at the ground levels, planning and having climate action, which are basically adaptation. And you may realize that some of our cities are in low-lying places. So if you're talking about water and adaptation, it is very important that you build capacity right from the community and then through the planning, so that we can make inclusive plans and programs that build the capacity of our people to function. Then there was, in your presentation, you talked about you have specific programs that are tailored towards, within the academy, tailored towards the African continent, and training the experts to be able to embrace and share this knowledge. I needed more clarification on that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Luciano. I'm a researcher with Fundación Torcuato Di Tella. I took the first sessions of the Academy 2 months ago, right? It ended. It was wonderful. I'm really grateful for it. I have one particular question. During the last part, mostly, of the sessions, we were talking a lot about data and about the evaluation mechanisms, as my colleague mentioned today. I have a specific inquiry on this, which is how we should address the work with national statistics offices where we could get a good basis and a good normalized basis with normalized methodologies, harmonized methodologies, which let us assess and address most of or some of these issues, which are not about climate practitioners, but about statisticians, right? So I was thinking about the nexus between this program and other programs such as those of the Statistics Commission of the UN, and so. Thank you.
Maybe the answer and then we do. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we'll start with the first question. I'll give it to John, and also the second, and to the other panel members. And maybe Jigme, the last question on the NSOs, you could address that. Okay,
Can you, super. So my name's John Matthews. I apologize that I had to arrive late. I'm a colleague of Alex Morona, who arranged the presentation, is not here remotely. We're with a group called AGUA, Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. And we're like the connective tissue across the 3 campuses, and work very closely with KACCC and with our colleagues at the UNFCCC. And these questions actually are fantastic. I would say that they're really 2 questions. One of them is who needs capacity, and both at pointing out especially young people, and then people like that are real practitioners at that local level, and then also the kind of technical aspects of how. Like we don't need to ask anymore about why we need to work on climate change, why adaptation is important. That's not the issue. The NDCs are really new. We're still trying to figure out where they are. There's no report card really, especially on the adaptation and resilience side, to say what's a good one and what's a bad one. And if I can take something away and like point something out to you from those video voices, those people are all young. Those are the people who are charged with delivering the NDCs. They are all young professionals. They are young people. And they have, I've met them from 100 countries because of my colleagues Bava and Jigme. They have hard jobs. And you don't go to university in this. The universities haven't caught up with this yet. There are no textbooks to teach you how to implement an NDC. And that's what the Adaptation Academy is really trying to do. It's trying to take these people that have been given an almost impossible job and give them the skills right now to make the Paris Agreement something that's practical and realistic and goes from across the ministries all the way down to those villages. And that's the heart of it. That's really the passion. And I think you saw like very serious faces with those young people. No? Like they were focused on how hard their job is. I mean, as someone who was attending, like it is overwhelming. I remember sitting on a plane after one of the initial workshops we had 3 years ago with a young woman from Central America, and she said, "I still live with my parents." You know, that these are people who they're just starting their own families, and they have very junior, maybe mid-level jobs, and they really need these kinds of skills, and that's what I think is so exciting about the academy, that it's trying to build exactly the kind of capacity that you were talking about, sir, that you needed in Bangladesh, and that really we need in every country. And so we picked these 3 universities because they understand one really key element, which is that most of our adaptation work, most of our resilience work, it's really about how we think about water. It's not everything, but it's a lot. And so like the data question, that's also often like a hydrometeorological data question, right? It's understanding, you know, what is it that we count, what's the kind of larger water cycle that we're in, and how we make sure that the scientists, the technical people, the people who have the data, that they're working as part of your team inside the government to really deliver and enable the right kind of action. And that is very, very powerful. Like it's making you, as someone who's attended the class, someone that's working on an NDC in your country, it's making you the conductor of the orchestra. So. You want mine? Yeah, just take.
Now it's on. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me start with the question on how do we make use of statistical offices. And probably when we talk of this training capacity building, maybe we should take a step back and think through a bit on, because when you talk of this capacity building, to me there are few questions, and those questions are, in fact, the first question is really who needs the most on the on any given day, and then the second question is how do you make best use of the capacity that was built, and third is how do you retain it, and all of this, I think all of these questions are equally important, because otherwise we will always be in this constant cycle of you build the capacity, you don't have place to use the capacity that was built, and then that capacity gets lost, and then again, you are always in this cycle. So at the end of the day, I feel that it all comes down to institutional setup and arrangement. And part of that equation would be to how do you make best use of the existing systems, arrangements that you have in place. And that's where I think the National Statistical Offices comes in, especially as it relates to data and information. Because rather than starting completely something from the scratch, you can with some quick fixes, but I think it's easier said than done, especially when sectoral politics come into play, things can be quite complicated. But I think it's, in terms of effort needed, it's much easier to do some quick fixes. And there are a number of good examples of how some countries have managed to do that. In the Secretariat, we recognizing that national statistical offices have potential to play critical role in climate, especially in terms of climate reporting. So we are trying to encourage countries to actually start engaging with the statistical offices and find ways to work, bring them as a part of the institutional setup that they would have in the country, recognizing that the setup will be different from a country to country, reflecting the national circumstances of individual countries. This brings to this question of there are a lot of actors on the ground who needs capacity building, and I think to some extent it is linked to this question of who needs the most at what point in time, right? We understand that the needs on the ground is very overwhelming. And there is no way that, we have to be frank here, there is no way that this academy can claim and say, we will be able to meet all the needs. So we have to prioritize. And right now, our strategy priority is to target those people, those actors that can potentially have a knock-on effect or be an agent of change. So which means we are right now aiming at government officials who might, with capacity building, will be able to play a multiplier effect. So they might be able to develop a project proposal which can then include further capacity building component, so on and so forth. We are also taking on board independent consultants, because we know that for foreseeable future, at least for another next 5-6 years, most developing countries will need to depend on the consultants, external consultants, and it's probably better that we also build the capacity of this consultant so that any input that they provide in will be a quality one. And then on this youth and gender, these are very two important aspects. And to be honest, we in the Secretariat, we do not have expertise of how to train youth, gender, this thing. We are probably very good at supporting negotiation. Beyond that, in terms of rolling out this training, capacity building, that's not our forte. And that's why, for that very same reason, we are bringing in other partners who will be able to, who have experience, expertise in training. So, but this is very important issue, and we will need to find ways to, I think we have some elements along the lines of, addressing gender, youth in our training program, but I must say that's not sufficient, and we'll need to do more to enhance. We have also...
Yep. So we have received a few questions from our online partner audience. So maybe the first question I could ask, who serves as instructors for the course? Maybe I could ask Dr. Moore to first address this. As we've already mentioned here, who it is, you've seen it is UNFCCC. We have professors and other academic institutions involved. So maybe Dr. Moores, you could highlight a few from your institute, and then we'll go to also Dr. Woon after.
Yeah, I think it was also already partly answered. I think it's a combination of people coming from the different partners that help us to organize and implement actually the training courses. I think what we find quite important in there is in the interdisciplinarity that is in there, coming from the different instructors, but also coming from the different participants. And I do think that that also came forward from the people who already joined in the different courses, is that we're also looking for the peer-to-peer learning coming from the people that are engaged already in the reporting part. So I think this mixture gives quite nice wealth of information from different levels on what you can do in there. And maybe if I may, I think that's also important to realize that we also have the Sustainable Development Goals on the table, which also require a quite strong link. And what you will see that a number of the NDCs from countries, they already make this link to the Sustainable Development Goals as well as on the adaptation plans. And I think that also is a quite nice, strong link, where from the partners that are already engaged now with the Adaptation Academy, I think we can have a quite nice setup and informative training course.
Thank you. Dr. Woon, if you would like to answer, similarly, what type of expertise AIT is bringing into this training? You're still, muted.
As Eddie has said, this has got to be a balance across the spectrum type of expertise. We have faculty members who do research on the most advanced edges of knowledge in climate change or in water involved. But we have practitioners, people who are working at the grassroots level, as one audience member has said, also, involved. And we have policymakers also involved. And the benefit of such a academy is not only you need the academic rigor, you need the evidence-based knowledge and research basis, and then you also need the practical aspect. And as one of the testimonial has said, one of the big benefits is not really the lectures, but really talking to each other and talking to colleagues from around the world, talking with people with similar problems, talking with people that may have a solution that applies in your area. And this type of interaction among the students is just as important as just listening to some lecture. So I think that you will have a mixture of very blended knowledge and experience base.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Woon. And lastly, I would like to give it to Dr. Shin. And I think we already heard one testimonial from a participant, so please.
So in KACCC, in Korea Environment Institute, we have specialists on the planning processes. And we have many experiences in making adaptation planning. So we are focused on the processes, and each process we have an expert about how to explain climate scenarios to the governors, and how to do risk assessment, and how to deliver the risk assessment data to the governors and politicians. And we have we are specialized in the making the adaptation planning processes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have actually run over time. If you do have questions, we are still around, so you can please come up to us. So for the closing, I would like to give it over to John. We have 2 minutes, John, so please, thanks.
First, I just want to say thank you for attending, and I'm really grateful for all of this partnership. I also, in part, because I'm from the U.S., I'd like to, at least in a small way, represent Oregon State University, the third university that, because of the time zone differences, it's hard for them to join. What I would like to say is that with the NDCs, we should almost think of the N as meaning new. And it's our job, each country's job, to be able to interpret, to give meaning and credibility to the NDCs. And that means that often it's not a minister who makes that decision. It's someone that's probably in the middle of a ministry. Someone that's trying to look across to other ministries, exactly as Ms. Lotia from Pakistan said. And that also has to look up to the UNFCCC and has to look down to the cities and the communities, as the colleague from Uganda here in the audience said today. That's a hard job, and it's a new job. And what the Adaptation Academy and its hope is to be able to give people the tools and not least at all the connections with each other, so that we can create a kind of community of people who are learning to make the NDCs really credible, that ultimately are going to make the Paris Agreement credible. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you all for joining. We're still here for a few minutes if you have any questions. And thank you to our online panelists as well. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
The other speakers, but I think that you will be the moderator. But what I
Mic normal, I will copy the. Que no me toque nada. It's okay.
Okay?
Yes.
And whenever you have everything ready, just say the send and remove these actions because are direct recalls.
Okay, look, it's the first time I ever use a tier form.
Okay, no
So
worries.
leave it because I need to start.
Okay,
1 minute.
sorry.
Let's do like no assign.
Vale, luego yo. Así con todos, ¿no?
No assign. Okay. Destination. And there's no just this are super. And then save as a new receipt.
Okay.
Gracias, tío.
Alright. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think we are ready.
Yes. So I'm gonna start with the video, right?
Yeah.
Let me see because I had a crisis.
Breathe in.
I had a real crisis. Really.
They hear a lot of voices from Pavilion.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Eckstein, and I'm the president of the International Water Resources Association. On behalf of IWRA, I want to welcome you to this important session, A Hidden Treasure, Groundwater as a Tool for Climate Adaptation and Resilience. I'm especially excited about this program because of my own personal and professional interests in groundwater resources, to which I've devoted much of my academic career. Groundwater is a critical global resource, and it is a critical component of the climate change puzzle, and a tool that will help communities and nations expand their capacity to adapt to the changes occurring around us and to become more resilient in the face of uncertainty. From hydrogeology to groundwater for human and environmental health to groundwater governance, IWRA and its partner organizations here today are committed to improving understanding of this critical resource and to ensuring that it is recognized as an important tool for water resiliency to whose sustainable management must be prioritized. We at IWRA look forward to expanding the role of groundwater in the climate change agenda and to 2022, when the global focus will turn to groundwater under the UN theme of groundwater, making the invisible visible. Thank you to all of you for attending in person and online. We sincerely hope that all of you become champions of groundwater as a vital resource for climate change resilience and adaptation.
Distinguished organizers of the COP26 Water Pavilion and this special event, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to give these welcome remarks on behalf of the Secretariat of the African Ministers' Council on Water. The theme of this event, the hidden treasure, groundwater as a tool for climate adaptation and resilience, is of particular relevance to the mandate of AMCOW. Our mandate derives from the Africa Water Vision, which is an Africa where there is an equitable and sustainable use and management of water resources for poverty alleviation, socio-economic development, regional cooperation, and environment. AMCOW's role in Africa's efforts to actualize this vision is centered on leveraging political support, mobilizing partnerships, and facilitating the application of knowledge and information to support, first, action to meet water demands for all, that is domestic and small-scale productive water uses. Secondly, action to ensure availability of water for economic production, particularly in the industry, energy, and agriculture sectors. Third, action to reduce disaster risks from such water-related hazards as floods, droughts, and pollution, and finally, to enhance climate resilience. Groundwater's value is underscored by its extensive utilization in the rural economy, which accounts for an average of 16% of GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. Moreover, groundwater utilization has major implications for eradicating poverty and ending hunger. Groundwater access infrastructure range from naturally occurring springs and hand-dug wells to boreholes. In countries like Ethiopia, for instance, at least 70% of domestic water needs are met from groundwater supplies. It is also anticipated that groundwater use in commercial agriculture will rise to meet the dietary requirements associated with urbanization and improved standards of living. In the arid and semi-arid parts of the continent, groundwater resources provide the buffer and lifeline to combat recurrent drought conditions. It therefore goes without saying that functional groundwater infrastructure is essential for resilience. In addition, well-functioning monitoring, assessment, and management systems are required to ensure sustainable use of the resource. In particular, authoritative information on resource potential, recharge rates, ecosystems, and human dependence and utilization is required to ensure sustainable availability of groundwater to meet growing demands under a changing climate. Available information indicates that concerted effort by member states is providing an enabling environment to regulate and manage groundwater resources. While progress is being made, the functionality of these enabling environments and systems are constrained by institutional and technical capacity challenges. These challenges include gaps in legal and regulatory frameworks, fragmented organizational responsibilities, ad hoc resource development, and inadequate funding to provide the equipment and skills required to reasonably assess, monitor, manage, and develop the resources. AMCOW's Pan-African Groundwater Program is addressing these challenges through coordinating, strengthening, and guiding interventions. Through the program, we are collaborating with the International Water Management Institute, the British Geological Survey, and the German Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources to support member states. It would be amiss of me not to highlight the high hopes we have of the Pan-African Groundwater Program to contribute first to the COVID-19 response, restoration of economic growth, and prevention of future pandemics. And secondly, building resilience of African communities, ecosystems, and economies to climate change and securing a resilient socio-economic transformation. As I conclude, allow me to express our gratitude to the event organizers and the various partners, contributors, and stakeholders that have made this event possible. The agenda and list of discussants are testament to the intent to have an exciting and informative event. As a collaborating partner, AMCOW has high expectations from this engagement to mobilize partnerships to action to raise the profile of groundwater as a key tool for climate adaptation and resilience. On this note, and on behalf of the convener and co-conveners, I welcome you all and wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Welcome to COP26 and this session on groundwater. You may not know it, but groundwater supplies 98% of the available fresh water on the planet. When it's not raining, it's groundwater that actually keeps these rivers flowing. And importantly, groundwater is connected to wetlands, an important habitat for biodiversity and for the management of floodwaters.
Land, water, and biodiversity go together hand in hand, and in between them, there is invisible resource, which is the groundwater, which feeds the systems. If we look at adaptation to climate change, what we're finding is that almost invariably all aquatic systems have a linkage to groundwater. Some are linked to major inflow from groundwater, some minor. And if you look at the average annual flows of most of the rivers in the world, 30% of the flow in the rivers is through the discharge of aquifers into these rivers. So they're pretty fundamental. There are some people who are engaged, some people who are involved, and some people who are aware. The ministers who are attending the conference are there to discuss emissions. While the emissions are very important, the problem that we have to face is adaptation. Land, water, biodiversity. What is the source that will provide the water at times of stress? It's groundwater. So ministers, in addition to looking at emissions, what is your adaptation plan for tomorrow?
Thank you to the distinguished delegates for opening this event. My name is Karen Lindhardt. I'm a principal researcher with IMI, the International Water Management Institute, and I'll be moderating the remaining part of this event. We will have a series of short presentations, which will be followed by a panel discussion where I will be asking questions and we'll have a debate around the various presentations. First, we will have a video which describes what groundwater is, and that will lay the foundation for the subsequent presentations.
What is groundwater, and why is it vulnerable? Most groundwater originates from precipitation that infiltrates into the underground, where it is stored in geologic formations called aquifers. Aquifers come in all sizes, from a few square kilometers to crossing borders of countries. Only a finite amount of groundwater can be stored in an aquifer. Globally, around 2.5 billion people rely on water supplied from underground aquifers as their main source of fresh water. Groundwater is also used for farming, especially during times of drought. Industry uses groundwater when surface water, like rivers, are not readily available or too polluted for production. Groundwater is typically extracted from an aquifer by a shallow dug well or deeper borehole. Powerful electrical pumps can pump thousands of liters per minute from a single well. When groundwater is pumped faster than it is replenished by precipitation, the water level in a well declines. Groundwater stored in aquifers can be contaminated from the surface. Pollutants dissolved in surface water or precipitation can infiltrate and reach the groundwater. Pollutants released near a well are drawn to it and eventually get pumped to the surface. Therefore, the area around a well must be protected from pollution. Groundwater can be found very close to the surface or at great depth. A shallow groundwater reservoir is much more vulnerable than groundwater protected by thick layers of sediment or rock. Some pollutants occur naturally, such as fluoride, arsenic, or elevated salt concentrations derived from the surrounding rock mass. Groundwater contaminants can be both biological or chemical in origin. Human activities have polluted groundwater with excrement that contains disease-causing bacteria. Agricultural contaminants include pesticides or excess fertilizer, and examples of industrial pollutants are gasoline, solvents, heavy metals, and pharmaceuticals. Many of the most toxic pollutants are man-made. Once these pollutants enter the groundwater, they require a long time and much money to remove. Many water contaminants can neither be tasted nor seen. Chemical methods are required to test for this water pollution. An estimated 1.8 billion people are using a source of drinking water that is contaminated by fecal matter or bacteria. Access to safe drinking water is one of the most challenging problems of the 21st century. The potential of groundwater pollution increases with the number of people living close together. That is, an aquifer underlying urban areas with a high population density and industry is more likely to be polluted compared to groundwater reservoirs in more rural areas. However, in rural areas, wastewater is often not treated, and therefore can contaminate the local groundwater with bacteria and agricultural pollutants. Populations that live near the coast often pump more water than is replenished naturally. This can lead to the intrusion of salt water into coastal aquifers. Once salt water pollutes an aquifer, the well must be shut down. Every person has it in their control to protect local groundwater from pollution at the community level, by educating oneself about groundwater issues. A couple small examples include providing access to plumbed toilets rather than outdoor latrines, disposing toxic household products appropriately, and avoid using toxic products or packaging whenever possible. Farmers should only apply the minimum amounts of fertilizers and pesticides needed. Industry should follow less toxic or non-toxic alternatives in their production process. When building a new home, install an on-site wastewater treatment system to clean domestic water before it seeps back into the ground, and talk to your neighbors and friends about protecting their wells as well. Become involved in your community. Put pressure on local industries and regulators supervising them, and demand that environmental laws are being followed. This is what we can do to protect our groundwater and the groundwater for the future generations to come.
Nice video. Thanks for that. Now we will move into something a little more practical, and we will be hearing from Skip Bacchus, who is the CEO of the Omega Institute in the US, and he will be speaking to us about their experiences from implementing nature-based solutions based on groundwater. Over to you, Skip.
Hello, my name is Skip Bacchus. I'm CEO here at Omega Institute in Rhinebeck, New York, and I'm standing in front of Long Pond Lake, which is one of 3 lakes that really act as recharge for the aquifer in this section of Dutchess County. With Long Pond Lake as a backdrop, we steward about 250 acres here in Rhinebeck. So when we were thinking about what does it mean to be a steward of this land, water usage became a premium topic, a major issue for us. So the first thing that we had to do was to really come to grips with how much water do we use, how do we use it, how can we use less, and then how do we better fit into a complete hydrological cycle so that our impact is as minimum as possible. So coming in to the building from down below, that's my favorite shot of the building from down there on the southern facade, where you can see the solar panels that power this building and the constructed wetlands part of the waste purification. But the way that this actually works is we had to take a deep look at how we dealt with wastewater. Not only from the standpoint of wanting to have a neutral stance with our overall utilization of water in terms of a closed hydrological loop, but what are the opportunities as Omega, again being an education institute, how to teach people about just the preciousness and the processes that are involved with water. So we came up with the help of many different engineers, what's called an eco-machine, which is basically nature's way of purifying water with plants and microorganisms. No chemicals and no energy because we power it with the solar panels. So now what happens on campus is we pull the water out of the ground from our deep wells, some of them 250, 300 feet deep. We send it up to the top of the hill, a change in elevation of about 300 feet to create water pressure, and then utilize it on campus for everything, toilets, showers, food prep. 100% of the water now, as it's used, comes down here for purification. And that process itself is very simple. It's through a series of equalization tanks, anoxic tanks, constructed wetlands, aerated lagoons, sand filters, and then the magic is we put it out into a series of infiltration beds that we've built that trickle it back down into the aquifer and recharge the aquifer. So we've pulled the water out of the aquifer, utilized it, purified it, put it back. Managed aquifer recharge here at Omega. So we are basically in a neutral position with our water usage on campus. So after 12 years of running this eco-machine, and I'm not sure if we're running it or it's running us at this point, but over 60 to 70 million gallons of water have been purified and been used and recharged the aquifer. And we run very many tours through this building as well. And one of the things that I'm always surprised by is that people don't realize where their water comes from. So one of the primary pieces we're trying to do with this facility, the Omega Center for Sustainable Living, is to really be able to educate people to that you must be in relationship with your water. Where does it come from? How do I use it? What is my impact? And that's my hope for as we look to dealing with a lot of the serious challenges that we have with climate, that a little piece of the puzzle can come together through institutions really looking at how they live with their water.
Thank you, Skip, for this nice presentation. We will now be moving to Africa, and we will be hearing from Bob Kaelin. He's a professor at the University of Strathclyde in Scotland, and he is probably in the pavilion at this point in time, so some of you might be able to meet him in person. He will be speaking about the work that he's been doing in Malawi over many years, looking at the groundwater conditions and the links to water security and resilience. Over to you, Bob.
Hi, I'm Professor Bob Kaelin of the University of Strathclyde. Welcome to COP26 and this session on groundwater. We provide here an example in Malawi where groundwater resources play an important role for the people of Malawi, for their ecosystems, and importantly for the water-food energy nexus. Without groundwater management, the adaptation to climate change will be a huge challenge.
With climate change, we have had droughts, and then there's groundwater depletion in the ground surface, and we are kind of like now being forced to go into looking at deeper aquifers.
Malawi is a country in sub-Saharan Africa with a population of over 18 million people, 85% of which are dependent upon groundwater. It has two seasons, a rainy wet season from November until the end of March, and a dry season from April until the end of October. Lake Malawi is a substantial surface water supply, and even though the population depends upon groundwater, it wasn't until a recent national audit of all rural water points that more was known about groundwater as a resource.
Activity itself was done on the ground, reaching out to each and every water point, either improved or unimproved, but it was all mapped, and then sanitation facilities were also mapped together so that we can see the difference, maybe the proximity between the two.
Substantial data was collected on over 100,000 water points to evaluate their functionality, their management, and the resource sustainability.
The issues of data goes a long way in making that we are planning well, because you can't plan if you don't know how much resources you have, how much facilities are there, in what state. So the data that is there is assisting so much in planning.
We were surprised to find how critical annual groundwater table variations were. Over 17,000 rural water supplies did not provide adequate water at the end of the dry season. And detailed data shows annual and ENSO variations in groundwater levels with a long-term trend in water table decline. And this is important because it's groundwater that provides the water flowing in the rivers during the dry season and when it's not raining. Study of the groundwater surface water link found that across Malawi, groundwater accounts for more than 50% of river flow, and for some catchments over 90% during the dry season. Given many of these rivers feed Lake Malawi, or our transboundary, groundwater storage capacity is of national and international importance. The end results suggest groundwater is the resilient resource. It provides water to wetlands and rivers, which in turn provide water to Lake Malawi. Groundwater storage buffers the annual wet and dry seasonal changes, as well as climate variation and the effects of climate change. The management of groundwater resources in the face of deforestation, land use change, and increasing climate variability must be a priority, as it also supports energy security. Water from Lake Malawi flows out the Shire and provides most of the hydroelectric power in Malawi.
It has also changed in the amounts of water that we want, because with floods and then the droughts, we have to the people have to change a lot of things, maybe the type of food that they are now supposed to be having, or maybe the type of crops they are supposed to be growing.
And planning is underway for substantial investments in irrigation infrastructure and agriculture for food security. The success of these interventions will be dependent upon well-managed groundwater resources. This highlights a need for science-based policy revision to support Malawi's Vision 2063.
Revising of the national water policy. We have engaged the academia, we have engaged the NGOs, we have engaged the many other relevant stakeholders for their input. By the end of the day, we are trying to come up with the facilities and structures which are resilient to these shocks. But at the same time, make sure that we are making available water resources for the country without depleting the environment for the sake of future generations.
Thank you, Bob. And now we'll move to Asia. More specifically, we'll move to Vietnam, and we will be hearing from Dr. Nam from the University of Can Tho. He will be speaking about the work that they've been involved in terms of understanding and modeling groundwater resources in the Mekong Delta. Over to you, Dr. Nam.
Bước vào mùa khô, nước ngọt cho sinh hoạt, sản xuất đang dần trở nên khan hiếm. Nước ngầm là nguồn nước ngọt chủ yếu để người dân ở nhiều tỉnh ven biển đồng bằng sông Cửu Long sử dụng. Tuy nhiên, nguồn nước này đang bị khai thác quá mức. Vấn đề đặt ra là phải quản lý nước ngầm ở đồng bằng sông Cửu Long để nguồn tài nguyên quý giá này phát huy đúng giá trị mà thiên nhiên đã ban tặng cho chúng ta.
Thực trạng sử dụng nước dưới đất của đồng bằng sông Cửu Long chúng ta thì nó đang là ngày càng gia tăng. Từ sau năm 2000, tức là bắt đầu là cái nguồn nước ngọt chúng ta suy giảm về chất lượng và cũng như là số lượng. Thì khi đó thì là các vùng như là ven biển của đồng bằng sông Cửu Long chúng ta là sử dụng rất nhiều cái nguồn tài nguyên này. Cái trữ lượng của đồng bằng sông Cửu Long thì hiện tại giờ có nhiều nghiên cứu đã xác định là nó càng ngày càng giảm.
Trong điều kiện khô hạn, nguồn nước ngầm có thể giải quyết được bài toán cân khác về nước sinh hoạt tại đồng bằng sông Cửu Long, nhưng phải phân bổ và sử dụng nguồn nước làm sao cho hợp lý. Thực tế hiện nay, tình trạng người dân khoan giếng một cách tự phát, không chỉ mục đích lấy nước sinh hoạt mà lấy nước để nuôi tôm, kinh doanh dịch vụ, sản xuất công nghiệp đang ngày càng phổ biến, đã khiến nguồn nước ngầm bị suy giảm trầm trọng. Việc quản lý khai thác nước ngầm còn gặp nhiều khó khăn. Hiện nay, đồng bằng sông Cửu Long chưa có quy hoạch khai thác sử dụng và bảo vệ tài nguyên nước. Nước ngầm là tài nguyên chiến lược nên cần có định hướng quy hoạch khai thác tổng thể, không thể mạnh ai người nấy làm như hiện nay. Khai thác quá mức thì đến một lúc nào đó, cấu trúc và tổng thể về nước ngầm của toàn vùng đồng bằng sông Cửu Long sẽ bị phá vỡ. Gần đây, tại nhiều nơi đã có hiện tượng người dân bơm nước ngầm lên yếu hoặc không có nước. Nhu cầu nước ngọt để trồng trọt đã vượt xa mức khai thác an toàn hàng ngày. Điều này sẽ ảnh hưởng rất lớn đến hoạt động sản xuất nông nghiệp của bà con nông dân. Tiến sĩ Nguyễn Đình Giang Nam cùng nhiều cộng sự đang theo dõi, thu thập dữ liệu để tính toán trữ lượng nước ngầm của tỉnh Sóc Trăng cho biết đã có nhiều tác động tiêu cực cho sản xuất nông nghiệp do khai thác nước ngầm quá mức.
Our group in Can Tho University used the modeling tool for sustainable groundwater utilization in the Mekong Delta. We use iSmart, which developed by cooperating between the Dantares in Netherlands and Can Tho University. At first, we developed the regional model for whole Mekong Delta, and then we setting up the downscaling model to answer two questions: how's impact of groundwater pumping and water utilization under climate change. The modeling was used to analyze the impact of groundwater pumping in the urban area of the Mekong Delta. By the modeling tool, the simulation result can help the local government understand how is the groundwater resource under the groundwater pumping scenarios in the urban area. Another model application for the groundwater management measure was developed to look at how is groundwater using in the climate change condition in the Mekong Delta. Due to the freshwater shortage and the soil intrusion caused by the climate change condition in the Mekong Delta, it will make clear that the groundwater resources will be the hidden treasure for the water supply in the climate change condition. Finally, the groundwater model, which has made alternative simulation, result in visualization and easy ways to support the sustainable groundwater utilization and management for the local government in context of climate change conditions in the Mekong Delta region.
Thank you, Dr. Nam. Now I'm pleased to hand over to Renée Martin-Nagle, who is the treasurer at IWRA. She will be speaking about offshore aquifers and how that can be a potential solution to resilience in the future. Over to you, Renée.
Hello, my name is Renée Martin-Nagle, and it's my great pleasure to tell you about offshore freshened groundwater, a resource that is lying embedded in continental shelves all around the world and that has not yet been tapped. Due to financial constraints that have limited research and exploration, we're not sure of the exact quantities or locations, but we are sure that the freshest water is close to shore. For that reason, it's easy to envision a time when climate change will force nations to tap offshore resources to address water resiliency. Here's a short video that will tell you more about offshore freshened groundwater, and many thanks to Marcan and Dr. Aaron Mikaloff for making the video available.
When we think of fresh water, images of rivers, lakes, and glaciers usually come to mind. Yet fresh water is also found in sediments and rocks below the seafloor. This is known as offshore freshened groundwater. Globally, offshore freshened groundwater has a total estimated volume equivalent to that of the Black Sea. Recently, scientists from the Marcan project, funded by the European Research Council, discovered a freshened groundwater system offshore the Canterbury coast in the South Island of New Zealand. By integrating seismic reflection profiling and electromagnetic surveying techniques, which allow the identification of geological structures and electrically resistive bodies below the seafloor, the team was able to map the structure of the offshore groundwater system in 3D. This system could host up to 200 cubic kilometers of fresh water and coarse sediments in waters less than 100 meters deep. The fresh water was derived from precipitation and was largely deposited during the last ice age, when sea level was more than 100 meters lower than today. But why does this matter? As our freshwater sources continue to deplete, understanding how offshore freshened groundwater can be used as a sustainable source of potable water, particularly in coastal regions and island nations prone to droughts, is very important. So is the identification of its possible applications in seafloor engineering, carbon capture, and resource exploration. The Marcan project's approach can significantly improve assessments of offshore freshened groundwater resources and ensure their sustainable use. To dive deeper into the subject, visit marcan.eu.
The video highlighted several regions where offshore freshened groundwater has been identified, and the map in the upper left corner of this slide shows more precisely the locations where reserves have been confirmed. The video estimated the total volume of offshore freshened groundwater to be equal to the volume of the Black Sea, which holds 500,000 cubic meters. However, some scientists have estimated that offshore freshwater deposits could exceed 1 million cubic meters. Additional funding for exploration would help to clarify the actual volumes and locations. The map in the lower right corner illustrates where water scarcity is projected to occur by 2040. A comparison of the two maps shows that a number of offshore freshwater deposits are lying in coastal areas that may well need to supplement their supplies in the not-too-distant future. When development of offshore fresh groundwater begins, a myriad of legal issues will arise, due in large part to the overlapping governance regimes that may apply. The shoreline marks the boundary between land-based laws and maritime laws, and the Global UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, whose application begins at the shoreline, grants coastal nations exclusive sovereign rights over natural resources for a distance of 200 nautical miles from their respective low tide lines. Some offshore freshwater deposits will straddle maritime boundaries, and rights to those transboundary resources must be negotiated by the relevant parties. Determination of ownership rights is just the beginning of the legal analysis, though. The Global Convention on Biological Diversity and the various regional SEAS agreements contain provisions regarding environmental protection that would impact both exploration and extraction of offshore fresh water. And the ESPO agreement, which applies to most European countries, requires environmental impact assessments early in natural resource development. Access to offshore aquifers connected to land-based groundwater may trigger application of the Ramsar Convention for protection of wetlands, and coastal management laws and regulations will determine how and by whom offshore freshwater is developed. In addition, legal principles for land-based freshwater may influence how the resource is allocated and utilized. The tangle of global, regional, national, and local laws presents opportunities for collaborative, holistic action among a variety of stakeholders. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that you have been inspired to learn more about offshore freshwater, which may play a significant role in ensuring resiliency to climate change.
Up against a lot of challenges to So we have the IWRA, we have IAH, International Association of Hydrogeologists, and we have the GRIP network, the Groundwater Solutions Initiative for Policy and Practice. We're all in this session today, and we're all collaborating on this joint issue of addressing groundwater and the resiliency that it brings us under climate change. So with these introductory remarks to the panel, I would like to call on a couple of you. First of all, Dan, you were behind the video that was presented first regarding groundwater, and you are specifically working on groundwater quality in your professional life at the British Geological Survey. And hence, I would like to ask you, under climate change, why it is so critical that we pay more attention to the groundwater quality?
Thank you, Karen, for that question. Well, overall, we've heard already that groundwater is extremely well buffered in terms of quality and in terms of quantity from changes in climate, and particularly compared to surface water sources. However, there are several important considerations regarding quality that are important for groundwater under climate change. So changes in water quality can compromise the use of water sources. And let me just give you a few examples now. So rises in sea level will put additional stress on groundwaters impacted by saline intrusion due to pumping or due to seawater flooding in already fragile coastal zones. And for low-lying deltas and islands, this is a particular concern. Water quality may also change due to local changes in replenishment. For example, salinity over time may reduce due to more replenishment than previously drier locations, or may in fact increase in salinity in regions that become more arid under changes in climate. So flooding may also impact directly on the functionality and the quality of abstraction points, wells located in vulnerable settings, and once flooded may become compromised over time. This is a particular consideration for riverbank filtration schemes, which are a globally important source of drinking water supply. And also, in the long term, there are other considerations which are indirect effects, such as changes in the chemicals used for plant protection due to changes in land use and agriculture, which are in effect driven by climate change. So there are direct effects and also indirect effects. So while the key message is that groundwater sources, and I'm talking about particularly deeper wells and boreholes, are highly buffered from surface impacts and climate change, it's important to consider a range of water quality impacts under climate change. While groundwater sources provide generally excellent water quality, it must not be underestimated the importance of water quality as well as quantity when considering future availability of water resources. It's important to protect our sources, as we've heard already today, particularly those that are used for drinking water supply, and we must invest in assets that are future-proof, both in terms of their design and in terms of their location. Sources need to be used and managed and monitored to ensure that the future use is not then compromised. And this means investment in water sources that continue to support communities even under intense pressure of either floods or droughts. So development.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, development of just final point. Development of groundwater resources is a no regrets option in my perspective, and should be at the top of the agenda for building resilience in supplies for domestic use, industry, and agriculture, regardless of climate change. But groundwater becomes an even bigger player when climate impacts are considered.
Thank you so much, Dan. I really agree with you. And I think we have to think about groundwater as deep resilience, basically. It provides us that really deep resilience. If we manage our groundwater, we will be secure long into the future. But if we undermine it, we could be in deep trouble very soon. So I think that's really the key message here. Okay, thank you so much, Dan, for your insight on the water quality aspects. Now I will turn to Skip Bacchus, and thank you for your very nice presentation on the Omega Center implementation of your bio machine. I would like to ask you if you could tell us a little more about the journey that you've been going through with MAR and what you have learned. Maybe also if you can think about how scalable these solutions are, even beyond your case. How do we outscale these kind of solutions? Thanks.
Well, thank you, and hello everyone in the pavilion and in Glasgow. It's a pleasure to be here. At Omega, we had a wake-up call about 15 years ago on a sunny Sunday with 700 people on campus, and all of a sudden we ran out of water. No water to flush toilets, no water to prepare food with. And really, it was our emergency moment to learn about the aquifer that supplied the campus with its water. And before that time, it was turn on the faucet, we use the water, and just basically had an approach, I think, the way most people do, take water for granted and not in full relationship, understanding the source of the water. So we started a process of how to really learn our impact, how much water we use, what is the aquifer that supplies Omega, some of the statistics of the particular aquifer, how much water could it supply to the campus, and really embarked on a way of approaching our water usage in more of a closed loop methodology, more about closed hydrological loop, so that we could use the water that was in the aquifer, purify it, put it back, and just have a constant process happening in relationship to the aquifer. So that meant we had to look at our usage, we had to look at our wastewater, a complete view of how and every which way we touched water. So we've now, in the last 12 years, purified over 70 million gallons of water with what's called an eco machine. And that's basically nature's way of purifying water. So we pull the water out of the ground, utilize it on campus with an aggressive conservation program, everything you would think about, from low flush toilets to waterless toilets to shower heads, new dishwashers, every way that you possibly can think of conservation, because you're always dealing with the statistics of water. How much are you using, and how much of a supply is there? and what's happening around you in your community, because you are a member of a community that's utilizing that aquifer. So from the point of view of including rainwater, wastewater as part of our calculation, we really came up with how to be in the best possible way of looking at, let's use the water, purify the water, start over again, and have been successful in that over all this time. And one of the real interesting things about it is that this campus itself has changed in the way that if you come to campus now, you'll see there are rainwater gardens capturing the rainwater so that the water doesn't come to campus and then leave via the little Wappinger stream that's at the base of the campus. So you're always looking at how to sort of manage the water opportunity that you have. And as part of this system, we've been running tours basically demonstrating what it is that we've learned. And a lot of the organizations that are coming through are developers looking at different ways to supply potable water and deal with wastewater in communities that are developing, not only in the United States, but around the world. And it's been very interesting to listen to the different ways that you can approach aspects of this. Instead of thinking that you're going to go for 100%, which is what basically Omega did in terms of dealing with both our wastewater and our conservation, you always want to start with the statistics. What is the aquifer? What's my supply? Basically, how can I use less and still work within the same parameters that I need to for whatever the enterprise is that you're doing? And then basically, how many different ways can I step into the conservation and the management aspect of it? Which also ties into how you do what you do in your property and in your business. What's your chemical load, your pharmaceutical loads, all these various things that would be negative impacts on the aquifer. You have to understand who you are in terms of the utilization of water, not just the conservation. And then there's also the piece that gets even further out, which is where your materials come from, because there's an embedded footprint of groundwater in everything from the jeans you're wearing to the food that you're buying to feed the people on the campus, and really understanding that water basically should be part of every single decision that you make. And at first, locally and primarily, your relationship to the aquifer that essentially makes your enterprise possible.
Thank you very much. This was very, very nice, Skip. I like your talking about the relationship with water. I think this is really what your story brings out. We need to have a relationship with our groundwater. We need to understand it. We need to be, taking the stewardship as you're talking about. And you are giving such a nice example of that. And there's a lot we can learn from what you've been doing, especially on this circular economy. So we need to think about how can groundwater actually fit into the circular economy. And that was a very nice example here. So thank you, Skip. In the interest of time, I have to move on now to our case from Malawi. And we have Professor Bob Kalin from the University of Strathclyde. Bob, I just wanted quickly to understand from you, is Malawi facing issues with groundwater? We don't think of Malawi as a sort of dry or water scarce country, but maybe over to you just to give a little bit of background of the sort of environment or context that we're talking about here.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you very much for asking that question. And in fact, if you look in the southern part of Africa, Malawi is actually one of the countries that's in the higher echelons of water scarcity. The southern parts of Malawi are semi-arid and quite hot during the dry season. And so when you look at the overall water balance, water scarcity is a concern for the long-term economic growth of Malawi. People look at Malawi and see all that water in Lake Malawi, but don't realize the interconnectedness that there actually is. And importantly, making sure that the investments into the future, we're talking about investments here at COP. We're not just talking about emissions, but we're also talking about climate justice and investments that make things better for the people and better for the future economic development of these types of countries. And so we have to make sure that we're actually putting in resources that are going to be manageable not only today, not only in the next 10 years for the SGDs, but we also need to be thinking about to 2063 when we look at the Malawi Vision to 2063. So yes, water scarcity is definitely an issue there, and groundwater is probably the resource that's going to be most used for adaptation of that scarcity.
Thank you so much, Bob. It's nice to hear from you from Malawi and to getting a better understanding of the issues there. And I think this is quite representative of many places in Southern Africa, basically, that there's a lot of droughts and floods coming in, and groundwater is being critically used to support drought resilience. And the question is then, how do we support the sustainability of this resource into the future? And it's not only sustaining the resource, but also, as you very importantly said, is also to sustain the infrastructure, because a lot of the wells and so on are not necessarily functioning over a long time. And so some of these investments can actually go, sunk if we don't look after them and make sure that there's good systems in place together with the local users and so on, that makes sure that these systems are fully functional over the long term, and there's some cost recovery and so on happening. So thank you very much for that, Bob. Again, in the interest of time, I would like to then move on to Asia and our case from the Mekong Delta. Here we have a also quite critical setting where we have a mega delta that is basically relying heavily on groundwater, and with climate change, we have seawater level rise. And we also have, basically seawater intrusion, both from the surface water and from the underground. So Dr. Naam, you've been doing some very, very interesting work on understanding the resources there. I would like to understand from you, what are the solutions and what are some of the findings that you have come up with, especially from the Mekong Delta in regard to these problems? I think you might be muted.
Okay, thank you. So a very interesting question. So hi everybody. So the groundwater system in Mekong Delta are to perform their potentially critical roles in the climate change adaptation. So they will require the proper management. The action should require, in my thinking, personal thinking, maybe two sides. This one side is the demand side, like groundwater management to ensure the pumping revise the alignment with realistic assessment of average renewable resources, and taking into account the need to control the environmental discharge and to minimize the dependency on the non-renewable groundwater. And the other side, the second side, is supply side. It should be managed by promoting an appropriate run of the recharge enhancement measure, taking into account potential climate change, include change in the rainfall pattern, and the need to ensure otherwise water quality for the aquifer recharge. So our groundwater model now plays an important role in the development and management of groundwater resource in the climate change condition. We can support two sides, demand side and supply side, and our modeling can be the assessment tool for understand how is groundwater changing under the pumping instruction in the urban area or coastal zone area where is the groundwater pumping for activity, production activity, and it can be applied as a management tool for assessment alternative policy for the groundwater management measure in the climate change condition. And our model result is very good, can be visualization tool for the communicating key message to public and the decision maker. So.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nam. You've done a wonderful work in terms of putting these models together and bringing out the messages around the issues of groundwater in the Mekong Delta, not only at the academic level, but also with policymakers and legal, people. And I think it's very important that we have this kind of chain of information from the very detailed and very, very intricate, understanding of groundwater in these systems. It's not simple to understand how groundwater is impacted by salinity and by pumping and so on, and climate change on top of that. So you're doing a marvelous job on that. And I would just like to understand from you also, what have been the implications of your work in terms of legal approaches in the Mekong Delta with focus on Vietnam? Thanks.
Yes, very interesting question. So since 2012, before 2012, maybe we had no rule for no legal for the groundwater management. But after that, when we CTU Cần Thơ University cooperate with some partner university, we had some study on groundwater, and we published the results. We try to transfer the model result to the local government. So it is effect to the decision maker. And after that, the rule from in 2014, there are circular some circular were issued by the Ministry of Environment and Vietnamese Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources on the registration and licensing of the groundwater extraction, and also on the regulation on the protection of groundwater. And important in about 2018, the government decreased the number of 167 were issued for the groundwater exploitation extraction. They have a detailed rule to manage the groundwater in the sustainable way. And and Vietnamese environmental protection law in 2020, they make clear and in detail about the water resource management.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nam, for giving this overview holistically to understand the issues in the Mekong Delta. And very good work. I would like to then take Renee on the scene here, and she's in the pavilion. She had actually COVID, so I'm very pleased to know that you managed to join in person, Renee. So I just wanted to now ask you regarding the issues that we were talking about on these offshore, they call them freshened offshore aquifers. Now, this is a very compelling, you can say, issue in terms of supporting climate resilience from groundwater. Can you just give us maybe your view on under what circumstances you think that these resources will be utilized?
Sure, it's my pleasure. Is this on? Yes. It's my pleasure to talk about offshore freshened groundwater. And it's called freshened because as you go further away from shore, the water isn't completely fresh. But close to shore, it is very fresh. And obviously it will cost money to access that water because either wells will have to be drilled, as we do with oil and gas, although the water is at a higher level than oil and gas because its emplacement was much more recent, or pipelines will have to be brought from shore to the aquifers. So either of those will cost much more money than drilling a very shallow groundwater well on land. So I expect that these freshened groundwater deposits will not be utilized in the near future as long as people can use onshore groundwater. However, as we go into the future, I believe that coastal cities are going to have to utilize these offshore deposits in order to provide water resiliency for their people.
Thank you so much, Renee. I think it's very obvious, and people will likely have the question, so what are the risks that we face? I think the opportunities are probably quite straightforward. We can also discuss the costs. They're probably quite high. But what do you see as the major risks as we tap into this sort of unused resource?
Well, one of the risks is going to be disruption of the marine environment. Because if we're drilling wells or we're laying pipelines, then we're going to be disrupting the coastal marine life. And also, as with any groundwater abstraction, there's a risk of subsidence. And there was someone who wrote an article a few years ago saying that there's a possibility of tsunamis if there is groundwater subsidence. I'm not so sure about that, but it is possible. So I think the risks are going to be environmental.
Thank you so much, Renee, for the feedback on that. I think we have to come to the final conclusion of the session. And again, I would like to gratefully thank everyone who has been involved in this session, from IWRA, from IEH, from all the partners that have come to the table today to discuss the issue of groundwater for resilience. I would like to just conclude by saying that it is very important that we keep this issue in mind. We bring it to the higher attention, and it becomes part of the policies. It becomes part of the strategies that we bring on board when we talk about how to enhance the resilience in the future. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with groundwater and climate change. So it could be that groundwater will dry up more. It could be that it will be, further replenished with trends in groundwater, and it can happen differently across the world. But we just have to learn more about this as we go along. Nevertheless, we will definitely not be less reliant on groundwater as we go forward. So irrespective of climate change impact on groundwater, we have to take care of it. I think that's the bottom line from my side. So with these words, I'd like to thank everyone and then call the session for being closed. Thank you, everyone.
Hola. Vale.
Pero en el streaming,
Se oye mucho.
muchísimo ruido de fuera.
Hola. 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 Hola.
Te digo cómo se hace.
Sí.
Ahora hablarás tú.
Hola, hola.
Va con retardo. Ahora hablarás tú un poco.
Vale, pero no va mal. Es que supongo que sería que lo tenían aquí. ¿No? Normalmente. Ahora. Hola.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from wherever you're joining us today. My name is Ashok Sapagain, Senior Researcher at the Pacific Institute and CEO of Mandate. Currently joining from London, we are honored to be here to be a part of the Water Pavilion at COP26 on behalf of the project partners, Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, International Water Management Institute, Pacific Institute, and CEO Water Mandate. I would like to welcome you to this session titled Preventing Shocks and Stresses from Becoming Crises, Water Resilience Assessment Framework. Just a quick one, if the folks at the pavilion can hear me well, and if we are online, just let us know by chat function in the YouTube chat window or from wherever you are joining from. This session presents one of our flagship projects, coordinated by CEO Water Mandate, collaboratively with project partners, AGWA, WRI, IMI. The project is co-funded by BHP, supported by Swiss Development Corporation, and other CEO Water Mandate endorsing companies. The project started in 2019. Recently at Stockholm World Water Week this year, we published the Core Water Resilience Assessment Framework. You can download the report and find other key project-related information from the links at the end of this session. The session is divided into distinct parts. The first part provides a brief overview and key features of the recently launched. The session is divided into distinct parts. The first part provides a brief overview and key features of the recently launched framework, an upcoming guidance document. That's the foundation of the discussion. And in the second part, we are hoping to have an engaging and lively panel discussion with key experts in the field of water resilience and climate change. The panel discussion will focus on, but not limited to, questions such as what is the resilience, what is the relevance of RAF in the context of climate change? RAF is Water Resilience Assessment Framework. How do you see RAF advancing resilience, the framework advancing resilience? How could we upscale it? How does it link to existing areas of work, for example, water risk assessment, water stewardship initiatives, and water targets, etc.? The audience will have ample opportunities to ask questions using the chat function of the platform. If you have any specific question to one specific speaker or to the full panel, please let us know by indicating that in your question. As being a hybrid session, you will see some of us joining from the video link and others joining directly from the podium at Water Pavilion at COP26. Without further delay, I would like to welcome Kari Davis, Technical Director at AGWA, to present the General Water Resilience Assessment Framework. The floor is yours, Kari.
Great. Thank you so much, Ashok. As you said, my name is Kari Davis, and I'm the Technical Director at the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, or AGWA. So before I dive into talking about the framework, I just want to take a step back and talk about why water resilience and why we decided to create a framework for assessing water resilience. As I'm sure all of you are aware, our world is changing, and it's changing faster than we anticipated. Climate change and other forces impact our water resources in known and unknown ways. And these changes can be gradual or sudden, and sometimes reversible, but often irreversible. A general business as usual approach could fail to respond to future uncertainties, and we need to think about new, innovative ways to run our critical infrastructure and services in order to build resilience to future shocks and stresses. The Water Resilience Assessment Framework, or RAF, emerged from the need to help organizations build resilience. Overall, our aim is to stop shocks and stresses from becoming crises and to allow organizations to survive and thrive despite shifting conditions. The RAF is designed to facilitate a shared understanding of water system resilience and allow practitioners to develop common measurable goals and outcomes for stakeholder and resilience planning. So shown on the next slide is the high-level RAF framework. It was specifically designed to be applied to any stakeholder or sectoral perspective, and it is highly versatile. It is also not supposed to replace your existing water management practices or approaches, but instead to supplement them. It's an add-on that builds an additional water resilience layer. The RAF shown here is composed of 4 steps. It describes a set of logical steps in determining system components and boundaries, selecting and developing resilient strategies and their implementable resilient actions, and testing the impact of the actions to enhance the resilience of the system. Finally, the framework provides a means to evaluate, and if needed, revise choices taken during the previous steps. The RAF is an iterative process and is meant to be revised and revisited as the system changes, but also as you learn more about the system. Stakeholder engagement can also be included in the steps of the RAF based on the organization and system needs. And a special effort should be made to engage with the stakeholders that have most impact on the water system, as well as those that are most impacted by the water system. Special attention should be paid to vulnerable and frequently overlooked communities as well. So I'm now going to walk through some of the aspects of the RAF. There's obviously more that can be covered during this short presentation, so I encourage you to download the RAF and look at it at a later date. So first, like many frameworks, the first step of the RAF includes defining your system. What makes the RAF different, though, is that the system can be larger or smaller than your organization or river basin. A system here is not just a basin or supply chain, but a set of interconnected socioeconomic, institutional governance, infrastructure management, and biophysical components that function as a whole. As these components can change over time, your system can also change over time, and it thus requires continual evaluation. For example, let's look at Mexico City's water supply network. So Mexico City faces simultaneous issues of floods and droughts. Water is supplied through a combination of groundwater and surface water sources, and the surface water is transferred from 2 nearby basins. So in the figure here, Mexico City is shown in pink, and the 2 basins where the water is transferred from are shown in green and gray, respectively. So if Mexico City was applying the RAF, it would need to include not just the city, but as well as the 2 basins where water was transferred from within the system. So once you define the system, you can better understand how the system is changing. Some questions you need to ask are, how does water flow through the system now? And how are the flows changing, or how have they already changed? And how do these changes affect system services? What services, in fact, are also critical to the system function? So also included in the RAF, we've looked at ways to analyze and categorize these changes. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So one thing that's important here is the scale, direction, and longevity of the changes in a particular system and what they tell us that we need to do. So we need to look at if we need to prepare for continuity, gradual shifts, or abrupt transitions. So the RAF groups challenges into 3 categories. The first of these is short-term disruptions. So short-term disruption is a temporary change that overall does not change the main conditions of the system. So as an example, the area I grew up in Central Texas is normally very hot and dry. However, this past February, they experienced a very cold, sudden winter storm that totally shut down the city, including water and electricity. However, right after the storm, the utilities were able to bounce back to pre-storm conditions. And overall, there wasn't a significant change in the mean. So the next change is gradual long-term disruptions. So these are slow and predictable changes, such as climate impacts to water resources. We can watch these changes happening and predict them, and thus we can react. An example of this is the flow changes in the Colorado River Basin, which can be seen at the dam and reservoir levels that are dropping. So the last one is unpredictable sudden events. These, as the name says, are unpredictable and dynamically change the system itself. The system is no longer as it was, and many of these can't be predicted. So an example of this, even though slightly predicted, are widespread forest fires. Great, thanks. So the next step of the RAF moves from assessing the system changes to choosing how to respond to these changes. We do this by selecting a resilience strategy. So a resilience strategy is a systematic approach to understanding and addressing drivers, shocks, and stresses impacting your system. And the type of strategy you select depends on the type of disruption expected to occur. So these 3 strategies directly correspond to the 3 types of disturbances in step 1. So the first type strategy is persistence. Persistence is this business as usual scenario. So overall, the functions and processes of the system continue unchanged with only a brief interruption, and after the disturbance, it quickly returns to the pre-shock condition. The second strategy is adaptation. So adaptation generally just assumes that tomorrow will be different than today. But these changes are gradual and predictable, and successful adaptation means tracking these changes over time and taking the necessary actions to respond to these changes. The third is transformation, and transformation is a fundamental shift in the system or significant change in the needs of the system. And transformation strategy requires reconsidering the fundamental aspects of an organization and its relationships with the operations. Transformation is significantly different than what you are doing today. So also, different strategies can be appropriate for different components of the system, and like the system boundaries may change over time. Therefore, additional monitoring is required, as I'll talk about later. So in order to operationalize the strategy, you need to do a few different steps. A strategy is just that, it's a strategy. And additional planning is required to turn it into actions. So the actions to support the strategy are selected based on a set of characteristics you deem important to the system, such as robustness or flexibility. Equity can also be considered here, and it should be considered here, in order to ensure that vulnerable populations are addressed in your actions. So after you select actions to support the goals of the resilience strategy, you then will select indicators so that you can further test these actions during a stress test. So step 3 is just that. It's a stress test of the system. Great, thank you. Here you're trying to see how well the actions support the resilience strategy, and then how well the resilience strategy actually builds water resilience in the system. So stress testing helps us determine the relative impact and utility of the resilience actions under a range of plausible future scenarios. The stress test clarifies how well these actions respond to shocks and stresses, as well they effectively support the goals of the selected resilience strategy. The stress test can also be used to compare and evaluate different actions to determine which produce the most effective results. The RAF does not prescribe a certain method for stress testing, and this is something that will further be discussed in the sector-specific guidance, which we'll talk about in a moment. Stress testing also really depends on the stakeholder capacity. Can you go back to the previous slide? Great, thanks. So just before we move on, just want to discuss a brief example of what stress testing can look like. So this is just one method, and there are many others, but this is an example that was developed by Poth et al. For the eco-engineering decision scaling approach. So they were looking at flood risk and ecological objectives, and they were testing different interventions under changing flow and rainfall patterns. So here you can see they tested 2 different actions under a range of different future scenarios. When they tested them, they found that the solutions worked well at the light blue zone, but not in the dark blue. So this is an example of a stress test you could use. But again, there are others. Next slide, please. So the final step in the RAF is evaluation. Here, quite simply, you're just trying to ask if RAF did succeed in building resilience, or did the stress test indicate that additional refinement is required? Again, this is normal, as I said, because the RAF is an iterative process, and additional rounds of the RAF are to be expected. So after you then implement the RAF, you'd still have to continue to monitor and evaluate the system. So stakeholders are continued to continually evaluate how well the resilient strategies and resilient actions are actually seen in building resilience, or if additional actions are taken. The system can also change due to changing conditions, some predicted and unpredicted. So additional evaluations required. So we're now going to talk about more about what's coming next in the RAF, so the sector-specific guidance, and move into the panel. So I'll pass it back to Ashok to conclude. Thanks. You are muted.
Mute. Is it all right now?
Yeah, that looks great.
Thank you, Kari. Thank you, Kari, for an excellent overview of the framework. As you mentioned, this is a relatively high-level framework that needs specific tailoring to suit different audiences. For this, we are developing 3 sector-specific guidance documents. First is to focus at corporates. Second one is to focus on urban utilities. And the final guidance document is to focus on river authorities or basin planners in the coming weeks and months. To give you an idea of what is covered in such detailed guidance documents, I'd like to invite Colin Strong from WRI to highlight key features from the sector-specific guidance document focused at corporates. The floor is yours, Colin.
Thanks, Ashok. As mentioned, Colin Strong at the World Resources Institute, Manager of Corporate Water Stewardship. So the corporate guidance document is going to be the first sector-specific guidance document to come out. Of course, the intended audience is for businesses interested in actually applying this framework that Kari presented and at a specific location. A few key points that I want to point out. First is that a lot of really good work has been done in more traditional corporate water stewardship processes. The idea of this publication isn't so much to sort of replace any of that, but is to add a resilience overlay and a resilience thinking on top of a lot of this really good thinking. So it's not wholly new, but really we're trying to complement what already exists and add just a little bit more information on what's new. So in terms of scoping, just a few points that are consistent with the corporate document and will likely be consistent with the other guidance documents as well. First of all, a lot of businesses have generally been traditionally looked within their four walls of a facility. One of the things that corporate water stewardship has been really good at is pushing businesses to think beyond their four walls and really start thinking about the wider system and landscape that they're operating in. That's been done and that's already happening, but the RAF pushes this a bit further because really the objective of the RAF is to explain, and for the corporate guidance, explain to a business, how does that business interact with and improve the resilience of the surrounding water system. If you're not operating within a resilient system, you may yourself have resilience issues. So we can imagine that it's really to the benefit of all businesses to ensure that the system around them is basically providing what it needs to them and other water users. So this is not about how does a business become resilient, it's about how does a business support the resilience of their surrounding system. And that's something we are pushing further than much of the corporate water stewardship work has been before. In terms of scale, this is a local and contextual work. If you are familiar with the Alliance for Water Stewardship Standard, or if you're familiar with the Contextual Water Target Guidance, which many are as it's related to Pacific Institute, CO Water Mandate, and other partners. That's the type of scale we're talking about, something that a business can take, they can take to their priority facilities and actually apply it at a local level. In addition, it's worth pointing out that corporate water stewardship has pushed heavily on stakeholder engagement to fulfill the needs of businesses and the greater community, and that's something that the RAF will rely on a lot as well. So that's what it's building on in terms of what is new, what's changing for a business who's thinking about this. I would say the RAF offers three new items. First of all, there's an emphasis upon new and additional types of information. I'll refer to them as resilience indicators. So for example, rather than looking at, say, pure water balance equations over the course of a year or over the course of months, it's important to start considering other aspects of your water resources that we haven't always thought about before, at least not in as structured a way. So for example, rather than just source input and amount, we should be thinking also about, let's say, water source diversity. Do you have, how many sources of water are there for the system you're operating in? What is the variability within those sources? What's the sort of hydrological characteristics of those sources? And how does that affect when water shows up, how water shows up at certain times? And what can you do to increase that ability to basically manage the system in those sorts of scenarios? So you can think of, let's say, source diversity as one resilience indicator that may, depending upon local conditions, be a factor that you should be incorporating into your equations. And that's more nuanced than, say, simple mass balance or water balance equations. So first is addition of resilience indicators. Those will obviously be included in the corporate guidance, or at least the broad categories of resilience indicators. Second is a greater emphasis on forward-looking conditions. A lot of corporate water stewardship work has been done previously looking at, let's say, historical data and current conditions. And what we really want to push for is forward-looking conditions. What are the types of shocks and stresses, as Kari was mentioning, that you could be encountering? What does the system need to do to be resilient against those shocks and stresses? So there's a bigger emphasis upon looking forward than there has been before. A lot of the historical water-related data, some of which WRI does develop, is really developed looking at the last 40 years. But we're really trying to push businesses to look forward more, do the type of stress testing, scenario analysis that's required to basically to operate in an increasingly uncertain future. Finally, Kari mentioned different types of resilient strategies. This is new. We're really pushing businesses to ask slightly harder questions about your resilient strategy. It's not just enough to be doing actions that reduce your risk. The real question is, how does this fit into your strategies? Are you trying to have a persistence-related strategy, adaptation, transformation-related strategy? And these decisions that each individual stakeholder may make about their preferred resilience strategy should help guide the types of actions that they select. So those are the three key points that I would say are being overlaid. Of course, definitely would like to have input as the publication comes out. If you are interested in review, it has not gone to review yet, or additional information on the publication, I recommend reaching out to Ashok. And then lastly, I will point out that we are moving into more of a piloting phase. We would be interested in piloting with partner companies. So again, reach out to Ashok or the project partners if interested. All right, Ashok, I'm going to give it back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Colin. Such a clear presentation of what's coming in the sector guidance document. And with that in background, now I would like to invite Jason Morrison, President of the Pacific Institute and head of the CEO Water Mandate, to introduce and invite the panelists and moderate the panel discussion. After short scene setting by each panelist, Jason will further interrogate or help moderate the session and conclude the session with summarization of the panel discussion. And finally, remaining a couple of minutes time, the session will be closed with the future milestones in the project. The floor is yours, Jason.
Thank you, Ashok. And welcome everyone, and greetings from COP. So, I'm very excited about this panel discussion we're about to have. For those of you that are familiar with water or water and climate adaptation, you'll know that we have some of the leading thinkers on the topic with us today. I just want to give you advance notice that all the questions that we prepared ahead of time, I'm throwing out the window, and we're going to have really hard questions. And along those lines, for those that are attending online, very much encourage you to use the chat function to bring forward your questions, and we'll get them into the dialogue as we move forward. So in terms of our panelists, we have 2 remote and 2 here with us on stage. We have Emily Wasley, Practice Leader for Sustainability, Energy and Climate Change at WSP. Will Sarney, Water Innovator, Water Foundry, and longstanding advisor on water. We have the Director General of IMI, Mark Smith, here with us in the room. IMI stands for the International Water Management Institute, has been leading research on water for decades now. And we have John Matthews, the Executive Director of AGWA, the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. So as I said, this is an all-star panel. I'm really excited about this discussion. And the way that we're going to format this discussion is allow brief introductory remarks, where you have an opportunity to talk about how your organization has been coming at water resilience and how the RAF links to your work. And then we're going to get into more interactive discussion once everyone had an opportunity to say their leading comments. So with that, let's turn first, Emily, to you to kick us off with your prepared statement.
Excellent. And thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel. I'm Emily Wasley. I work for WSP, which is a large multi-global engineering and infrastructure design company. We ourselves like to walk the walk. So we are a sustainable and resilient company, and truly are working at the cross marks of climate change and resilience. So the work that I do really focuses on working with water utilities and large publicly traded companies around the world to better understand their systems, what their underlying conditions are, and then identify how climate change will either exacerbate that or present new challenges to them. For years, we've been assessing the risks posed by climate change to different systems and operations. And this framework, the RAF framework, really takes it a step further to get more into testing the resilience. So testing resilience is very different from testing risks. And testing the resilience, as Colin had mentioned earlier, really requires the understanding of the adaptive capacity of the surrounding area and the surrounding community upon which the system or the organization depends heavily. One example that I can provide is we work with a global technology company that has data centers around the world that requires water for cooling. And there are water stress areas where they have data centers, and they really need to understand and are actively working with those local municipalities and water managers to understand what is the water availability, the quality, and how can they actually replenish water in the areas that they are extracting that water for cooling. So really understanding what that resilience of this water system is, how climate change will exacerbate that over time and affect the system itself and the surrounding community requires true collaboration across the jurisdiction and across the organizations that are in that jurisdiction. 3 components that I really love about the RAF framework is the systems approach. You know, as adaptation professionals, we're always thinking about how systems work interchangeably and are interdependent. And so really getting to this understanding of the system itself and what goes into the system, what decisions are required to operate a water utility or a company or a data center is really imperative to understand at the ground level. With that, then you can understand kind of how shocks and stresses may affect that system, and then prepare for those shocks and stresses so they don't become a crisis. The other component that I love is that this framework can really be used to assess the resilience to any acute, chronic hazard. So climate change is one, water stress is another. You could think of cybersecurity as something that you could use this framework to really test your resilience. If you understand your system, you understand the decisions that need to be made to continue operating the system safely and thrive in the face of a changing climate or a chronic hazard, that will help your business overall. And then the fact that the third component is that this framework really gets to that transformational change that we need. We have been trying to shove adaptation into disaster preparedness or disaster response and recovery. We really need to transform our systems, our way of thinking, our behaviors, our technology to really be able to thrive in the face of these chronic and acute shocks and hazards. So that's a little bit about what we do and how I see this framework being used. We actually also conduct tabletop exercises and stress test systems. So would love to see a company and a community partner to really test this framework out and see how it can be used to help enhance the resilience of the system and the community writ large. Back to you, Ashok.
Fantastic. Thank you, Emily. I'm going to go directly over to Will. Please kick us off.
So, Jason, good to see you and some old friends and colleagues in the world of water. Ashok, if you don't mind just putting up my slides and I'll go through them quickly. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and participate in this discussion. And with that, I will just run through a few slides. Where I fit in the world of water is working with U.S. and non-U.S. multinationals on corporate water strategy, also innovation, technology innovation, but also innovation in new business models, funding and financing, and work with development banks and NGOs. So that's just from where I see the world of water. I did see in the document at least one reference to water and climate as wicked problems. So I jumped on that as a way to provide some input and some thoughts on the framework and the document, and perhaps open it up to a broader group of stakeholders that have an important role to play in solving wicked water problems. So next slide, please. This won't be a surprise to anyone. It's a rather simple way to think about what's going on in the world of water. It's over-allocated and undervalued, poorly governed. We see that consistently, no matter where you are in the world, for the most part. It is non-circular, very linear approach in terms of extraction, use, and discharge. And there's nexus stress in terms of water, energy, and food manufacturing. The impacts of climate change make all of this worse. As a friend and colleague, Debbie Stilwell, says often, it's a threat multiplier. And Debbie is at COP so you may see her. So in thinking about, well, what has to change, this is a convenient way to start the conversation with multinationals and also entrepreneurs that are new to the world of water. Next slide, please. So a wicked problem. This is from Rattel and Weber's initial paper from 1973. The two key aspects of this that are important to me in the world that I live in is wicked problems hardly ever sit conveniently within the responsibility of any one organization. And I know that that is well understood by my colleagues on the call today who are engaged in collective action initiatives. The last point here, some wicked problems are characterized by chronic policy failure. Unfortunately, water fits very nicely into this, and we see that consistently. Next slide, please. So, sort of the punchline here, who solves wicked problems? Well, everyone does. And this is a slide developed by a dear friend, Tom Higley, who started something called 10-10-10 and now X-Genesis. And it really highlights the qualities, attributes of each stakeholder group. We could play around with where these fit, either to the upper left or lower right. But generally, what we see is that entrepreneurs have speed and focus, but no scale. The public sector, lower right, great size and scale, but very little speed and focus. Everyone else sits in the middle, and corporations might sit a little bit further to the left or the lower right, and civil society sits across all of it. My point here is that in the document, we're really not engaging and thinking about entrepreneurs and investors that have a key role to play in solving wicked water problems, wicked climate problems. So as you think about where this document might go, I encourage you to think about how to engage with a broader set of stakeholder groups that are really very active, and I have some examples that I'll show you. Next slide, please. One more back. A couple of things that make the point is that there are a number of things that are going on in watersheds that are outside sort of the usual stakeholder groups. Colorado River Basin Digital Watershed Project that is with an entrepreneur, a startup, True Elements, and Water Foundry. It's essentially a digital twin of the Colorado River Basin and a Colorado River Basin fund that identifies technologies that address scarcity, quality, and access within the watershed and are doing their part to solve some of the challenges that we're facing within the watershed with respect to the impacts of climate change. And with that, that's my last slide. Oh no, one more. An illustration of digital water technology companies that are addressing challenges within watersheds. I encourage you to take a look at these companies. These are started by a number of really creative entrepreneurs that have an innovative approach to addressing some of the challenge we're facing. So with that, thank you, Ashok.
Great. Thank you very much, Will, for laying out water as the wicked problem. We're going to come back to that and the multi-stakeholder solutions for that. But first, Mark, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Jason, and thank you to the RAF team for the invitation to take part in this discussion. A couple of reflections to kick off. So I think one of the things that the RAF is very valuable for is we all talk about resilience in our communities these days, and especially at events like this. There's lots and lots of talk about resilience as an ambition and an aspiration, and the RAF is going to help us move that into action, and that's using the RAF to really catalyze a focus and attention on resilience, and then how we start working on it to make changes happen to move upward on that aspirational curve toward resilience, I think is a really critical contribution that the RAF's made. I also really like the 3 strategies. So persistence, adaptation, transformation, I think that's a real addition to the conceptual thinking that'll help us move forward. And especially when you link that into the elements of the framework that are iterative, right? Because climate change means that the water system is unmoored now from its historical climate drivers. And so if you're on a persistent or an adaptation path now, well, in future you might need a transformation path. And I think this differentiation that the RAF provides is very helpful in that sense. And then the iterative model is going to help us navigate that. So the final reflection I wanted to give relates to a framework that we use in IMI to try and organize our thinking on how we tackle the kind of wicked problem that Will is outlining, which really has 4 components. And they're nested. It's a nested framework, and the outermost of those components is governance and participation and networks, and the innermost of those components is technologies and infrastructure, and between that is data and information and nature-based solutions and so on. And most often, and I think this comes through in the RAF as well, most often where people start is with the technology and infrastructure. What tools can I deploy to start fixing stuff, okay? Whereas I think where RAF might provide the most catalyst for innovation is on the governance piece. And this aligns to what Will was just saying, because you really have a new set of stakeholders bringing in business, then has been very central to the dialogue about resilience before. And so there's an opportunity with new stakeholders, new networks, new coalitions, new partnerships, bringing together different kinds of actors, as Will's graphic showed us, that I think means that that may be the source of the innovation for resilience that we see coming out of the framework, the RAF framework. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm definitely going to circle back to that. But first, John, please open us up with your opening statement.
AGWA's been working on climate change and water issues for about 11 years, and one of the patterns that we've seen in our members and a lot of the people that are working in this space for a long time is that they already have an existing methodology that they're already using, that maybe they've developed internally, that they have something, like maybe Colin was mentioning some of the water stewardship guidelines and processes. And one of the things that we've worked with groups like the World Bank or UNESCO to develop kind of soup to nuts methodologies for how they look at climate risk, how they develop climate resilience solutions around water issues. But we realized that actually we were kind of missing a trick, because there were so many people that were already, that they had something that they were already using, and it didn't have that climate component. They needed an adjustment. They needed to be able to add this kind of climate perspective. And that was one of the things that we were really interested in with the RAF, is that it was going to help them work within their existing system, say, you know, these indicators are very good for thinking about sustainability in terms of developing targets that are relatively fixed, that they help us think about a stable system. But most of us are now working in unstable systems, or systems that are becoming destabilized, and we need those extra insights that are going to help us bridge and add on to and do better a lot of the things that we tend to work on. So that was a really important component for us to focus on. And I want to just maybe as a last point, Emily she specifically called out this idea of transformation. Transformation is something that some parts of the world are already well advanced in. You can think about places like the Tibetan Plateau, about the Andes, the Himalayas. These are systems where there has been a lot of climate change very quickly, and it is really profound. The people there even feel very socially, even culturally disoriented in these places by the amount of change. And so they also feel very stressed with their electrical systems, their water supply systems, not just their social systems. Many parts of the world in the next 10 or 20 years are going to move into a transformation phase. We need to help the other several billion people move to think on that level. And to my knowledge, nobody is working on how we operationalize transformation thinking. And that, to us, was actually one of the most exciting things that we were trying in RAF. And it's interesting that has also been one of the areas that people have really focused on as they read through. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Mark, I'm going to come to you with the first question, and I want to build off of a number of speakers that have talked about different aspects of this, and then try to bring it into a question that you talked about the insight around RAF really opening up a new way of doing water governance. Emily talked about this idea that testing resilience is different than testing water risk. And Colin unpacked that, at least for the business community, on how we've historically thought of water risk and then how this starts expanding when you start getting into resilience. And she also mentioned that for adaptation professionals, it's always appreciated when you start thinking about how these systems talk to each other and how the interdependencies of these systems, whether it's your food system or your energy system, and how resilience is going to cause stakeholders to connect around how water connects to these other issues. And that means new stakeholders to the table. You know, this idea that it's not just new players like the business community that might be ready to sit down and have a conversation around how water risk manifests in a basin and how resilience is more needed, but different organizations that are connected to water through their own systems. And I want you to speak a little bit more about IMI's work and this role that you've had in getting a shared understanding of what the threats are, the stresses, and what resilience might do, and where you see that opportunity of bringing these different stakeholders together going forward.
Sure. In terms of IMI's work, we do a lot of the little framework that I outlined. For example, we do a lot of work on the data and information and tools part of that framework. So equipping people with information about drought and flood and forewarning and so on, right? So equipping people with data and information. One of the challenges that the RAF framework gets at, and that our work it runs like a thread through our work, is you need to then connect that kind of information into enabling people to act, right? And then you start dealing with institutions. And one of the principles that we work toward in relation to resilience is we need to be empowering and enabling people to act really locally. And to do that, we need to connect them across scales from higher level institutions through to very local institutions. So how do we have effective information and tools to feed through that system, and as you do, catalyze improvement in that system? And that's where I think some of these new actors can that maybe the RAF is helping to bring to the table. That's where they can play a particular role. So we need actors that can move across scales. Maybe some businesses are better at moving across scales and carrying that information and that capacity and the convening and facilitating that you need across the different scales to enable people to act. Maybe if they're working in consortium with NGOs. Again, going back to Will's graphic, if they're working in partnership with NGOs, we can be more effective at doing that, and more effective at doing that more quickly, and doing so in ways in which, as everyone comes to that table and engages across scales, they're doing so with the kinds of tools that IMI works with, in a much more informed way, with information that's much more responsive to needs, and so maybe then the system can move faster.
So thank you for that. Will, I am going to look for you to talk about your sense from the work you've done with corporates on their ability and appetite to do that engagement at the different scales. But first, Emily, let me turn to you and ask, as you've worked with many clients, audiences, customers, including utilities at a municipal level, what's your sense of the understanding within municipal utilities of both the appetite for bringing these new players to the table under this frame of resilience and their capacity to follow through. So it's an expansion of the domain in a way that's much broader than what I think historically stakeholders have done. And this notion of connecting stakeholders like corporates and/or investors and entrepreneurs, I'm going to come back to that. But just where do you think that bandwidth is and the appetite from the utility perspective?
Great question. And I think there is increasing appetite for it from the water utility perspective. I know, the work that we just completed to develop a climate risk and opportunity mapping framework that actually works really nicely with the RAF aligns with the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. And there is an intention to do that. So that water utilities could start to get prepared for public disclosure and the other kind of assessments of risks and opportunities that a lot of corporates are now moving into. So if they have similar perspectives and have that kind of same language, they're able to partner together to collaborate more significantly and to come to the table with similar language and an understanding of what this process might look like. So the other component is that water utilities have for a long time, the water managers there have understood the need for multi-stakeholder engagement. And the work that we've been doing with water utilities more recently has been with the critical business functions that don't always think about climate change, don't need to think about climate change, but climate change is starting to impact their business function and their way of doing business on a day-to-day basis. So, for example, we engaged finance, we engaged government relations, we engaged engineering and enterprise risk management, so that we had the conversation within the utility with other leaders that were being impacted by climate change and could help come together to collaboratively identify solutions to manage those risks and adapt. We didn't get to the part of transforming, but with RAF, because that was before RAF came out, but with RAF, we're excited to potentially pilot this with a couple of US-based water utilities and would love to see different companies that are also located in those jurisdictions to partner to see how they can actually understand what the collective risks are, the interdependencies, and then how to make that transformational change in an equitable manner. So there will need to be a transition to transform. It's not going to happen overnight. But we definitely need to be having the stakeholders in the same room, in the same dialogue, testing these solutions out and really pushing the needle on what can we do differently to survive in this changing climate.
Great. Thank you, Emily. That's really clear. John, I know AGWA has worked with multiple layers of government around climate adaptation and water resilience, and also increasingly with businesses. But for the first part, what's your sense of Mark's belief that the RAF can really serve as an unlock for new conversations and real step change around water governance?
I think it's a huge opportunity, and part of it is actually because I think it can help foster the basis for a new shared dialogue. One of my favorite stories is something that I heard from a small NGO that's based in the Cape Town area in Western Cape in South Africa. And during the Day Zero crisis, one of the things that they really noticed was a kind of evolution that occurred, especially with businesses, but it had really important implications for kind of broader governance and civil society interaction. That businesses were a little reluctant to actually become, they were a bit of an obstacle early in the Day Zero crisis, and they were cautious. They were even a little angry at the mayor, at the utility. You know, how did you get us into this mess? it's going to take us 10 years to build new infrastructure so that we can really increase our capacity. We're basically just here waiting for rain, and the government could do a lot, but it couldn't do everything. And so the kind of first, I would call it a defensive reaction on the part of business was to say, actually, the city's responsibility kind of ends where the pipe hits the building. And so they started to really look inside the building. Where is water? They looked for the actual water that was in their systems. It occurred to them, there's all this virtual water. It's in our energy system. It's in our data systems. So for technology companies, it's present in our supply chains. And I think interestingly, like the reaction there is you want to start to build walls. When you feel defensive, you want to protect yourself, right? And so that was the initial response of these businesses. But near the end of the Day Zero crisis, Green Cape noticed something else that I thought was really special. They said that there were a few companies that said, actually, if our customers, if our clients, if our employees can't get water, then our business cannot function in the most fundamental way. That actually, when we build those walls to secure the water just for our institution alone, then we're actually making the situation much worse. And I think that kind of stakeholder engagement is real resilience thinking. And I would hope that that's also exactly where maybe in the graph that Will was showing, in some of the comments that Emily was saying about what is it that we're assessing? Are we assessing risk on a kind of individual basis? Are we thinking about resilience in this kind of collective shared sense? We need to tear down those walls and make sure that we actually, if there's not water in that school, then there's not water in my business. And I actually need, as a secondary level, I need to be able to go to politicians, to decision makers and say, we need to invest in the system, not just take care of ourselves as individual institutions.
Great. So, Will, I signaled I was coming your way, and I want to frame the question in two parts, and I'm hoping that you can give a relatively brief question, because if time allows, I want to try to squeeze one more question in that's come to us through the chat function. But Will, you've done strategic advisory with corporates for decades now. What's your sense of the understanding and appetite for shifting from the water risk lens to a resilience lens, and which we know to be different? And then also whether you would think these same corporates would perceive the RAF and as the ability to have an unlock around improve or step change in water governance. Over to you.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, although it is the role of the public sector to deliver safe drinking water, and Day Zero is a little bit more complicated than just zero. So people that could afford water got it. Those that couldn't did not. So, John, a longer conversation. So, Jason, absolutely, there's an appetite to understand resilience and how to thrive, because, as you know, companies that don't have a supply chain, don't have healthy watersheds or healthy communities, really don't have a business anymore. And what I'm seeing is that there is that recognition. So the thinking around the RAF adds a lot of value in getting companies to think about scenarios. And you also touched on something, an appetite for companies to engage with entrepreneurs and investors to drive innovation. Definitely see that in the 100+ Accelerator program that has AB InBev, Coca-Cola, Unilever, and Colgate-Palmolive, and also the recently launched PepsiCo Lab program. So definitely a shift towards really engaging with some unusual stakeholder groups to solve challenges, and the RAF plays an important role in getting corporations and entrepreneurs and investors to think differently about water.
Ashok, I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative to forego my synthesis so that I can squeeze in another question. And it speaks to something that, Will, you said at the outset in your opening statement around how when you look at the RAF as it stands now, and even the planned work around targeting 3 key decision organizations, glaringly missing to you were financiers or investors and entrepreneurs. We also had a comment from someone online saying, you know, in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in Kenya, what we need now is the financing piece of this. We don't need more frameworks for governance, but what's this going to do to accelerate the actual investments that are necessary to address the impacts of climate change when they're coming? So I'm going to open this up to anyone that wants to take this on. But how is this a blind spot of the RAF? And if it's not, how does this speak to those key decision makers that are important for solving a wicked problem? And I saw, John, you grabbed your mic, so that takes you first to the queue.
What I'll say is we need to make sure that we have projects that are really capable of seeing correctly the problems that we face. And I think one of with a lot of the finance institutions, with actually a lot of the people that are working in climate adaptation, they may be in a situation where they're having slow, gradual changes, but they're effectively defining resilience as a kind of rebound situation. Or maybe they're in a situation where there's really profound transformational changes. I would argue that, say, like the image that Kari showed of the fires in California, you know, those forests are not growing back. Same thing in Australia. Those forests are not going to come back the way that they were. Probably going to be grassland. Like if your adaptation strategy, if your adaptation project is focused on that, it will fail. And I think one of the things that we can do is we're trying to actually help finance institutions be able to include through a tool like RAF the ability to differentiate good quality projects based on their ability to perceive these kinds of broad strategies of change.
Excellent. Thank you, John. This is going to be a speed round. Mark, I know you want to come in. I know also that your hand is raised, Will, and I'm hoping, Emily, you might have some closing remarks on this topic as well. Mark, over to you first.
Just very quickly. Yes, absolutely. Finance is important, and finance needs to drive action. And better governance helps deliver that finance, okay? But let's think a little non-traditionally about what we mean by governance here. And what we're really talking about is how to drive and manage change, right? And so it's governance in its broadest sense about institutions doing their job. So how do we catalyze and deliver and manage change? And then with reference to the person online, how do we do that radically? So it's not just about finance, but how do we use the finance to trigger and catalyze change that's radical and fast and fixes systems, or transforms systems, I should say. And to me, that's the problem space we're in at the moment, right now. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Will, over to you.
Yeah, just real quick. I would love to see the RAF be used to engage not financial institutions, but the investor community that wants to fund a promising startup or a growth stage company that solves a particular problem, such as real-time data acquisition and analytics. So there's a lot of technologies out there that are being deployed at the watershed level. So thinking differently about other stakeholders that we can bring into this conversation to be part of the solution.
And Emily, I see that you came live on the video, so over to you for a final comment.
Thanks. So I'll just add that I completely agree. Financing, adaptation and financing this transformational change we need to get to a resilient world does require finance. And I think there's the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures has a indicator in there about assessing resilience for corporations. So I think there's a nice connection there that will require corporations, NGOs, water utilities, public sector entities to come to the table together to really think about, they already have plans, how do we finance these plans? So we need to move forward in that space. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Emily. And thank you to our panelists for a great discussion. Really appreciate it. Ashok, over to you for the wrap up on next steps.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much. It's such a lively discussion. We wish we can extend the time for a couple of more minutes. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Thank you all the panelists and the speakers. I'm sure we can have a very engaging discussion. Unfortunately, we'll have to stop now. The next step in this project are to develop these 3 guidance documents that Colin mentioned earlier and to pilot the project. So we invite any interested parties, potential partners to explore further potential to collaborate. And I would like to thank you all the panelists and Jason for such a lively discussion. Thank you all. And the links are here for you to download the report and all the project information. Cheers.
Hi, good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us at the end of it. I'm sure has been a very long day, and we're incredibly appreciative of all of you who are here in person, and really appreciative of everybody who's streaming into our event via Pathable. Thank you in particular to the Global Resilience Partnership for co-hosting this event. I know it'll be an engaging and lively conversation with quite an amazing panel of people here, all seized with the urgency of adapting to the climate crisis. So my name is Alex Peterson-Zwane. I'm the CEO of the Global Innovation Fund, or GIF for short. We are a multilateral investment vehicle whose mission is to accelerate innovation to improve the lives of poor people. We make debt, equity, and grant investments, particularly aimed at improving the lives of people who live under $5 a day. I am delighted to be joined today by this distinguished group of panelists who I'll introduce in just a moment and talk together about our shared agenda around adaptation and resilience. But first, let me say a few things about GIF's journey and how we've come to this challenge of our day, adaptation and resilience in the climate crisis. Our journey began about 8 years ago when the governments of the UK and the US came together around this mission of addressing what we call the pioneer funding gap, that space in funding for innovation before commercial capital can come in, but after the time in which traditional bilateral aid agency grants are the best fit for innovators. GIF is particularly designed to act as venture capital for fragile places and for fragile things. And we've invested about $100 million so far, backing over 50 innovations for international development. What are we doing here today? Today, we've spent the past year thinking and consulting externally with our government partners, who now include not only the UK and the US, but Sweden, Australia, Canada, and South Africa, about the role that we can play and that we should play in the climate change space. And one thing we've learned is that adaptation and resilience, and particularly the contribution of the local private sector to those challenges, is under-resourced and neglected. According to the Climate Policy Initiative, there's about $500 billion a year that goes to mitigation, mostly in renewable energy, and there's some $30 billion for adaptation. And only a fraction of that is earmarked for developing countries, and a fraction of that again for innovation. The estimated need in developing countries alone is something like $365 billion a year. There's a significant financing gap here, and there's significant risk from a traditional commercial financing perspective. Resilience and adaptation are also critical to poverty reduction. Resilience is development. Development is resilience. And that's GIF's core mandate, innovation for development. And so that's why I'm very pleased to have come here today to announce, with this partnership with Nate's organization, with the Global Resilience Partnership, and with the catalytic and really timely support of FCDO, we are launching the Climate Innovation and Adaptation and Resilience Fund at GIF. We are keen to begin the process of taking our approach to investment and turning it to the greatest challenge of our day. And I urge all of you who are also coming from other donor partners to get to know us better, to learn more whether this is part of the innovation journey, an adaptation journey that you would like to be on along with both of us. So before I introduce the speakers, I'd like to turn to Dr. Nate Matthews, who is the CEO of the Global Resilience Partnership and our co-host for this evening's event. I'd like to ask you, Nate, to speak about the role of innovation in promoting climate adaptation and resilience from your own experience. So, Dr. Matthews.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming on what is a bit of like the graveyard shift on resilience and adaptation and loss and damage day, but it's wonderful to see you here. And thank you for the question, Alex. I'm really excited about this session and this fund. So I think when I think about innovation, it's been a bit of a personal and professional journey for me, because I started out in a previous life co-founding a small business that grew quite quickly. And at that time, I was a bit enthralled by the idea of innovation from the sort of Silicon Valley speak. You know, fail fast and take risks and this sort of thing. But that, you know, for the majority world is not really an appropriate framing. We can't go to a farmer who's living on $1 a day, or anyone else who's you know, migrating or in a refugee camp or trying to, and say fail fast, because that just doesn't work. So innovation for the majority world really needs support, and it needs adaptive learning, and it really needs that sort of support to help it grow and help it flourish. So I think that's a first point that I would say that's really key, and really moving away from the type of innovation that we see, you know, in the minority world. And it's also really important because when you encourage people to take risks, which is a key part of innovation, if that fails, then it's often, you know, young women and girls that will suffer because they'll be pulled out of school. It's often, you know, it could have catastrophic impacts if people are really living on the poverty line or in extreme poverty. So I think that's a really important framing to start with when we talk about innovation and resilience. The second thing I would say is that there is a really huge opportunity when we talk about climate finance and resilience in and innovation. And that's because when we look at resilience, we look at it across sort of three areas: as persist, adapt, and transform. And persist is absolutely avoiding collapsing in the face of shocks or stresses, which we don't want people to do, and we don't want systems like the Antarctic glaciers or the Amazon rainforest to collapse. Adapt, for me, is a little bit sort of a step to the left or a step to the right of where we're going, and that can be quite important as well. But transformation and transformative resilience is really about the novel ways of stewarding ecosystems, the novel ways of creating livelihoods. And that, for me, is where it gets really exciting. And there's huge opportunity in that space to help support innovation, and it's innovation that we need for the action that's required to support people all over the world, but especially in the majority world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nate, for those remarks. And I think it's the perfect opportunity to bring in our other distinguished speakers to offer their own perspectives on the importance of innovation in climate adaptation and, as you say, transformative resilience. So as well as Dr. Matthews, who you've just heard from, and we'll hear from a bit again, we're joined this evening by Professor Charlotte Watts, Chief Scientific Advisor and Director for Research and Evidence at the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Abdul Kalam Azad, the Special Envoy for Climate Vulnerable Forum Presidency, where he represents the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Ambassador Jan Wahlberg, Ambassador for Climate Change for Finland. And Sabra Ibrahim Nordin, Special Envoy for Climate Change for the Government of Maldives. I'd like to start with you, Special Envoy Nordin, if you don't mind. And I think it's particularly important because, you know, I've just come from an earlier event where many of the small island states were talking about their unique vulnerability to climate change. And I think it's important that we hear your voice and that you tell us a little bit about the perspective that you bring and how you can think about communities adapting to the effect of climate change, and maybe a little bit about how the Maldives might be a place where lessons might be learned that can spread to other contexts as well. It's not on.
Oh. Thank you. Yes, small island states have inherent vulnerabilities to the climate crisis, and because we live already in a 1.2 degree world, we are facing those impacts right now. We have a greater number of storms, intensity, the intensity of tidal surges, soil erosion, coral bleaching. These are all things that we're having to face immediately in the Maldives. And to be honest, because most small island states are classified as middle income, we're not eligible for concessional financing. And that makes it even more difficult to access the limited resources for adaptation that are available now. and we know that the 100 billion hasn't materialized. So in terms of adaptation, what we're able to do with the limited fiscal space that we have is very immediate kind of responses to tidal surges, providing fresh water when there's been a storm, putting sandbags on the shore just to try and kind of prevent just that immediate reaction. But those are things that we can only decide on an annual basis. Those aren't things that we can plan for in advance simply because we don't have predictable and adequate financing to address it. But we are doing things like long-term nature-based solutions, like trying to put in place marine protected areas, coral reef restoration, single-use plastic phase-out. But those, we have immediate adaptation measures that we need to put in place and long-term adaptation. And there are limits to adaptation. We can't, the quicker we invest, the less we have to invest in loss and damage later on.
It's a good challenge that you've given us. I mean, we know we have this SDG about leave no one behind. And in some ways, this challenge is one that says that's not only measured by income, there's other unique kinds of vulnerability. And you mentioned your work on nature-based solutions, which I know there's a lot of interest in innovation in that space. Do you want to draw out any particular lessons that the Maldives has learned that may be relevant for other contexts?
Well, what we find in the Maldives is that because we're so small, it's hard to attract that kind of investment. But we can serve as a sort of a testing ground for innovation. And there are projects like coral reef restoration, 3D printing of corals, but they happen on a very small scale, and that's very dependent on the amount of financing we receive. But there are things that we want to try, and we need the technological and financial support to do it, such as how can we, because of the limited human resources capacity that we have, how can we better use technology to survey our territories, our ocean resources, and identify exactly which areas we should intervene in, and that better helps us to design our adaptation programs. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And when I come to our other Special Envoy Azad, I'll be interested in hearing whether this testing ground idea for middle-income countries resonates. But first, Charlotte, let me actually take this to you, or Professor Watts, I should say.
Charlotte, please, honestly.
As I'm sure that the UK government has done a lot of thinking itself about this unique challenge of vulnerability in tackling the climate crisis. And I'll say that we're really delighted to build on our existing partnership and expand it to this particular focus on climate resilience. How do you see this sort of quantity versus quality of funding question? And is the sticking point for innovation in resilience and adaptation one about finances? Or are there other dimensions on which you'd like to see this fund address other sort of constraints to making progress?
Brilliant, thank you. And it's a real pleasure to be here, and good evening, everybody. When you announced that we've the launch of this fund, I did have to hold myself back and not whoop, because I'm just so pleased that we're able to come in and support this partnership between the Global Innovation Fund and the Global Resilience Partnership on this really important agenda. For us, it's an area where it really builds on your collective expertise to tackle a massive issue. And I find it really hard to actually answer your question about quality and quantity. We are not facing that dilemma right now. We need huge increases in investment in innovation to support adaptation and resilience. I think the 50-50 ambition that's come out is a hugely positive sign. We are stepping forward as a government. It's great, building on the partnership that others are supporting, GIF more broadly, from our early partnership with the US that, you've expanded. We need the private sector to come on board as well. The scale of the innovation challenge, if you think about the pressures that because of climate change, countries are facing, its lives and livelihoods, its economies, its landscapes, its communities. It's impacting on economies. It's impacting on the most vulnerable most acutely. These aren't small issues, and these are ones where there are huge opportunities for innovation, but we need to start building that evidence base. And I think the kind of expertise that GIF brings and the experience that we have on adaptation resilience in combination is very powerful, because I think part of the way that we're going to bring others into this agenda is if we start to build that data and evidence base to inform investments. So we need to understand, fundamentally, what are the types of needs that we really have to lean in to support. We have to start to understand, well, what are the kind of returns in investment? And actually, what are the failures in some of the standard investments we make because of the impacts of climate change? All of our assessments, if you're thinking about this in terms of an investment perspective, is flipped on its head, because without resilience, assumptions about investment they would have a long-term payoff aren't there anymore. But also there are opportunities for different types of returns if you get the right sort of investment in new solutions and innovations. We think, and we come behind this investment as a lead, and I very much want to encourage others who are donors here to step up as well, is because GIF has a really good track record of using innovative financial instruments to drive evidence-based innovation that can meet millions. And to me, this question of scale is central to everything that we're thinking about in innovation. It's great to have small examples. We need to learn from pilots, but our ambition should be scale, given the scale of the challenge that we're facing. The other thing I think that GIF does brilliantly is a good strategies around selecting high-impact, scalable investments. So that issue of scale comes in very explicitly, and using robust measures to assess impact and returns. And the track record you've got of crowding in resource, we're coming in behind you because we really want that resource crowded in, if I'm honest. And really, as well, in particular, stepping into that pioneer gap space between where we've got a great pilot, and I'm sure there's some brilliant pilots I'm going to hear about in a minute, but actually then how do we take that to a commercial level, which ultimately is what we need to be seeking to achieve as if we are really going to create resilience and support adaptation.
Thanks very much, and for that reflection on our now long partnership, where I think we've learned a lot together. The FCDO and DFID before that were major investors in evidence and the generation of evidence, and having some patience, I think, about the timescales for that. Are there lessons you've learned from other contexts around evidence unlocking investment that you think are going to be relevant for us in this climate space?
Yeah, a few come to mind. So I think one is, let's start thinking about actually how do you try and measure and quantify what you're trying to achieve, so that when you're thinking about that return, actually you can quantify it. And I've seen that in a number of areas where we invest, is that clarity of purpose, and really holding ourselves account to actually then are we delivering. I've been quite struck at the conversations I've heard today about the breadth of the ambition on adaptation, and I am left sort of thinking about, well, actually, how do we measure that? How do we define that? How do we define success? So I think kind of getting the metrics right is important, and I think particularly if we're trying to leverage in private sector investment, those sorts of metrics are going to be really important to making the case to shareholders, to investment options. I think another clear lesson we've got from the range of innovation investments that we make is, firstly, that there isn't a one quick tech fix, right? That we need multidisciplinary partnerships. We need to have partnerships between the global north and the global south. We need partnerships between the communities that are impacted on and the kinds of stakeholders and groups that can help support innovation. So that partnership aspect is very critical. I think the other aspects is also some humility. I think we have a lot of learning from other sectors, but also a lot to learn. And so the more that we can all have humility and think about, well, what do we do well? What do we don't do well? What can we learn from others? And then how do we foster that collaborative agenda as we move forward to this significant challenge?
That's really powerful, actually. And one thing I'd add on top of that is that you have to be able to accept some level of risk and the potential for sometimes things failing. And that can be very difficult when you're spending precious taxpayer resources. And so to be able to think about measuring impact at the portfolio level, rather than focusing on any individual bet that you took, I think it's also an important lesson that we'll have to keep learning over and over.
We just to add quickly, I mean, we have an expression of we don't want to back single horse races. That we've really learned that we need portfolios of investment where we have teams who manage and work with partners who manage funds, and that using a portfolio lens. We do want to fail fast, but we do want a breadth of a portfolio that we have some likelihood of winners as well.
Yes. And I think it's teased up very nicely to hear from you, Special Envoy Azad. And there's an interesting innovation unit within the Bangladeshi government, the Access to Information program, which is really driving a lot of citizen-centered transformation and experimentation. You also have really a sort of world-leading climate prosperity plan. So I'd love it if you could tell us about each of those two innovations, if you will, in how the Bangladeshi government does business and how you might turn those two sort of powerful lenses onto the adaptation challenge.
Thank you very much. I will start with my friend from FCDO about defining the innovation. In innovation arena, we used to tell a jargon TCV. In public service, if time is reduced, cost is less, and with less visit, a citizen can get the service, then there is innovation. So in our country, we used to quantify with this, that how much time, cost, and visit is reduced. So this is quantifiable. And the issue of high-impacted, scalable investment. Obviously, if I spend $1, if it brings back $1, nothing doing. But it needs to bring more than $1, obviously. It may be $3, it may be $5. So what we are doing in our country, in Bangladesh, especially, I would be telling you the story of climate resilience in Bangladesh. You may know, in 1970, we had a cyclone. We called Cyclone Vola. And it cost about 100 million lives. Cyclone Amphan last year, 2020, it cost less than 100. Same magnitude of cyclone. So the story is from vulnerability to resilience. This is not only the lives. This is also the properties, wealth, loss and damage also. Keeping this in mind, Bangladesh, as the president of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, now has come up with a very ambitious project, I should tell, that is the Climate Prosperity Plan. It looks like something impossible proposition, Climate Prosperity Plan. Yes. We are now resilient, but we need to bring prosperous from each of the challenges. So in our country, we have started with this Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan under the name of our Father of the Nation. So there are 6 points. In these 6 points, detail all are here. Inclusive development, leaving no one behind, value for money, so whole of the society approach, nature-based solution, local-led action. All these are incorporated here. So keeping all these, that is the bringing resilience, looking into the health sector, education, obviously issues of livelihood, social safety network, energy, 100% renewable, maybe it is too far, but for Bangladesh, keeping this, we have 6 point climate resilience to prosperity. So now we tell vulnerability to resilience and resilience to prosperity. So this may, as FCDO was telling, that yes, scalable and value for money. Where is the innovation? Innovation is in all these area of the 6 point, including the A2I, which program you were telling, and also the service innovation. How best we can provide service to our citizen. So earlier we were doing specifically in the public service, but now we are with the development. And the social safety network, along with the renewable energy, may give us this prosperity for the climate prosperity plan. Not only looking towards Bangladesh, now 37 vulnerable countries, member of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, they expressed their interest to be to incorporate their prosperity plan in their country, looking into their own issues, own problems, and how to bring this problem into prosperity. So I think partnership, scope of partnership is wide here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And the data that you gave about those 2 cyclone experiences, I mean, it really gave me the shivers, because that is also a period of time in which Bangladesh went from being one of the poorest countries in the world to now lower middle income country status, and very high growth rates in South Asian context sustained for long periods of time. So it's development and reduced vulnerability really going together. Going off script just a little bit so that it's a bit more of a conversation, I'm wondering if you would reflect on this hypothesis or this proposal that we can do more of learning from experimentation in middle-income countries that are uniquely vulnerable and bringing those lessons to less developed contexts. How does that idea resonate with you?
The Bangladesh had our independence in 9 months. The courage is sky high. It was presumed that a vulnerable country, very less income, how do we? You see, graduating from LDC in 2018 and 2021, I believe this gave us much more courage. And this is our 50th years of our independence. With all these, and the vulnerable countries, as we gathered together, at the beginning of this COP, we were 48, but within this COP, we are now 55. So this 55 country, if they can raise their voice, I strongly believe with a big partnership, sharing our experiences and knowledge, we can achieve much better. And the issue which I was telling about the value for money, we mean it. And transparency in Bangladesh, in civil service, achieved through annual performance agreement with the government officials, a robust grievance redress system. I understand that this brought much more transparency in the civil service, and also likewise in the development arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And, as you said earlier, Special Envoy Noordine, when you're using technology to understand, your own coastline better, there's many countries one can think of from Kenya to Bangladesh that might need to do that as well. And so partnership and collaboration and raising shared voices, sounds like a very promising approach for us to take. So Ambassador Wahlberg, perhaps I've saved the best for last. And, Finland itself punches above its weight in terms of innovation itself. And so I'm interested in hearing from your government's perspective, your understanding of and thinking about the role of innovation in adaptation and resilience, and perhaps building on the remarks we've just heard, how your views may have evolved during the course of this COP itself.
It's good to be here. Good evening, everybody. Finland belongs to the governments that are closely looking at GIF. We are having good discussions, and I think innovations on climate change is something that it has to be on every delegate's mind here at COP26. We are not, the last mile needs to be done before we are members, but we are working on it. It's an adaptation day, so I'll start by, you mentioned, Alex, quite well that we need to do more on adaptation. And I'm just coming from a side event of what we call Champions Group. And we are already 10 plus countries who are committed that our climate finance will be balanced. What could be 50-50, but I think it's a group that it's growing, and it's in a way trying to respond to Secretary General's call that we need more adaptation finance. The climate change is here, and it's here today. So we need to act. And what we also announced, in 5 weeks there will be a meeting of the Champions Group in Finland, and what we will start is what we call Lahti adaptation dialogues towards COP27. And I think innovation certainly would be one of the topics that I would be interested in exploring together with the LDCs and SIDS, because the Champions Group, it's all about dialogue with LDCs and SIDS and finding solutions together. And I think the adaptation agenda is very wide, and in a way, innovation cross-cuts the whole themes. I've been in panels today with the gender equality, also sexual health rights, and on Friday on disability inclusion. And I do see that kind of there are so many things that you mentioned. The GIF's idea is to have innovations for $5 a day. So we have to mainstream the ideas of innovation to our climate world. You said we are a big innovation country in Finland. I think we are still reflecting what's kind of the innovations that are particularly important for climate adaptation. So it is a work in progress, and I think alone we are quite a small country. What I do a lot is Nordic climate ambassadors. We have been having seminars, for example, Nordic green solutions in Shanghai, China, and discussing with the Chinese that what could we do together. So I think building upon that, we could also have some Nordic dialogues with LDCs and SIDS, thinking that what can climate innovation, what do they mean for any of the topics. I think our friend from Bangladesh already mentioned very interesting things. It also reminds me, I'm a GCF board member, and I think kind of the discussions we have at the board also, they do have a link with innovation, because we discuss about the coral reefs and how to do it, and we perhaps need to go and dig in a little bit deeper and bring also innovation to our board discussions.
You know, one thing in hearing you speak and just thinking about this traditional imbalance between funding for mitigation and adaptation is, you know, it's partly a short-term versus long-term payoff question, that if I build solar panels or wind turbines, you see those immediately. And in some ways, it's some of what we might need to do around adaptation and resilience is less visible and tangible. And so there may be ways we can talk and speak differently about this time scale of these questions as well. You mentioned the intersection of leaving no one behind and climate adaptation and resilience as one place where you think innovation is particularly powerful. And I wonder what you think about the challenge of the intersection or tension maybe between an innovation agenda and the localization agenda. At the same event you were at before, your colleague, Charlotte Vell Ganendron, who works on climate at FCDO, gave out the statistic that of adaptation resources today, only 10% go to locally led solutions. And that seems to me like something for those of us working on innovation to reflect on fairly urgently. But I wonder if there's other whether that resonates with you, if you've been engaged in this for quite some time, and whether there's other areas within this larger agenda where you think innovation's a particularly acute need.
Bill, we were in the same panel, I think, and Will was also saying it's not either or with mitigation adaptation, it's both. And I think, in a way, if I look at the Finnish ideas and system, we are aiming for 50-50 in the public grant finance. And I think it's a little bit stereotype, but we normally feel that this is what we need for adaptation. Mitigation is easier to do with, we have, for example, in Finland, investment finance. We also discussing emission trading schemes. Could we, kind of the profits we get from there, could we channel that to kind of climate finance? And so we can also increase mitigation, but it doesn't have to be competing with the adaptation finance, which should be public grants. So I think it's the big challenge would be to get private finance and innovation investment funds interested in adaptation. I think it's also possible, and we need to work on that. So in a way, it's a very complex matter where we should. It's not a matter of either or. We can always build upon the other solutions.
It's a really nice segue to come back to you, Nate. You opened our session for us, and maybe you will be able to. I'll give you a bit of free rein using my chair mandate to reflect a little bit on what you've heard from this panel and how that's made you think anew or differently about where we go from here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I completely agree. I mean, I've certainly been very excited by the big stratospheric announcements last week around methane and forests and things like that. But today especially got me fired up, and I felt this sort of momentum build from last week of this shift, away from adaptation and resilience always being the lesser sibling to actually starting to get up there, really be prominent.